Evening. Hope that everything's working out for people. We're having a bit of technical fun these days. How is everybody? Hopefully we're all fine. We were just on the good old radio, trying to sort out a few things. Didn't quite work the way that we were planning to. We're still having a few issues. And I said to Stan, go, I think I'll open up a YouTube for a while, for an hour or so. Could do with a bit of a giggle. Although I must admit, it's been a giggle and a half with him. UK transparency. Nice to see you. Hope everything went according to plan, so to speak, today. If you want to come up and say hello, you're more than welcome. You know that. I'll sort out the link because half a job, Stango, has only got so far. Brilliant, isn't he? You got to either love him or hate him. Personally, I think he's a really nice guy and very, very funny. Okay, so let's see who's around here. Oh, Gnot's, nice to see you here. Just pin the link so we're not going constantly backwards and forwards. SB, how are you, my lovely? Nice to see you. Uh, oh, better than the plan. Oh, yeah. Oh, right, okay. Um, by all means, we'll have a chat sometime about that. Um, we're still having issues with the radio. I'll go try and sort out a few things because although we got the chat side of things perfect, we do have a few problems with the voice. We also have a few problems with our technical know-how. And it's nothing to do with me. I am not the person who gets confused with passwords and various other things. It's actually somebody else who does these sort of things and gets all screwed up. We have a message board which is powered via vigilante.media, which allows us to communicate amongst ourselves. So you don't have to wait, by the way, once you've signed up for it, registered, you can actually communicate to between each of us. You can even send private messages, um, which is on the website. The problem is it has once you log out, once you come out of it, it you have to log back in. So you need to remember either the email address or the username that you pick. Plus, of course, your password, and you have to go through the capital system so that it proves that you're not a robot. Some people who support me just don't seem to understand a few simple things, and they have fun. Okay, yeah. Just catching up with what's going on in the chat. By the way, don't take the Mickey out of Stangu, will you? Sorry. Yeah, it is funny about Stangu, but that is hilarious, UK. Hello, Grit. Um, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm just going to let people be aware that we are now actually live on YouTube and that the stream has closed down on the radio. And the only thing I need to do is to set up the auto DJ. So, Dango, if you can unmute yourself and talk to the people in the audience and the chat on YouTube, it'd be fantastic.
I was in the middle of something, man.
Well,
Well,
I've been having
Oh, okay.
people in the chat,
Uh,
including hello T SB.
Can you just bear with me 1 second? Hang on, I just got to say one more thing to Mel.
He's funny, isn't he? I don't know. Apparently, he can't multitask. I think that's what his problem is. Right, I just need to reset up the auto DJ before any listeners go, "What's going on? Can't hear you." Well, what's been happening in the world, or in your world, so to speak? Um, I know what's been going on in um, UK's world, and by the sounds of it, he's had a very good day. Yes, great restraint. I think that's a good way of putting it. UK transparency. Jesus, them teeth need to wear in a bit more. Um, I don't think if that is actually going to go anywhere, I'll be very surprised. I take it, is it ongoing or has it been chucked out yet? UK. Hopefully it's disappeared on a more permanent basis.
Right,
The
what do you
glue and the
want?
dentures. Yeah, I would as well. Nikki Television, how you doing? We not. Are you here now? Do we
I'm
have you
here.
your undivided attention?
I'm going insane, man.
Are you why? What's
This
up?
is.
What's the problem?
What do you mean, what's up? All this craziness. It's like I've got so much to remember. Well, not even remember. Now Skype's just opened again. Sorry about this, everyone. It's like
Well, I just
this has
closed it
gone.
down. That could be the reasoning
I
why.
just did, and it's opened again.
Yeah, because I
I've
just closed.
closed it.
You sure?
Oh, you just. Oh, this is insane. I better. Wait a sec. I just need to reopen all this now because I've closed all my pages down. I was in the middle of shopping until you turned up, and now I've had to close all that down before I even made the purchases. Oh, there we go.
What, do you
Right.
know?
What? I don't know anything.
Well, that's obvious.
Who's in the chat then? I'm going to say hello to people. G-Nuts, hey. Hey, SB, hello.
Oh God, it's woken up.
Long time no see. Right, I'm ready. UK Transparency, Grit
Transparency,
Cheatham,
fantastic.
Bumblebee,
Best
Wingnut.
result you could have had with that, and now it should be wrongful arrest and maybe take them along the route of what you're going to offer me.
Oh,
That sort of thing, you know. Eyes on the audit, Mellows, congratulations. Thank you. This is
hi,
so
son.
easy. Just thank you for all your patience and all your support with Stango. As head of technical support for not only Vigilante Media, but also for the Grim Reaper radio show, I know I can be a challenge at times, and I have been, but not as much as a challenge as the last couple of hours has been. Believe me, and you've only had the good bit. Not that I'm suggesting in any way, shape, or form that Stangu is a challenge.
Hey, no, it wasn't me. It seriously wasn't. I'll get through
Yes,
this,
it
don't
was.
worry.
Who is it who forgot? Who is it who didn't? And who is a plonker?
Well, that's
Rodney?
debatable. Hey, I've got the StreamYard set up. What are you talking about? That was an achievement.
It was. He got it set up perfectly well. Thank you.
Yeah, nice and warmed up for you. Right, we know
I
that
went
much at
in
least.
and I'm thinking, what's he done here?
Why,
Uh,
why,
well, it,
why, why have we
go on.
got another U underneath here? Oh, sorry. No, it's all right. I get it. I get it. It means I can kick you, doesn't it? Yeah, I see.
Well, you can kick me. Go on. Kick. Please.
Sorry, I found that a bit. No, because you'll only come back in and kick me. Bye. There you go. That was fun. Now you've muted. Oh, hang on. I can actually mute you too, can't I? Oh, never mind. Okay. This is going to be fun.
You're dead
So
right,
anyway,
it is. Moo cow.
moo cow. Okay. Cheers.
I am so funny. Not.
Lol. Okay.
Uh,
There we go. Right, are we
yeah,
ready? What?
unfortunately, you can hear
Mr.
him.
Reefer. What's this? Oh, do you want to read
Oh,
that?
it's all right. It's an ongoing conversation.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. I really, I'm really pleased, to say the least, UK. I hope that you seek appropriate recompense and revenge. But just remember, it's always best served cold. T, congratulations on your achievement today. Achievements are something which we strive for. Oh, sorry, I'm not at work.
What do you
It's
mean
been
you
one of
can
those
hear me?
stupid days today. And then I met
Insane.
Moo Cow.
All right, Jim.
Jim, yeah. Well, that's
Or
not exactly. I
may
actually
I
like
call
that.
you Mr.
But,
Reefer? There
yeah.
you go. I was going to ask Mumble, what do you mean you can hear me? We can hear you. I hope so. Or I'm sitting here talking to myself again.
Sorry, did someone say something?
Who?
Hmm? Oh, it's like chalk and cheese.
Yeah, I'm the cheesy one, I know. So what are the topics tonight then? I'm not going to bring up any games because I've got those prepared for tomorrow night.
Oh, that's fine. It's just a bit of a chit chat, you know. Anybody wants to come
All
up,
right.
wants to say anything, that's fine. Um, Bumble. I was an agoraphobic, but I've been to town today. Does that mean you've been cured?
Oh yeah, an ex-agrophobic.
I would just say that you have done fantastic if you've have gone out. That's probably the best thing for you to be able to get out and about, keep it up. After 2 years longer being cooped up in certain places, shall we say? Yeah, I mean,
This is unbelievable.
I have to go out, got no choice. As a media outlet, I shall be doing an investigation of claims that he's tried to mislead the courts and any past cases exposing that. Don't blame you. If there's anything that we as a community can do to support you in that, whether that be coming onto the radio show, doing a podcast, getting it, leaving it up on the website, anything like that, just let me know. It's fine.
Hey Amanda.
Amanda,
Grim, listen, I'm going to have to dip out just for a couple of minutes because I can't do anything. My system needs some kind of update. I'll be back in 2 minutes, maybe
that's
three.
fine.
All right?
It's not a
I won't be.
problem. We're counting.
All right. It's one of the stupid updates. I can't open Discord. I need to put something out there, don't I? Restart now. Here we go.
Been like this ever since I woke up. Now, granted, I was just over an hour late for a meeting that was set up for 7 o'clock, and it was something like 8:10, 8:15, I think, maybe a bit later. I fell asleep, and it's not often I fall asleep, but I'd been up since 4 o'clock this morning, and I finished work at 5. Next thing I knew, it was just after 8 o'clock. So I had to apologise, etc., etc., etc. Hello, no more lies. Nice to see you in the chat. Paul Dun, Mr. Blue. I think that it's absolutely a good evening to everybody. Are you making me hungry now? Talking about KFC tea. That rhymes as well. I think today's been a good day all around for a few people. Hopefully, um, the Grimsters are starting to catch on in a way that other people are using the name and saying, going into other chats and saying it's a Grimster raid and things like that. I just think it's quite funny. Um, Stangu's gone, so he's threatened to come back, and I've no doubt he will come back. You know, um, Amanda, would you like to step up into the firing line? I say that with a smile because I'm always nice. Gina, hello. We're just, I don't know, where should we go? Um, I'd like to have some ideas around what we can do with the radio show, because we do have a lot of interesting points of view, you know, and we can have some proper conversations as well. Yes, Miss the Blue, I know it was you that started it, and it's catching on. And I will never ever take credit for something that somebody else has done, brought to the table, because this is a collaboration of new ideas and new ways forward. As keep saying, this is not my show, it is our show, it's our website, it's our radio station. Without your involvement, we have nothing at all. So, I will support anyone. If I see something pops up like local today, he was out and about. I must admit it was sort of funny because all local was doing was reporting on the Rebellion Extinction meeting somewhere in London, and it was rather amusing things that went in being said in the chat, and I offered these wonderful people who were trying to be intelligently sarcastic a chance to discuss their viewpoints on the radio station. Not one of them wanted to step up. I don't know why. Maybe they've heard that I can be a touch sarcastic. Maybe I don't. I don't know. Um, okay. So you don't know how to find the radio on Skype. It's not on Skype. It's on Skype. Is totally separate to the radio station. Skype is a mean to. You can keep on knocking on the back door and talking. Um, Skype is the just a means to talk live on the radio station. The radio station will always be on the website. You do need two devices if you wish to listen to the music at this present moment in time. And that's the reason why. But I'm not sure why you can't find the videos on the website. Um, it's not easy. Too many people on, and it doesn't list your videos. Um, they're all in blog pages. Just go to the blogs, and that's where they are. They're all there. Uh, Stango, you should be able to come in on your own. Here we go, full set. Hello, Amanda.
Bingo! Hello.
The funny thing is, when I'm looking
Oh, it's
at
muted.
YouTube to get the latest chat, I can't see in here at the same time. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Amanda.
Hey, oh, it's Mellows. I know it's Mellows, apart from the fact that I can see it's vigilante.media. Your fans come back, sir.
It's haunting you.
No, on Skype, you don't hear it.
Yeah, it's still drilling away in the back.
I think you've got an echo, haven't you?
An
There
echo?
was an echo.
There was an echo.
Echo. Can I just say hello to people in the chat? Because who else we got here? Mr. Blue, local, Paul Dunn.
Mrs. J.
Gina, where's Mrs. J? Where's Rasta? Hello, everybody. I think I've said hello to everybody else. There you go. UK.
Is there an echo?
No.
There was originally there was a bit of feedback from Mellows, but it wasn't from him. You know when you get that thing where we echo, but he
Right.
doesn't. It might be sorted now. Nutter.
Good evening, Nutter. I don't think it was you, Amanda, but it has stopped. But so
Peter Pope. Yo.
Hello, Peter. Long time no seeing the chat. Thanks for dropping by.
Hi, Nutter. This is Jay.
Amanda, what have you been up to today? Cooking, cleaning, usual housework stuff?
Streaming.
Oh, no, I don't scream very often.
Not
I
scream?
did the other day, though. Yeah, I did scream the other day. There was a bloody spider in the bath. Very rude.
It could have been worse. It could have been, what can I say? A mouse?
That'd have been fine. I'd have hit it with hammer.
Hiya, Tim.
Yeah, I'd probably sooner had a mouse than a spider, to be fair.
Well, yeah, I got to agree.
No, I'm being serious. Actually, I have had a mouse in the bath. They were doing the ceiling in the bathroom, and obviously they must have come from the outside, dropped through the loft, and it was sat there in the plug hole. And it was just having a wash. Well, do you know sometimes, like, when you just go into the bathroom and just put plug in, like, and say it going, well, this particular day I put the light on and then I saw it and I couldn't believe my eyes. I had to give them a rub a few times.
Okay.
So it did happen.
I'll stay out of the bathroom.
Well, I just let the cat play with them.
Well, I ain't got a cat, so, you know.
Get a cat.
It's an
There's the
option.
answer.
No, because the dog don't like cats, so it's really not fair on that. I'd sooner play with them with my hammer.
Oh, fair enough. Just be careful, because you can go through a lot of baths.
Hey! No.
Well, not in the bath. I actually caught it and then, you know, disintegrated it into bits, you know.
Splat.
Exactly.
The thing is, though, you see, Stangu couldn't do that. He couldn't kill a living thing.
No,
well,
not
unfortunately,
deliberately.
I did it deliberately. In fact, we had a rat too at one point, trying to get
in the
into
kitchen?
my house. No, it definitely
No way
weren't
to
in
talk
the
about
kitchen.
your other half.
Too big for a rat. But no, we did have a rat, and it came from next.
Oh.
It came from...
Okay.
All right, you don't have to whisper, you know. I don't think your next door neighbours can hear you.
Oh, they can. Please walk through the thing.
Not unless you've got really wallpaper.
Anyway, yeah, it seemed to have ventured over here and it kept coming close to my back door. I weren't having none of that near my back door, do you know what I'm saying? So anyway, I bought a nice big trap for that. Bit of peanut butter and voila.
Oh.
Got it.
No.
Finally, the dirt was gone.
Do you know, there are sometimes I have to think before I say something, especially when people talk about back doors and some of the conversations I had earlier on.
Yes,
Lord
I knew
of
you were going to say this.
Lord of Audits was referring to something which I said I thought was actually very funny. And Stanku went, eh?
As
He's
usual.
been so slow on the
The
uptake
update.
these days.
What can I say? So yeah, been out, done some shopping and all that my jazz. Washing. Not exciting really. Ordered a
Basically, the
drone
usual.
today though.
The usual. Have you been
Got a drone.
online today?
A little bit, yes. Bought a drone. Well, I haven't. My son has.
Right.
So we're going to play with the drone. Should be fun.
That does sound fun.
Oh,
Can I just ask if Peter Pope's still in here?
I'll bring you in. Go on.
Who's that? If Peter Pope, if you're still here, I was wondering if you saw Man Like Tiggs' video, "Knowledge is Power." I'm going to put it in the link in the chat anyway because it was very interesting. Actually, you might have seen it, but there he is for anybody that wants to see. It's about common law in action, basically.
Good
and
evening.
It's the first of a few.
Good evening,
Kapla,
How are
everybody,
you?
for the glory of the empire.
Enough of the dark side. We tried to lighten things up. You are just the person who I want to talk to, sir.
Oh, okay.
I have an understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're very good with editing.
Not very good, but I know my way around DaVinci Resolve.
Any good with vocal
Hi,
editing?
Sorry.
How's it going? No, I actually haven't. Would you believe I'm having trouble myself on one of my own videos?
No, the reason why I'm asking is that I would like to put, the shows that we do on here. I want to try and do some snippets for promotions and things, and also the audio clips as well, so that we can do some other sort of promotions. But I'm not very good at editing. In fact, I don't know that much around editing, but I'm looking for somebody who's really good at that sort of thing, or has got more of an idea than I have, to help us out. And your name came up a few times, and I thought, oh, I'd ask you. There's nothing wrong with Jake, is there?
Well, I mean, I'm happy to help you out, but when it comes to vocal editing, I'm having trouble myself at the moment. I did an audit on the phone to the Irish Postal Service, and the lady was speaking very low, and sometimes I speak over her, so I'm having real difficulty to try to bring her volume up and my volume down.
Right.
So people can hear her, but she was speaking very softly, too softly to be picked up, really. So I'm even having trouble myself when it comes to the vocal end of it.
Yeah, I think luckily the vocal's not too bad on here. It's just was talking to Mellows earlier on. We were talking about different things that we could do, and one of the ideas that we came up with was a little bit of editing, and a lot of what was sort of like discussed. Yeah, that sounds great, that. And I'm thinking, how do I do it? How do I do it? Because when it comes to that sort of thing, I need really the support from people who know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And to help us out, so that I can just go, well, because obviously if I can trust someone, which by the sounds of things I can trust you, sir, I don't think you're going to do something and screw everything up. I'm going to be honest, seem to get on. But I want to be able to go, right, this is what I'm after. This is the sort of thing that I could do. Anything, can you do it? You with me? But if you can contact us, offline, I'd appreciate it. And then we can go through a few things.
Sure. Do you know what I'd love? Do you know what I'd love even more than that? Is that Mellows I think has a talent for editing, right? And I want him and maybe you to talk about what you want together, and Mellows tries to do it, and what he can't do to ask me how to do, right?
Well, yeah, no, appreciate that.
Yeah,
Because
I'm kind of struggling for editing at the moment. Last couple of edits that I tried to do, my machine keeps crashing on me. So until I upgrade my machine, I'm not able to edit anything right now.
it's a pity.
Yeah, my machine just dies on me every time I try to bring, even the most simplest editing software. DaVinci Resolve is a bit of a monster software, to be honest with you, and I'd love to. Yeah, I just can't. I tried it a couple of times when you showed me, a couple of things, and I really like the software. It's one of those sort of software I could spend, days, weeks, like involved in, to just to learn with it and play with it. That's the kind of sad person I am. But I just literally right now, my machine just won't cope with that. I might be able to do some audio editing, but your audio, you see, if you're getting the audio from the same input that you're, like for instance, you're using one mic and your audio, because you're closer to the mic, is great, but the person that you're auditing is far away, or there's a bit of wind or something like that. The only thing you can actually do, or the best thing to do, is to invest in a better mic, maybe a dead cat on your mic to block out, to stop the wind.
Yeah, no, my audio was can you just
We've got a lot of echo, guys.
I can't hear you. Thank you. Well, that's really bad. No, but my I have a dead mic. I have a whole lot of quite professional filming equipment, but this was an audit over the phone. So it's just
yeah. So the audit over the phone would be, obviously your mic is going to pick you up clearly because you're right next to the mic, but then the audio might come across garbled. You can screen the audio and clear the audio up. There is a couple of software that I can send you that might be able to do that. So you can, sharpen the image, sharpen the audio, the quality of the audio up. But yeah, it's not it's not as complex as video editing, that's for sure.
I have Audacity, and that's pretty. I mean, it's for free software. It's pretty good for sound editing. But this was actually done not through the mic. It was done through a call recording software, right? So it's recorded both software. Now, when you play it back on the phone, both sound is fine. It's just when you download it, then. But I mean, it's not a big deal. I've uploaded the video. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, one thing though, editing isn't a quick process. Editing is quite a long process, and
it's a skill. It is a skill, and you need an eye for it. It's not something that someone. If you don't really have an eye for it, you could just miss the whole point. It's not just clonk and click and put this here and put that there. You have to. There's an art form to it, where you can bring in and bring out an image, an audio, overlapping an audio. It is an art form, in my opinion.
Yeah, you see, but it's the time restraint is my issue, because I'm always working on something, so I want to help you, but I'm under my own time restraints, so I'd rather kind of help you, teach somebody how to edit for you. You know what I mean? Like, do you have a family member who would like to do it, and then I can walk them through the steps and teach them how to edit. And there's an awful lot of how-to videos on YouTube as well when it comes to editing. You just need a pretty good PC.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point there that Futon makes. I mean, if anyone who's listening here wants to get involved, maybe learn a new skill with Lost Grim, you know, I've been more than willing to, you know, give you some of my time and show you what I know, anything I can help you with would be a pleasure. And just like Futoy, he's shown me a few things on DaVinci Resolve. Is one of the best video editing software there is on the market at the moment. It's actually a free software. It's the equipment that's expensive. But it's probably one of the best software on the market for video editing. I mean, if you want to create Avenger-style Marvel movies, and that's the kind of software that you need to get to learn. So if someone like Futoy is willing to give you his time to teach you how to use that software, and you're willing to learn, just take his arm off.
No, thanks very much for that, Bellows. I'm no expert. Really, I'm no expert. You know, I'm self-taught. I just spent a lot of time on it. And but I'm willing to pass on what I can and help where I can. Sure, it's no problem. Bear Britton Audit in the house. How's it going, mate?
Hey, Bert.
All
right.
Can I give is Jim coming back or? Story.
Yeah, he'll be back. He's just got. I think he was just doing something.
His internet connection crashed. He's going to restart us. I mean, he says in the chat. Sorry, I think my internet connection has crashed.
You got controls, Sangu, right?
Yeah. What are you after?
No. Just making sure we're not cut off here.
Although Mellows, we're getting echo bounce back from you. It's not you. You don't echo, but everybody else does. This has happened before. I don't know if you know what the issue is there.
Could I do a shout out by any chance?
Go for it.
I'd like to give a shout out to Cody Burks. If you're not subscribed to him, he's a great English auditor. Really good guy. He even came to Ireland and did a few audits in Ireland. He's so he gave me permission to upload one of his Irish audits onto my channel, which I'm pretty thankful about, trying to get the Irish guys on board and doing their thing. So big shout out to Coley Burks. Thanks very much. Great auditor, really good guy. If you could go to his channel, give him a sub, tell him Futoy sent you. I really appreciate that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, some people have issues with him. Oh my God, the echo.
Sorry, mate. I was just going to cut in and just second that. Coley Burks, I think, is a really good auditor. He's one of the best we got. He's doing right now. He's doing his own little promotion as an NFT, non-fungible token, the Coley coin. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Really interesting project. Well worth taking a look at. Yeah. Shout out to Coley Burks. I like him.
And also Bear Britton Audits. He's awesome too, right?
Bear Britton is the man, man. He's the guy. You know? Good friend.
I don't recognize him anymore with his hair. Now that he's got hair, I don't recognize him so much.
Yeah, he belongs in a boy band now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He really does. Oh, man. Yeah, Coley Burks, he's been around for a while, and a lot of people have issues with some of the stuff he does, but it's not just auditing, is it? What he's doing. I mean, okay, when he's going into places, I think some people have issues with him going into, workplaces and having a bit of a mooch around.
He's proving a point. I mean, his point is, if it's not secure and it's supposed to be secure, if there's open doors inviting you in, right, then, you have implied right of access, right? He's just proving the point. I mean, they can ask him to leave.
Yeah.
And he does.
Hello, Mr. J. Mr. J in the house,
Yeah,
guys?
definitely. Oh, we got Purple Sniffer in the house.
What does purple smell like?
Yeah, a bit like blue, isn't it? But a bit
with a bit of yellow,
a bit sweeter. A bit of yellow, yeah. A bit of blue, bit of yellow. Who else we got there? I think that's everybody in here, right? Yeah, I mean, what other auditors do you rate up there? I know we don't go for favourites because that's just it's a no, isn't it, with favourites?
Well, I mean, you have your own personal favorites, but they're pretty much all got their own style and their own class. I mean, you got AB, Live Free, Marty Blackborough. They're all different,
Yeah.
but under the same auditing banner, I suppose.
Do you find that like AB is? I mean, who knows what he's doing behind the camera? He's pushing. He really is pushing for the Section 43, isn't he? He's playing it that way, isn't he? He's trying to give the impression that
Well, that's all he
not
seems
be a
to speak
threat.
to, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's his format, isn't it?
Again, I think he's just proving the point that the police will use their little toolbox, the go-to tool to use just to stop you from doing what you're lawfully entitled to do, just because of their feelings. You know what I mean? He's making a good point, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Jay, did you see Mr. Jay's comment? I decided if I was a sniffer, I'd be a shower curtain sniffer.
Where did that come from, Mr.
Damn. I want to go in and smell and sniff my shower curtain and see what it smells like now.
No.
Well, I think it was back to the partying days. It wasn't her curtain. She was sniffing, you see. It's every party she went to. She'd go into the bathroom and sniff the curtains.
Oh, no, it can't be. It's a shower.
Is it a fetish? A bit like those people that sniff shoes.
Oh,
Been a long time.
Oh, hey, Rasta's here. You're having a barbecue here.
Yeah, man.
How you doing, bro? What the hell is that on your head?
He's been down the mine, haven't you?
I didn't want to know.
Whoa.
he needs to be able to see his food.
Officer, can you stop shining that light in my eyes, please?
I've got to have a strobe light, everywhere I go. I need a party down there.
Your own private party, is it?
Well, no, yeah, wherever I go, I need a party. But yeah, I'm about to hoist some charcoal on, and I've got the fire gun, just with some ash and things. Willow.
Do you dig your own charcoal or do you buy it?
I bought some, but I've got like a few big chunks of a tree, half a tree of ash, which I cut up with a chainsaw and smash it a little bit, and it's all right, That's a funny noise, Ziggy. What are you doing? Ziggy wants to be famous again. Get up here.
Bear says be careful with the flashing lights in case someone has epilepsy.
Yeah, I know. What's the reflection?
I do.
Ziggy wants to be famous. Every time he comes in with, he's up now.
He wants to be out, not famous.
Oh.
Is that Ziggy Pop Pop?
Ziggy Pop. Can you hear the things? Can you hear the phone? Because I haven't got the mic in. You see.
Oh, I see. I can't even see where you are. You look like you're standing in a doorway outside.
I am. This is a
you're in the van, right? I see. Ah! Is that why you got the headlight? Don't you have any lights in there?
Well, no, there's lights in here. If you want to look at me.
Just.
Oh, right. Are you... well, that's you're partying with Dredger today, aren't you? Pirate?
He hasn't quite made it down yet.
Don't think he's gonna.
But he might do. It might be the morning job for him.
Because last I heard, you were going to get some skin on skin, weren't you, or something? Something about flesh, anyway. Hi, Shangy girl.
That's crazy. You're on my amplifier, which is outside. You know that amplifier, which is kind of loud, the 15 watt thing, the model and amplifier.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to ask you actually. What you planning? You know, you got that camera now. Is it just for general photography, or were you thinking about stepping out there and doing, a bit of auditing?
I do a lot of like photography. I just
It's
don't
just for
show most of it.
Has it got like movie function on it, or is it just photograph?
No. It's I've done some videos of my garden, like before
Right.
with weeds on the ground, and during when the part of it's like cleaned off. And
He just needs to put it on the laptop.
I've just got to put it on here, but it's a ball ache compared to the phone. It's not as easy as just pressing like the cross.
Hello, Purple Spliff.
Upload.
Yeah. Oh, it's Purple Spliff now. Not Skunk Sniffer. So I was going to say, I know it's not advisable to do it on your doorstep, where some people do. Is there anywhere around by you that would be worth auditing?
Well, you could do it.
Yeah,
on your
Hexham
doorstep.
Police Station, Huttwestle Police Station, Newcastle Police Station.
Police stations, man.
Okay.
Local ones.
It's got to be
quiet ones would be great, wouldn't it?
Guys,
It has to be quite far. Sorry.
I'm saying the quiet ones, the small ones would be great because
you have to know what you're doing, or you could get yourself in trouble. Though, make sure you understand the laws involved.
Common law. Yeah.
There's a few audit places you could do as well.
Yeah, getting nicked is not the
No. Well, I've been nicked by. Well, I've commented, these couples. I've been like hanging around them for a while because they've been hanging around me for whatever reason.
Right, just remember the objective is just to stand up for your rights, but you're not really achieving anything if you're going to get nicked. I mean, sometimes it can't be helped, but it also can work out to be really expensive, trying to hire a lawyer and all that.
In what way?
Well, if we do get...
So HNK
HNK
is the one to go for, isn't it? The one that's popular with auditors.
I'm not sure. I'm in Ireland. I'm not in England.
Oh, okay. I think HNK is Scottish.
Yeah, the HNK is the one that most auditors have been using that I know of. There's another guy I can send you a link who's really good. His name is Ian Gould. He's really good.
Ian Gould. Okay. Yeah,
you can Google him. Ian Gould, Gould. He's really good. Got a good track record as well.
Got it.
And just remember, guys,
against the police solicitor. Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, Purple Spliff. Did you Purple Spliff? Did you look on Telegram and see the cockle named after you, Mrs. Miss Emma? It's on Raster's Talk.
Stanger is not on Telegram.
Stanger.
No.
Purple is though.
Just about on the internet.
He hasn't seen it yet. He's got a purple comb, and if you know what the comb is, it's a bit that sticks up at the top, but this thing's flattened. And it's all over the place. And he's got big black beady eyes compared to a normal chocolate has a normal bird eyes.
Ziggy!
Oh, Ziggy. Ziggy's in somewhere.
Okay, and this is time.
Oh, he's
Thank
here.
you, lad.
He's fucking here, man. He's cool as fuck. He's been out for like 10 minutes or something. He doesn't attack anything.
And the sheep in the field with lambs.
I've still got loads of people on there.
Lions.
11 in top chat, apparently. There was 17 before.
I see Amanda on mute.
Hi, Rasta, you alright?
Hello there. How you doing?
Hi, Future.
How's it going?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Good stuff. It's
You
gonna
know,
sorry.
I just like to bring something up when you're auditing, that the implied right of access can be withdrawn, right? And then once it's made clear that they've withdrawn it, you would be trespassing.
Can it can only be withdrawn by the landowner, though, can't it?
Border
To
agents.
revoke Section 33. Oh, sorry, pushback.
No.
I'm not exactly sure about
Breaking up a bit, Grim.
The security from the place have the authority to trespass you. If you refuse to leave, then it's aggravated trespass. As long as you leave when you're asked to leave, there's no harm done.
Yeah, so you turn around and you say that you are leaving. There is no time limit as such. As long as you're heading towards the exit of the property, then there's no reason for them to say that it's aggravated, because aggravated can be when you refuse to leave.
Yeah.
Mean you're challenging them by saying no.
No, never refuse. I mean, they hate me because it takes me forever to get anywhere anyway. So, but no. If it's private property, even if it's open to the public at the material time, you have been asked to leave by someone like the security, whether he's he's hurty feelings or not. You've been asked to leave. Refusing his command or his request would be aggravated trespass. Whether you've done something wrong or not, it would still be aggravated. He would escalate it, and you're the one that would get nicked.
Yeah, at that point it can be seen as aggravated trespass, which is a criminal offence. So it's always best to say, yes, I'm leaving, I'm on my way. Pick the exit furthest away from you and head towards it. If they then direct you to an entrance or an exit which is closer, then you would potentially need to go that way. But because of some places still got the COVID directions, if they've got a one-way system, you have to follow that one-way system, because it would be against their policy to go
Siggy's following
in the
you.
opposite direction. So yeah, it's a bit. Double check what your rights are on that and what the law says, and stay within the boundaries of the law.
Absolutely. On YouTube, we just see all the successful audits, but really, we don't see the audits that have failed, that have the guys have been arrested, and rightfully so, because they didn't know the law and made a mistake. They went on what they thought was the law. From watching videos, you really need to make sure you know what you're doing, right? Because it can become very expensive.
Yeah.
I would advise.
I've noticed something as well in a similar kind of light. You know, where auditors have been caught and they've made it clear when they're saying you're being detained, they offer no resistance. So they make it clear, don't they? It's like, I'm not going to resist, and they make it clear for the camera too, so that they can't be accused of resisting, basically, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, Peter, I understand what you're saying in regards to trespass, but while we have acts and statutes, it's very difficult to get round the technicalities of legalese, shall we say. And unless you got a lot of money, it could be very difficult to get to win a case. At the end of the day, it would need to be overruled by the High Court in your favour.
We need a lot more people acting under common law, don't we? We need a hell of a lot of people for it to actually take effect.
Yeah, to me that's the blue skies sort of dream. That's something that we can only educate, and if enough people take it up, then that's fantastic. But until such time as that, we have to stay within the boundaries of, and
The
don't
law.
take this the wrong way, anybody, the laws of the land.
Because
Yeah,
right now, because when you break the law, they have the power over you. All right. When you don't break the law, you have the power.
I was going to say,
They're the
we've got to remember, when you go to these places, even if the security goes hands-on with you and he assaults you, the chances of him getting arrested when the police are called, right, are very minimal, right? If at the worst case scenario, you'll probably have to put in a complaint, and he won't get carted off like you will. But you put one hand on that guy, you're the one that's going to get handcuffed. You're the one that's going to get sent to appear in the magistrates, right? And that's that.
Yeah.
UK Transparency had something very similar, and it's been thrown out because he was arrested for nothing, to be honest, and it's got thrown out today, which is congratulations on the case well fought.
Congratulations.
But my question is, how do you avoid getting into that situation in the first place? Sometimes just by saying something,
get me, mate.
take it the wrong way, and the snowflakes will arrest you, etc. But if you physically don't touch anybody, then you're not you're not as likely to lose the case, shall we say, put it that way. I would suggest that
well, I can give you the
put your hands
perfect
down
way.
and do nothing.
Well, I can give you the perfect way to do it. All right. So, my number one rule would be, don't audit if you've got responsibilities, like you're the only one looking after a pet or children or that sort of thing, because you can be arrested. You can be back sometimes for the weekend. So if you don't have like somebody to look after your responsibilities, then auditing's not for you. Number two, get a body cam. Number three, get a 360 cam that will fit on your shoulder. That way, it records all the way around you. Right? They're not that expensive. Right? You may look a little bit silly, but I mean, at the end of the day, 360s have saved a lot of people from going to jail. All right? Because it shows exactly who touched who. Right?
Right.
So those two things. Besides your main filming camera, you need to have a body camera and you need to have a 360.
Yeah, I mean the body cam's a backup, isn't it? Because like if any footage goes missing, it'd be like, well, why has it gone missing on both cameras? The body camera can be strapped to you too, can't it?
Yeah, and also there's many good things you could do from it. Like, for example, if some normal citizen that just doesn't know the law and probably doesn't care and doesn't want filmed and will assault you if you keep filming him, you can put your main camera down, but you can still capture the footage with your body cam. Generally, they won't notice the body cam.
Yeah.
So you can put your main camera down as if, okay, I won't film you. Always back off. Always be the one retreating. Always be the one backing off, right? And then it's very hard to prosecute you.
And if you can,
how about
I was going to say, and if you do have the facility to store to the cloud while recording, that's even better.
Yeah,
because that way you can always get hold of it.
Well, you can go live on YouTube, go live on
It's freezing.
On Facebook.
There's a lot of good software that you can have on your phone these days. Like if you're recording, taking pictures, for instance, and they can be automatically backed up to the cloud. Not necessarily to YouTube, where they can delete them, where YouTube can delete them, or to another platform. You can actually, set up your own cloud server and collect all of these things, whether even if the phone is confiscated, the data is already stored on your backup server.
It's on somebody's server.
Yeah. I mean, it's like phones. So surely you have a second phone, a phone for auditing, and then you have your personal one, which you leave at home. Because it's going to hold details, isn't it? If they get it, they've got your details.
Well, I mean, they need to subpoena to get into your phone. They can't just get into your phone, right?
So you just lock it down. You lock it down, and they've got no rights to get into your phone.
Don't bring your personal phone because you could be 11 months or a year without your phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they're going to take it, they're going to take it, right? Just look at what's inside.
Where's the bloody dog?
If you don't tell them,
Where's Ziggy?
you don't let them look in it. They'll just make you wait for like a year and a half, and they won't let you have it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you can't get it back, right? You can't get it back because I'm right now talking because I don't know about the English side of it, but it shouldn't be too much different, all right? But how it is in America, and it shouldn't be too much different, is the prosecution have 3 months with your phone to get the subpoena to go into your phone, right? They can't just take your data like that, all right?
Yeah.
They have to convince the judge that taking your data will prove that you've committed a crime, right? So after 3 months, they can't get into your phone anymore, right?
Oh, okay.
This is going on by Americans, so we need to verify it the English way. I wish Other Thing Wales was here. He'd be give us the exact law on it. I love that guy. He knows the English law so well. It's just he's awesome.
Well, he's going into the right profession then, from what I hear. If he knows the law so well.
Yeah, he should take the bar. He should go to law school. He really should.
Yeah.
So they have to do it within 3 months, or else they can't do it anymore. Okay, but some of the excuse they're using in court is that if a crime is proven, if the prosecution wins the court case, then they have the right to dispose of the criminal stuff that's on the phone. So that's why they're saying they're keeping it, right? But then again, if you win the case, you can put that in your lawsuit.
Yeah, the other thing is the way that I'll say collateral damage on this one. Say, for instance, they arrest you and they believe that there are other devices which may have incriminating evidence on. They can get a court order, go around to your property, seize all your equipment plus anybody else's which is in the property, under the guise that you may have had access to them.
Right.
Not
It's
you have, that you may, and that means that other people then become collateral damage because their equipment can be stored for anywhere to up to 2 years, even after a court case, whether it's been won or lost. It's a pain in the backside.
Yeah.
But
so it's better not to get arrested. If you're doing a lot of auditing, you probably will one time.
It really is better not to get arrested.
Try not to. If you do get arrested, just comply with everything. Be a nice guy. Don't give them a reason to want revenge on you, because they do take revenge.
Yeah, I mean, just the threat of violence is all you need, right? So, I mean, if they're threatening to force to force you with violence, right, to get your name, and just give it to them, man. Why sit there and die on that hill? Do you know what I mean? Just what?
Yeah, I mean, if it's under threat of arrest, it's better to cooperate, but make sure.
The assault is still there. He's still assaulted you. He's still threatened you. You've won. Boom.
Yeah, but always ask, what will happen if I don't give you my ID? Will you arrest me if I don't give you my ID? Will you arrest me if I don't? Whatever they want you to do, right? And they say yes. That's it. Walk away. You've got your case right there. They've threatened to take away your rights under threat of arrest. That's like putting a gun to your head.
Well, I mean, that reminds me. I mean, say like AB, or there's many others. You don't carry any personal ID on you. Because if you do get arrested, I mean, what goes on behind the door there? Certain people have been kept for days. How many have refused and got away with not actually, identifying themselves because they've committed no crime? How do you do that? Behind the door.
Well, they can't hold you for nothing, right? So they have to hold you for something. Then when they bring you back, they have to answer to their superiors of why they have you there, and they're going to say, well, look, this is why we have them there. Just we're going to go, well, that's not really going to hold up in court. That's not a strong enough case. Let them go. Right.
So you can refuse giving any kind of your name or I mean, you could go down the common law route, but
it depends on what the charge is, right? So if he suspects you of, maybe he smelt cannabis, so he's going to search you, right? He's going to search you under, the Misuse of Drugs Act, right? Or you're being abusive and loud. He's going to arrest you for, public order. There's a multitude of toolboxes he can use in retaliation to you, and it's all retaliation, right? That's all it is. Let's just face it. They're just retaliating because most of the time, their feelings are hurt and they want to, control you. How dare you speak? It's almost as if they have that superior complex over you. That authoritarian. They have assert their authority, but what they're missing is that not on everyone, mate, just on the criminals, right? But what they're forgetting also is that the biggest criminals, the ones that are giving them their orders, they're not doing anything to, right? They're letting them carry on, right? And instead of punishing the criminals, which is what they're getting paid for, they're punishing the people who are paying them, which is insane. Insane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a dance, right? So you do everything you can not to get arrested. But if you ask the right questions, right, and you will be able to hold them to account, okay? Because if they're trying to stomp on your rights under threat of arrest, you can take them to civil court. You can sue, right? If they have arrested you, just comply. Just comply. They've arrested you. They've done it. Just give them your ID. That's my opinion. It's not legal advice. It's just my opinion. Comply. Be nice. Don't put up a fight. Just get the process done over as quick as possible, and then
stay calm.
Yeah, stay calm, non-violent, and then afterwards get legal representation.
Okay. Can I read out what Peter Pope says there? Under common law, it is called. Well, this is going back.
You're not connected.
Hang on a sec.
Go
on. No, it's all right.
Under common law, it is called theft, as no claim of tort was made against you. Private prosecution hold them to account if they're not above the law. They just reminded me. Have we all seen Man Likes Tiggs' compilation, the Knowledge is Power video, where he's actually going down that route? They've taken his belongings, and he's claiming it's theft. He wants his stuff back. They want his details, and he's refusing that. And he wants his belongings back because he's claiming that they've taken it. It's theft, basically.
Well, I don't know how that works because not au fait in that type with that stance. So I don't know from a legal perspective how that works. My understanding is more to do with the acts and statutes because that's what we're governed by. As it stands, so I can't comment on a lot of the common law. I wish people all look in the world if there's a legal precedent for that, then that's fine. That's not a problem. But while we have acts and statutes, we have to understand how that affects us and how we need to work within that until such time as that is changed.
And they'll strong arm you into complying, one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, do you want
the
bruises or don't you want bruises? That's the way I
philosophy
look
is
at
very
it.
nice and everything. The Freeman philosophy is very nice and everything, but these people will use force to make you comply to their
Yeah, this is the
statutes.
problem. They're armed.
They will lock you up. You will go to court. They will lock you up, and there isn't a free man get out of jail card. There just isn't.
I mean, let's
Unfortunately.
put it this way: may not need to arrest you there and then, but they've got your details, right? And and you go down a certain route, and you really start cheesing them off. Then, worst case scenario, they get a blanket search warrant. They go to your address. They cause you a load of hassle. They arrest you and then release you on Monday because that's the way they can use the law against you.
And they will,
And
yeah.
as Flutoy was saying, if you've got responsibilities at home, you don't want to be putting yourself in that position at all. It's not worth it. It's if you're a single parent, or if you're a carer, for instance, or that you've got to make sure that your parents are okay, or you've got animals or anything like that, you do need
Yeah.
to double check with your own conscience as to what level you're prepared to go to, because in my position as a carer, I've got to be very careful in how I deal with things and how far I push things as well. And sometimes I have to swallow my pride in order to make sure that I'm around over, say, a weekend or anything like that. So, and I can be the world's worst, horrible person in the sense of confronting people and using, as people would say, legalese against these aggressors. However, I would also say that because of my personal responsibilities and the things that I hold dear to me, I need to make sure that I'm not in that position. Certainly, it's a weekend, or I don't give them reason to come after me out of sheer revenge, because it's just
Right.
not worth it to me at all. So I would always advise people to make sure that you know exactly what it is that you're getting into, and you've done your own research and you're comfortable with what you found out. And if you need to speak to somebody who, like a solicitor, who knows the insides are out, or they should do, from that perspective, then do so before you jump in, because too many
That's good
people
advice.
have can become collateral damage through your actions without even knowing about it until it's too late. So that's all I would say to you is you've got to do your own research around it, and you can only do something if you're 100% sure. And the number of times I've had to turn around and walk away and calm down just to get my head straight. If I'm not careful, I'm going to push it too far. And I've had to back down, even though I'm in the right. I've still got to back down because it's just not worth the aggravation in a short moment of time to get locked up for no reason. So, as I say, that's my
Yeah.
advice to you. That's why I do this. I like to facilitate and to get different people's points of view and to offer my opinion on something. I'm not saying it's factual. I'm not saying you should take it, but it's another viewpoint, and it's just something I would advise you to consider. I've seen too many
Yeah.
people locked up in the past for nothing. Because they haven't been able to control their emotions, and it's emotions which is the most important thing. You need to not get caught up in it, and above all, be nice and polite, and that
Yeah.
can be the
Yeah.
hardest
That's one
thing to
way. I
do.
mean, we could use live free as an example because. Oh, sorry.
Sorry?
I mean, he's willing to push it out because he knows that. I mean, he's got responsibilities, but he's got his family and friends that will look after each other, and he's willing to make that sacrifice, isn't he?
Again, as I say, it's down to personal choice, but there's a lesson to be learnt in everything, and some people learn lessons, some people don't. That's all I'll say on it. It's great to make mistakes, but if you make a mistake, then are you going to learn from it? Are you going to do something different next time around with the same sort of thing?
I think at the end of the day, is what we've got to be careful of is, I mean, we are our own worst enemies at the end of the day. When we make choices based on emotion, that's when we get ourselves into trouble, right? And when you're doing these things, emotion is running really, really high, and when your mind is clouded, and your heart is racing and beating, it's very, very easy to escalate a situation where you're playing their game now. You're in very dangerous territory. So you need to keep it cool. You need to keep your head at all times. And for God's sakes, if you want to make money off YouTube, do not do auditing. Right? There's a lot better things you can do on YouTube. Make a lot more money on YouTube. Auditing is not a place that you want to focus on making money on, right? Yeah, sure. Auditors, they need to make some money so they can afford to do this shit and buy expensive stuff. Their stuff get confiscated. They need to replace their stuff. But if you're going to do this, you really want to do this because, there's a fire burning inside you and you can't just shut up about it, right? It's a calling. It's not something for everyone. Not anyone can do this.
That's true. As I say, I don't think I could do auditing at my time of life because of my personal commitments and I salute those who are able to go out and do it, and I will support in any way that I can. But there's an interesting conversation this morning, which I had in the early hours, around what people are classed as. People like myself who don't go out and do the auditing, that we still provide a service, we still provide um, support to people. We may not be out on the front line, but we still help each other. We're still part and parcel of the community, not just of auditing, but other areas as well. But we're talking
Yeah,
about
it's very
auditing in
symbiotic.
particular here. So
Yeah,
I would say that we provide that backup support, and if someone's got an issue, they've got someone who they can turn to help point them in the right direction or to give them an alternative point of view. It's just something to support people with. That's all.
the auditors can't keep auditing without the supporters watching and hitting the like buttons and hitting the subscribes. And we don't have somebody to watch if the auditors don't do what they're doing, right? The thing is about YouTube is the audits that are very peaceful and quiet and everybody's pretty much friendly don't get nearly as many views as the ones where something kicks off, right? So the auditors find themselves always having to get very close to the boundary line, right? Always pushing it every time to get those views to keep on auditing.
Yeah, the other downside is that something they can throw at people. Hi, good citizen. Is that once you
Good
get
sister,
monetized,
yeah,
you should declare the income. Yes, you can write certain stuff off, but if they wanted to, they can come at you from a tax angle as well.
yeah.
So again, you've got to know
That's how they
the
got
ins
Al
and outs of the
Capone,
cat's
isn't it?
basket.
That's how they got Al Capone.
Yes.
Not for murder, not for alcohol running, but for tax evasion.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying that they would do that. I'm not saying that the amount of money. It's the principle that let's face it. If the government pay you £1 over or less, they have the right to take that money back. And if you refuse, then they'll come at you from another direction. You could
Yeah,
end
pay
up being
your tax.
accused of fraud or whatever. So you need to be wary of that. It's one of the reasons why I don't want to be monetized in any way, shape, or form. I
Yeah.
don't want the tax man after me
Yeah.
in any way, shape, or form. It's just not worth it. If
YouTube.
I get to a point where I can be monetized, do I want to be? No. Do I want to be able to buy more equipment that I need, etc.? Well, yeah, I do, but let's face it, there's other ways to do it, and to get that those facilities. We have a very close knit community and people who support us, etc. But if you're going down the route of YouTube paying you, they take their cut. They still have to declare where they're getting their income from. And if they wanted to find out a little bit more information as to where they're making those payments to, that's when it could get a little bit tricky for you. And it could take the coppers years through investigation, but if they wanted to, they could, especially if you make too many inroads towards them, you start taking on the state, because that's what you are doing by taking on the police. You're taking on the state because they work for the state. They don't work for us. We would like them to work for us, but they don't. We pay into the state, and the state actually sets where the boundaries are and what we are allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. And that's the whole point of having the freedom to stand up against them. And it's an ongoing battle. And eventually we will win it. And I've no doubt whether that's going to be in my lifetime or not is another thing entirely. But this is why we need to have new people coming in. We need to have an education program for people so that they understand what it is that we're doing and why we're doing it, so that they can pick up the baton next time around.
What do you mean by you people? Am I joking?
Sorry?
I said, what do you mean by you people? But I'm only joking.
I was just about to say, hang on.
Well, Grim's not a person, is he? So never mind. I can't say it now.
Yeah. It's a persona.
Persona. I'll see you, Amanda. Amanda's had to jump.
All right, no worries, Amanda. Thank you.
And Rasta, he's good.
Well, Rasta disappeared. I don't know whether that was an internet connection or what, but hopefully, people come back. It's great. Hold on to the law and enforce the law through private prosecution. It's free to a private prosecution. Yes, but then it can get expensive if it goes against you. Because you got to go through the appeals process. And when I say expensive, I'm also talking about time. Time is a commodity at the end of the day, and it's probably the only commodity which is worth anything, is somebody's own time. If somebody comes to me and they offer me their time, that is more important to me than any financial offer, to be honest. Because time, it means that you are giving that time, and I can't put a price on that. I just think that it's fantastic, and it's something which I appreciate. I might take the mickey occasionally, but that's just me. But if you can't do it, then that's fine. No one's going to think anything less of you. You just need to do what is right for you and your personal circumstances. And as you get older, wiser, more experienced, your circumstances change. Because all it could take is a health condition, and you've seriously got to consider whether or not you're able to continue doing auditing. You've got to take that into account. And if you can't do that, then okay, what can I do? Because you've still got a lot to offer. So
since we're talking about expenses and stuff, if you had to turn to HNK or Ian Gould, is there any kind of funding or legal aid that you're entitled to, or is it
no legal aid?
Say no legal aid.
None.
Right. Okay. So it's all out of your own pocket then. You've got to be
You
prepared
can
for
get
that.
pro bono if they think that the case is winnable and they're willing to do the work and get paid on the back end. Some solicitors are willing to do that.
Okay.
Just talking to them.
If it's a criminal situation, there are certain things which will be covered through legal aid. But if it's a private prosecution, for instance, and you need legal advice, then you are going to get charged one way or another, or sooner or later. Because if there's a settlement at the end of it and you win the case, I can guarantee you that there will be something that you have to pay to your legal team. So it's always, you need to know what you're getting into before you do something. That's the only advice I can give you.
Yeah.
You do realise there's some companies, like some journalists, for instance, they take out an insurance, like an insurance policy sort of thing, and they have like firms, solicitor firms. They provide this premium service, right? It's like an insurance where if your company gets into any legal issues, whatever legal issues you might have, these people will take it on, and you pay them like a monthly fee, like sort of like a retainer, like a membership fee. And any issues you have, they will jump on and deal with it. You look into it.
Who's this again? Sorry.
Several companies, actually, several large firms offer that, but they offer it to not private individuals. They offer it mostly. It's mostly for companies and businesses. So if you've got any legal issues that you have, it's good to have like a solicitor on standby, right? So you might have problems with copyright or other legal issues, contract issues, whatever. It can get really costly if you've got to pick up the phone every now and then and find a new solicitor. So what they do is they take out like an insurance premium sort of thing. You pay like a monthly fee, and they're on standby. Any issue you have, they're on call. You call them up, and they send someone down to deal with it.
Okay.
They usually put you in contact with a specialist. There may be some charges that if it's an ongoing situation, but because you're already signed up, you probably get a reduced rate. But it is something which is worthwhile looking into. I mean, what would you rather do? Pay, say, £20 a month for argument's sake, or whatever the price is, or get charged thousands of pounds in one go, that you haven't got?
I guess it's something
James Freeman actually uses that sort of service, but I suppose in America it's different. Over here it'd be different. I think there are companies over here that provide that service, but it's more for like contract laws and things like that. They don't, you want to go to like a specialist, like someone like who H&K or Ian Gould, who specialises in those sort of cases. Otherwise, they'll just pass you along to someone else. You don't know who you're getting at the end of the day. Whereas if you go to someone who has a track record, you kind of, you're halfway there, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get arrested for anything and you haven't got access to a solicitor, you get a duty solicitor. And then if you go to court, you get another duty solicitor who has no idea what the case is all about.
They can mess you up every time. They're not there working for you; they're there working for themselves. Remember that, right? Some of them, there's a reason why they call them liars. Liars. Yeah, they're the biggest snakes on the planet, man. They'll sell you, throw you under the bus, trade you, play you like a chip on a game of poker in a heartbeat if it benefits them.
Listen, guys, thanks for having me up. I have to step down. Grim, if you find somebody that you would like me to give advice and to sort of point in the right direction to do your editing for you, drop me an email. It's on my page. I'll be more than happy to do that. It's just doing full-time editing for somebody takes up a lot of time, and I just don't have all that time,
Yeah, I mean, even if you can show me how to use Audacity, things like that, then that would help me out a great deal.
Well, Audacity is for sound, right? So I'm still learning that, you know. But
right.
but the great thing about YouTube is it's also one of the best search engines out there. So if you get your hands on these software and then you want to do a particular thing, you can just put it in the YouTube search engine,
Yeah.
and it will show you. And then there's hundreds of tutorials that show you how to do each thing that you need to do.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that. You're great advice, actually.
Yeah, it really is that easy, and it just takes time and practice to get good at it. You know.
Yeah. All right then. Cheers.
And
Thank you.
if you need any advice, if you need any tips, if you need any help, drop me an email, and I'll be more than willing.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Anytime.
Okay. Always a pleasure, mate.
Right. See you every
time. Take care, Pluto, mate. I'll speak to you later.
Take care. Lord of Audits, hello.
Hey up, Lord. He's changed his... No, never mind. We won't go down that route.
Good job he's got a sense of humour, that's all I can say.
So what we're going to talk about now, then?
Oh, I don't know. As I say, this was just on the back of what we were doing earlier on the radio show, so to speak. I need to do a little bit of research around that.
Right, that last link that I sent you with the audio, have a little read through there, because I think that I think that's your problem.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that later on. When I say later on, it'll be probably early hours. I'm going to disappear. Doesn't mean to say that this live can't continue, because Stangu doesn't need to go yet, do you?
Not really, no. Kyle, can I just point out what Lord said? It's not leaving it, look. He has more of a sense of humour than he has hair, lol.
See what I mean? This is just because of a comment I made.
As bad as each other, I reckon.
We are. We have a warped sense of humour, both of us. I have called him Bald of Audits. and he's called himself the Lord of Baldness. But that's something totally different. Now I need to try and get a better sleep pattern than I have been doing recently. I'll probably fall asleep now and then, wake up in the early hours again. But hey, that's the way it goes.
I was just thinking that you want to get some sleep so that you can get up at 4 and do another live. Oh yeah, the Quim Reaper, the Quim Reaper.
Yes, see what I mean? Play on words. Now he's just trying to be intelligent. One day you'll succeed, sir.
I think you said it right this time, didn't you? It's Reaper, not Repair.
Oh, don't you start.
Reaper.
Okay, right. Let's get this clear. Right. The very first website domain I got, I misspelt. Right? Not a problem. But not only did I not spot the mistake, but neither did the person who was supposed to have been checking it. Did you, Mellows?
You'd already made the mistake.
No, you
got there in the end
without checking.
We got there in the end. It was too late by then.
It was funny.
We called it the Radio Repair. I mean, I think we should kind of do something with it. We should, I don't know, make a pair like in a ship. Put like a Grim Reaper hoodie and give him like a little sigh, you know, and have him chasing after an apple and have the apple with a bite taken out of his ass, you know. You know, some fun. Repair. Yeah, or have a pear in the shape. Do you remember that? What was that game where you had the tweezers and you had to pull out the little funny bones?
Operation.
Yeah, but in the shape of a pear. You right, and then you got a fucking apple reaching in there with the tweezers trying to pull out this little. I'll shut up.
Yes, that is the history of how we got the name for the Grim Reaper radio show.
Hi, Purple Spliff. Sorry, I didn't see you there, mate.
I've got you got to have a sense of humour. Believe me, the sort of mistakes. Mind you, that a number of times I almost wrecked the website even before it went live. Was unbelievable. Good job, I got good backup support.
I was thinking maybe they got a thing. They got the right idea with this yellow and blue. Maybe we should just recolor your website as yellow and blue, just yellow.
No. People get the wrong idea.
No brainwashing, no.
Hello, Purple.
Hi, Purple.
Hello, how's it going, Sam? You alright, guys? Yeah.
Audio's cutting in and out.
Can you hear me okay?
No, it's very crackly.
Do you want to go out and then come back in with a bit of luck? That'll clear it.
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'll let you straight back in, or Stangu will.
Sometimes I get this problem, and it turns out when I look back to see where the problem is, it's not on the recording, and I'm wondering whether running this through Firefox, as Mello suggested, may sort that problem out. So I'm gonna do that.
Chrome is very, very temperamental. I only use it for one add-on tool, which is TubeBuddy, and that's it. I don't use Chrome at all. I'll use Opera, I'll use Brave, I'll use Firefox. That gives me more than enough. I don't really.
Yeah.
What do you think about
Still breaking up. Purple, you're still breaking up, man.
Sorry, Purple. Your audio is really crackly. Have you got a mic plugged into it?
No,
Make sure it's. Is it a mobile phone? You put it on loudspeaker instead, maybe. Or a headset. I don't know.
Okay, cancellation on speakerphone.
You're on speaker.
I'm not even getting it. Every other word. It is. That is back.
Okay?
Much better. Here we go. Say some more.
Yeah, it's me. Purple Split.
Perfect. Big up, mate. How you doing?
Yeah. But saying that, I'm going to listen in the background and probably fall asleep with a bit of luck.
Leave us here, Grim. We'll take care of things.
Yeah, I was going to say, as long as I don't, we don't get too many queen bombs, it shouldn't be a problem.
Wait until tomorrow. We'll sing you a lullaby, Grim.
You don't need to do that. I'm sure you talking will help me go to sleep. You're a cure for insomnia, sir.
He'll be back in 5 minutes. He's like a junkie, like a crackhead. He'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's not going to happen straight away. See you in a few minutes. I'll catch you guys later. In the meantime, take care. Look after each other.
Cheers, bro.
Look after this channel.
See you in a bit, mate.
Cheers. Bye.
Right.
Can't promise everything now, can we?
Very hard to.
See, I told you, he'll be back in a second. Look, couple of minutes.
I haven't even clicked the leave yet.
He's not going to sleep until the stream goes down, are you?
I'm going to be listening intently.
Do you want us to speak quietly?
Yeah.
We can speak quietly if that makes it any better for you.
Oh, God, See you later, guys. Night.
In a bit.
Night, Graham.
Good night, mate.
What are we going to do now, then?
I'll tell you what, Mellows, I don't know if you remember, but I think the very first live stream I was on, about a year or two ago, I think you were on it. I don't know if you remember.
Very possibly, man. I've been on a lot of lives over the years.
I've seen it on a few, but I think it was auditing Hull's stream a while ago.
Was I in the chat or was I on the panel or something?
You were on the panel. It might have been someone else's. I've been on quite a few myself, so you know.
Yeah. Yeah, how you been? You okay?
I've been okay, yeah.
You got any new stuff up? Have you got a channel?
Yeah. I've got just over 100 subscribers.
All right, well, post the link up. Let's have a look. Let's subscribe. I'll subscribe.
I can't do it.
You got the link, Stangu?
Yeah, I'm getting it now.
Stangu can do it. He's a genius. Pretty much.
Yeah, you should also be able to put some links up as well. I mean, the rest of us, it would just be like dead links.
I've only got a tablet, so it's not got full laptop capability, but it's pretty good. It's a Lenovo.
In this day and age, we make the most with what we've got right where we are.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm going to do.
And, coming back to what we were saying earlier about, favourite auditors, I don't really have a favourite auditor, It was like, it reminded me of the story I once told my kids, when they were asking me, who do I love more? I love, you love me more than her or whatever. And I basically told her, I got a little hand and I said to her, look, if you had to cut off one of your fingers, which one would you cut off? Which one would you rather cut off? Which one do you love more? I think together we're stronger. When you start to, I prefer this one or this one's better, that kind of creates that division where it weakens us. They're all my brothers, because I love them all, because they're doing what I can't. They're standing up for my rights. They're my rights they're standing up for. They're highlighting an injustice done to one of us is an injustice done to all of us. When we're sat back and we allow these people to commit crimes against us, we are consenting to it. We are allowing it to happen to others. And when it comes to us, what then? So I support every single one of these guys, right? I love them all. They're my brothers. I will support every single one of them any way that I can. They are doing what I can't physically. So I'll do anything I can. Maybe there's something they can't do. I'll help them do it. Whatever it is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's cool. Nice one.
That's it. You've got to respect anybody that's willing to, maybe put their freedom on the line and stand up against the.
Come on, man! You've got the balls to get up there and stand there and find a. I mean, I'm not talking about the good police officers or so-called good plus. I'm not talking about these people are not the problem. The problem are the criminals with the badges. When you come across one of these guys and he violates you and he does all these nasty things to you, I mean, these are the people that we need to weed out, and this is the bad apple that we need to get rid of. We need to find these people. So if you've got the balls to go and find such a person, then mate, fucking hell, all respect to you, bro. We need more people like you, man. As far as I'm concerned, because the people who are supposed to be keeping an eye on, keeping these people in check, are not doing their job, clearly. So when they're not doing their job, when the media is not doing their job, when the government is not doing their job, it's up to us to do it for them. When tyranny becomes law, disobedience becomes duty, right?
Yeah.
100%. It seems tyranny is slowly becoming law, though, doesn't it? That's the thing. Well, not exactly law, but how long is it going to be?
You just got to get on the ground and expose this stuff, because these people who are supposed to be looking out for the police or whatever, or overlooking them, they're not on the ground, are they? They're sort of controlling from top, and they're looking at statistics every year, and
it's not even like that. It's almost as if they are controlling it from the top down. You see, shit rolls downhill, right? Yeah. It's all from the top down. Everything's from the top down. You see, if you've got so much corrupt police officers on the police force, it's because the people who are training them, the people who are recruiting them, are fucking corrupt themselves, right? Obvious. I mean, it's not rocket science. It's just mathematics.
Yeah. But how to find the people at the top? How to get to them? They're always hiding away. They're usually protected.
By I don't know. There is no real solution. Otherwise, I'd be doing it. Someone would be doing it. The only solution I can find at the moment that's available to us is, the law. And the law is, they have to be transparent in everything they do. So we got to use it, man. Got to use it any which way we can. We're losing this war, whether you like it or not. They're shoving down new laws down our throats, whether we like it or not. They're changing everything. They're going to completely change the whole way of reality. How the way we live today is, in the next couple of years, you won't even recognize this world. So, you either sit around, put your head in your bucket, and wait for it to happen. We'll say no, man. Stand up, do something, whatever it is, man. Support someone, share a video, for fuck's sakes. You know what I mean? Do something.
It's pretty much all we can do right now. I mean, look how heavily armed they're getting. I mean, when did this happen? They started giving them tasers, and then all of a sudden they got sidearms. You look at Manchester, and they're walking around with, well, I don't know, are they semi-automatic, but automatic weapons wherever they are?
Stormtroopers out of Star Wars.
Yeah, well, they're pretty much like military. I mean, what are they arming themselves for? What is it because they're expecting something to happen, We don't stand a chance against it.
They're expecting it to happen because they know, when you know something's going to happen, it's because you're usually, planning and preparing for it and making it so, yeah?
Yeah.
Sounds like they're trying to over-assert their authority, like they're just trying to scare people, but that's what they're good at, isn't it?
Well, yeah. And how long is it going to be before?
They want to enslave us all. They want to depopulate the planet. I mean, if the people who are ignorant and brainwashed to believe anything other than that, they're part of the problem. But that is ultimately, I mean, they've declared it so. They've put enough videos up online, and it's okay for them to put those videos up online. It's fine. But the minute you share those videos, you'll get, strikes and get shut down, and it's crazy. It's one rule for them and another for you. One, a rule for thee, but none for me. As they say.
Yeah.
Case of double standards.
Of course it is. If they break the law when they do, right? It doesn't. It's not a criminal matter, is it? I mean, they lose their job. When you break the law, Jesus, that's it. Especially if it's a topic of substance that the media can get their hands on, you're going away, mate, whether you're guilty or not.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Peter just says there. I mean, it feels like this. They are the guards to the invisible prison we live in. That's how it feels, isn't it? With all these armed cops walking around.
That sounds like a song.
Prison industry in this country is by far one of the largest, right? We pay billions of pounds every year, right, to put a lot of people inside, right, and to keep them there, and to feed them, and to do all of these things. And most of these prisons are being sold off to privatization now. So it's all, going out. I mean, it's not like the Crown owns any of these prisons or runs any of these prisons anymore. They're all outsourced to, companies like Serco and G4S and other private companies, which they own themselves, right? They themselves own, So they basically just, it's like a unlimited tap they have on the purse, on the public's purse, so they could just keep taking as much as they want. As much as they want. Keep taking. All right, create more crime on the streets. It's no problem, because the more crime you create on the streets, the more money that they're going to make. You know, it's a business at the end of the day. You really think the freight loads, the amount of truckloads that come through into this country, the amount of drugs that come into this country, you really think that it's some Mickey Mouse person from half a mile away? Nah, man. It's from the top down. It has to be someone at the top allowing this amount to come through. I mean, Jesus, the UK is like a distribution centre for the world. Do you know what I mean? It's from the top down, man. The whole thing's corrupt. Guy Fawkes had the right idea, man. He just, the only thing he did wrong was getting caught. But I don't advocate violence. But you know, this has to be. I think the only real way is for people to wake up and say, no, you know, I ain't doing that. We ain't having that anymore. Do you know what I mean? It's just because so many people are just closed-minded to it, and now with all these masks. And you know, all these things, and separate and keep people in this social distance or whatever. We're separated, we're divided, we're more easily controllable. You know, that's why all the divisions, all the transgender this, the bloody that, the all the migrants, you know, they want to divide so many people into different little small groups because they can control them more easily. It gives them more reason to govern us because we're not coexisting. You know, because of all of this division, because we're not seeing eye to eye. They have to come over and say, no, you can't do this, you have to do this, you have to buy a license, you have to pay for permit, you need permission to fart, you need permission to breathe, you know. And now they've broken the NHS and they're going to privatise it. But what do you think is going to happen when Bill Gates owns the NHS? You know, when your doctor down the road, he has to pay his mortgage, you know, what do you think, you know, when you come in there, he's going to, you know, you need an amputation, you need a bypass, he's going to do, you know, he's got to pay his mortgage at the end of the day, right? That's where we're heading towards. So if you can afford to live, you can afford. If you can't, you'll be selling pieces of yourself to survive or for your family to survive. That's the world they want to create. You know, they had this tweet that they took down from the World Economic Forum. Now, isn't it time that we should start talking about the benefits of the rejuvenation effects of the blood of a young minor? I mean, what do you want to talk about? You actually expect to grab 10 and 12-year-old kids and hook them up to a device and start draining blood from them just so some 80, 90-year-old, 100-year-old can live a few more days? Fuck him, man. Let him die. I don't want my kid or any other kid going through all of that shit. What kind of world are we going to create, man? These people are insane. And they're running the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you talk about compliance as well, I mean, there's more and more jobs. I mean, there's the money aspect. You know, the high vises, they're in the city centres, whether they be environmental officers, traffic warden. They seem to be growing and growing. And those people are they're compliant and they're being encouraged. They're multiplying. But they're the kind of people that expect some kind of respect, but also those above them will expect it from them. It's like a chain that's growing, and they're all becoming more and more compliant, aren't they? Because of this. Oh, we got, hi, Master Ron, hi, Zombie. Yeah, I mean, they're creating these jobs, and again, like, if you drop a fag end and walk, 10 metres away, they try and prosecute you for it, get a bit more money in.
Yeah, but they're not police. They don't have any actual powers. They're just a private company. Yeah,
but it's the state of mind. The state of mind, they expect people to do as they say, even if they've got no power.
Right, so check this out, right? Let me explain to me this twilight zone that I've woken up into, right? They've, at the same time, they're recruiting new litter pickers, litter finers, whatever you want to call them, right? Yeah. And at the same time, they want to introduce a new law, a staring law, right? You heard that one? Right. So what happens with these litter? Are they not going to be breaking this law that they want to promote, that they want to bring in, by staring at people?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Because I mean, they've got to stare at people to do their job, right?
They're gonna police it.
How the hell are they going to police that? Are they going to do that? I mean,
the camera staring at that girl for 5 seconds.
And he was licking his lips. We are in Twilight Zone. It's that guy. I'm waiting for him to pop up, around a corner somewhere and start saying some weird shit. What's his name from the Twilight Zone? That guy.
Rob Serling.
Rob Serling, yeah, that's him. I'm waiting for him to pop up around a corner somewhere saying, "You have entered the Twilight Zone." It's insane. The reality that I've woken up into is absolutely insane. People have lost their minds. They are.
Does anybody ever wrote a book called How to Wake People Up Protected?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Good luck with that.
Someone must be working on it.
Can you say that again? Because I couldn't hear it with the echo going on. What did you say?
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of echo on when Mellows is on.
Yeah, it's that problem again. It doesn't feed back on himself. It's just everybody else. I can't remember. Somebody else had that, and I don't know. It was Grandad, I think. He keeps getting it, but I don't know what he does to stop it.
You're quite quiet compared to Mellows as well.
Oh, am I? Am I still quiet now?
A bit.
That's as loud as I can go on mine, I'm afraid. But yeah.
No, that's cool. But yeah, this is just crazy. We just need to work together. As many of us as are willing to, collaborate. We just need to work together and not be divided. Not let ourselves be divided by prats that just want to come in and tear things up and distort things and
Yeah.
Name no names, but we all know the people.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, people are given cameras. I mean, there are those that are doing it for a cause, right? But then you got your protests. You don't see those protesters, like, not all of them anyway, with cameras in their hands, filming everything. And more so, I mean, before the whole YouTube and the audio thing, there was lots of us out there with our own private wars against the authorities, without the aid of cameras. Okay, we paid the price at times, but we were standing our ground. Without a camera, there's no proof. I mean, cameras are, they're useful now, especially the body cams. They wear the body cam, we can wear a body cam, and they're trying to stop us wearing the body cam, aren't they? Because they don't want the evidence thrown back at them, I guess.
Oh, SG's in the private. There's an echo.
Oh, is it?
There is an echo.
Yeah, there is an echo.
I think it's Mellows.
I thought I could bring somebody up on stage, but I think it's because I left. Were you? Oh, damn it! I can't see backstage.
Do you need Grim?
Yeah. I mean, when I first set this up, I could have done it, but because I left for the update, I think.
Can we summon him back from the other side? Do you think?
Go on then. Let's do a ritual. I've got some black candles.
Some
dragon's blood burning.
Here we go. I've got a candle on.
Can you hear us, Grim? We need assistance.
Grim Reaper Radio Show.
Yeah, Stu, I couldn't do anything until I updated my computer, and it took a few minutes, but in that time, I don't know what happened, but I can't bring anybody up on stage. Grim is listening, and if you can hear us, could you bring SG up?
Evening, SG. You should come up on panel and chat with us. So you're an incredible guy to chat to.
I can't do it from here, can I? Nope.
Everybody knows SG is the king of live streams. Yeah.
He still holds that crown. Where's that crown, right?
He does.
Even somebody suggested it to Amanda, you know, can you do it for so long? And she goes, no chance. I can't. You know, she just couldn't go 54 hours.
54 hours.
Yeah. What a show.
Legend.
I mean, I remember going to work and coming back, and it's still going. And this, you know, like 2 days, come back, and it was like, hang on, it's still the same stream. It just blew my mind. I went to sleep listening to it, woke up, switched it on while I was getting ready. You know, sometimes stuck the earpiece in at work.
Try listening to that back all at once if you missed it.
There you go. Oh, did I just hear?
Hello.
Hey, SG.
Yeah, how is everyone? Yeah.
Were you just playing something? There you go.
Pretty cool. Ghostbusters.
How you doing, SG?
Sorry. Yeah. But it is like some kind of Twilight Zone. It's a mix between Twilight Zone, you know, like now it's time for something completely different. You know, like fucking some comedy show mixed with some Hellraiser show as well, you know, on a daily basis of like what the fuck is going on.
It's just a very unfunny
But
joke,
it's sci-fi
isn't it, really?
in there as well now, you know.
Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah.
Stuff that's so unbelievable. People will never believe it because they say it's unbelievable. And when they categorize it as unbelievable, they'll never believe it. I hate the word unbelievable. It's just so unbelievable, isn't it?
Hey, that's unbelievable, man.
Yeah, man.
You look unbelievable. Well, how can I look unbelievable if you can't believe it? Believe it.
I usually say, well, are you experiencing it? And it's like, well, yeah. Well, then why can't you believe it at the very least? To a degree or something, you know? I mean, don't believe anything that you hear and nothing of what you see as well. But, you know, I say nothing. What I really mean is most of it. You can't guarantee most of what you see anyway.
No.
Which you may have found out if you record things, because you find out that I didn't see that before.
Yeah. You miss a lot of things.
Yeah.
It picks up.
Also, I mean, I say this because, like, scientifically, it's supposed to be proven that we have to make up a certain amount of our sensory input because it's all just too much, including what we see.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah,
you're blocking stuff out and things like that.
Well,
or just...
you're changing things. You're accepting them as something because you kind of saw it, but it actually wasn't that because you couldn't see it properly. Let's say, you know, as an example.
Yeah.
It's the filters.
You know, if I'm driving around a corner, right, and there's me and somebody else in the car, and I had this as an experience, and I said, "Oh, look at that cat," and they said it was a dog, and they said exactly what dog it was, and I said exactly what cat I thought it was. Was it both, or was it what we thought it was, but not actually really what it was?
Do you know? I find something that I'm not going to. I'm not going to generalize, but like conspiracy theorists, I'm not having a pop up at anyone that's conspiracy theorist or whatever, truther. But I find. Right, okay. You know, some people, they can't handle the simple truth, so they blow it out of proportion.
You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth, that's it. So they make a conspiracy out of it.
So right. If you believe you can't handle it, or if they believe you can't handle it, well, you probably can't handle it. Because people can't handle the fucking truth.
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, ignorant bliss.
Yeah.
Ignorant bliss. That's all bliss is, I think.
I think the more you know, the more you wish you never knew. That's for sure. That's what it's been. That in my case. Yeah, I have had that moment, those moments where I wish I didn't know what I know today.
I mourned for the old woolly-brained, you know, eggshell belief system I had about the world. I mourned for it because I was really let down. You know, I thought in general we were heading towards something more positive and better. But it looks like there's not enough people in actual power that believe that and want to actually put that into actions rather than just beliefs and words.
You know why, SG?
Because the battle against the ones who have an agenda is very difficult, because people die and their agendas live on over generations and generations.
Sure. I was just going to say because they don't have the vision. They don't have the vision. That's why they don't.
Well, you know, when people who like, it seems the good in to be able to have good reign over evil, you know, win against evil, you have to be really careful. And good, unfortunately, isn't really set up like that on our planet. You know, it has been where, like, you know, the good come together and work together in action and make change for the positive against evil.
It's the only way it works.
The evil is the army, and we're all, like, you know, compartmentalized in our little boxes everywhere, separated with our own viewpoint. We haven't quite come together, have we?
Yeah, that's the art of it. That is the you know, the divide and conquer strategy that they've been using on us for countless years. You know, the division is what separates us. You know, what divides us, what keeps us apart, what keeps us, you know, our little world, our own little problems. You know, everyone's wrapped up in their own little world. They don't have time, you know, for any other bollocks. Do you know what I mean? And especially when the media is constantly bombarding them with what to think and what to worry about and what to, you know, it kind of, you know, they don't have to do the research themselves. They could just, you know, take it for granted. Oh, he's done the research for me, so I should listen to him. You know, maybe he knows better. You know, he'll know better because he's been studying it all day. I haven't had the time to do it. Do you know what I mean? So they believe these people, but you know, this is the problem. You know, our belief system in the system, in the education system, in the police system, in the court system, in the you know, in the health system, has been deteriorated and destroyed and kind of done deliberately in order for us to you know, lose our public that faith in that system. You know, that classic Hegelic dialect. You know, they create a problem, offer them a solution. You know, problem, reaction, solution. You know, you want the donkey to move forward, you dangle a carrot and the donkey will follow you all day long. But you want to sit there and beat him, you'll beat him to death. He ain't gonna budge. He ain't gonna budge. You know, everyone's. Yeah. So with the government, it's always carrot stick. You know, there's always a carrot or a stick. So either you're gonna follow the carrot or you're gonna take the stick. You know. Sorry.
Do you know, SG? When you were talking, when Mellows was on, I couldn't hear a word of what you were saying. It was just.
I know it's my fault there.
Was it?
Well, if I was talking when Mellows was talking, yeah.
No, I think it's because there's some like feedback. You weren't coming through clearly.
Yeah, and it's my fault for trying to talk. That's what I mean. when that's happening, like, yeah.
Well, like I was saying to Stango, it's a lot easier to hear Mellows because he's a lot louder. Not sure why.
Yeah, he's got like a buzzy microphone, but when he speaks, I can hear him. Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't.
I'm told you get used to it, but I can never get used to this humming noise. It's doing my head in. It sounds like a tractor on my side, or a helicopter.
Yeah. I don't think that the humming's not the problem. It's the feedback, isn't it? The echo. Because I don't think you hear it. It doesn't echo when you're talking.
Wanted to hum in tune.
Yeah, that's why I got to mute and quickly unmute again.
So I keep muting yourself. That's not a problem.
You can hear me coming a mile away. It's like the helicopter's coming, the Black Hawk is coming.
You need a whisper mode.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning, that kind of thing. The choppers are coming. Going back, I mean, we're talking about like the Santa Claus scenario, like when you're a kid and you believe in the fairies and the Santa Claus, and you grow up, your eyes open through experience, and you see the horrors of the world. It's like back when you're a kid again. You hear about wars and watch
That's
war
exactly
movies.
what it is. The veil of illusions have been lifted. You now see the devil without his clothes on. The emperor's no longer wearing any clothes. You can see through the illusion. You can see him standing there, balls naked. That's what's happening now. When I look at Boris, I picture him naked, and it disturbs me.
Cheers for that.
I think the parable story was that
Traumatized from it. I need to bleach my mind.
But he believed he had clothes, and then everyone could see that he actually didn't. And like that's kind of how not exactly how, but I see people as zombies personally. I go, oh, are you a zombie? Yeah, you're a zombie. Yeah, oh well. NPC is a non-player character.
Yeah,
he's working on the programmed, set of reactions.
Or we could call them maybe
going on in the world nowadays.
Automatic drones. Well, automatic drones.
Automation is coming, whether we like it or not. It's here now. We've already spent millions and billions of pounds in the infrastructure. It's coming.
I went and spoke again. Well, sorry.
They're people with souls. We need to wake them up.
And you know what? I don't like that whole wake up. I say open their eyes. No.
Open their eyes. Good one.
Yeah, because even the words, they've hijacked them, you see? They've changed the meanings of the words. They've distorted our history and our reality. They've changed famous quotes. I'm one of those famous quotes freaks, right? I built a famous quote website years ago for someone. And I kind of like remember the quotes, right? Some of them I remember them verbatim, especially when my mind is not, stunned. But I noticed them today. Even today, you go and look up a quote, and I feel that it's like. Have you ever heard of the Mandela effect? Have you ever looked into the Mandela effect or heard of it? Yeah, that's how I feel. It's like it's almost as if they've changed it, and the perception of reality has changed. Through the wonders of Google and everything else that they control. It's crazy, man. Crazy.
Well, this is something for you, isn't it, SG?
Yes, I'm very interested in that. To be honest.
Yeah.
There's a list of all the thingy somewhere, the Mandela effects, and there's thousands of them now. Thousands. It just goes beyond like some fucking memory. Almost like what I was saying, where we make things up, and people also like remember things like that. I realize that does happen sometimes, but not to the level on specificity. I've not said that right. Specificity. Oh my god, I can't say it. Yeah, specifically. I didn't choose to say that in the first place, and I thought, I'll fucking say it. Anyway, there's one I didn't say. Okay. Usually I'm all right. Moving swiftly on. So.
Here you go. We're going to talk about this Mandela effect, right, and where we get this idea from, right? I mean, for the benefit of the audience, I don't know if everyone is aware of what the Mandela effect is or what the hell we're actually talking about, but basically, it comes from a conspiracy theory from the the old CERN laboratory that they've built underneath Switzerland and France, right? It's a big 17-mile giant tunnel ring tunnel that they've built underneath these two countries, right? And it houses the most expensive toy on the planet, right? And this toy, what it does is supposedly they hope will create a portal to another dimension. Yeah. We've spent, our government has invested, lots of other governments around the world, with the help of the World Economic Forum and all their pals, they've all dipped into our pockets and taken billions of pounds to create this thing. And just to power it for a little short time, right, it consumes the amount of energy that a whole city would use to run for a whole year, sort of thing. Right, I'm not sure of the exact science and how much electricity, but that's how much energy they consume just to switch it on, right? And it's on right now, yeah, and we're in the middle of an energy crisis, yeah? They're using it right now, by the way, yeah, just to rub that in. And flying giant dildos up into space while we're in an energy crisis, right? Anyway. Yeah, so going back to the CERN, right? So they hope that this thing, right, is going to open up a portal to another dimension, right? I mean, this is from them. This is not a conspiracy. This is them telling us. This is them, the scientists themselves, telling us this is what we're hoping to do. Right? At the same time, they're doing all these weird stuff outside their building, right? Right outside their building, right, on the junction of where, just so happens where the Apollo Temple was, when the Greeks used to. But anyway, this place, right? They've put this massive statue of the Shiva god, right? Big giant circle, this god with all these hands and whatever in the middle. I'm sure you've seen that god, right? God Shiva, the destroyer. And they perform these rituals outside, including sacrifices, right? There's a video that was debunked. Supposedly, it was supposed to be a prank. But there was basically a video going around, it went viral at the time, of a woman lying down naked, and some hooded creatures went over to her and just stabbed her, like in a ritual kind of thing, and the camera guy shit himself and ran away. Yeah, you can find that video if it's still knocking around, if they haven't deleted it. But why? I mean, it's not the only video you'll find on the net about CERN. Really weird stuff they put on creating these videos, performing these rituals, these weird rituals. You know what I mean? Like to Shiva.
What is a ritual?
I can send you the video. I don't know where you want to play. Some like dances and like a plays, like a weird sort of play sort of thing. Just do CERN, CERN, right? Weird rituals, and you'll find shitloads of them, right? Weird rituals. You'll find there was one when they did the opening to the tunnel, right? Where they did some weird ass, just like they did in the 2012 Olympics, some weird opening ceremony sort of thing, and they put on this performance, and it was weird as fuck. It was like the zombie invasion sort of thing, it's weird, man. You gotta watch it.
Are you talking about? Oh my god! Like this one here, bizarre ceremony opens world's longest tunnel, and it looks like
Watch that. That was right on the CERN thing. That was it was the same people that are investing in CERN. And the whole reason why they built that tunnel is because of the CERN thing. Yeah. Watch that. Watch that. That's weird as fuck. That'll twist your brain up.
Yeah, what I would say is, you want to ask yourself really, if you don't know, what is a ritual? And what a ritual usually is something sinister in some kind of way, asking something in the non so sinister way to help you by doing something that they want.
Well, ritual doesn't have to be a sinister thing. I mean, when you go to church, right, and you do and the priest gives you like a little thing, and she gives you a bit of wine or whatever. That's a ritual, right? They don't have to be sinister. It's just You know, when you're putting on hoods and then a naked girl lies down on the floor and then you stick a knife in her chest, that's a bit weird. You know, it's a bit of a weird ritual, in my opinion.
I don't do bloodletting.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
Well,
they
could be
want to be
healthy.
looked at. I personally, even the good ones, you know, like you just said, you go to church or whatever, I questioned them as well. And then when I looked into both sides of it, they're kind of a mirror image of each other. Just one's good and one's bad. So what's that say?
It's an indoctrination tool.
Right, it says,
Look, religion has always been, right, religion and faith have never been the same, right? They're not the same thing, right? Religion was one of those things that the Romans learned to use, right, to control the population, right? See, before religion, before they got a grasp on religion and how to use religion to control the people, they used to control them with chains and whips and have them gladiators, arenas, and torture and kill people and hang and crucify them. And this is what they used to use to control the people, to control the masses. And even then, with the likes of Spartacus and other people like them, you know, who challenged the system, they realized that controlling people by force, you can only control them to a point where they just won't, you know, it doesn't matter how many times you whip them, they're just not going to take it anymore. They're going to stand up and fight you, right? So they realized that they need a better way of controlling people, which is why Constantine, he invited everybody, all the holy scriptures, and he brought all the people in the Council of Nicaea. And then they decided to throw away what was doctrine, what was canon, and what was not, and they created, you know, the Old Testament. And then they sat there and recreated the New Testament. And that is basically religion in a nutshell, right? Just people writing, deciding what was what, and just to control people. That's what religion is, a system of control. Now faith is something different. Faith is something completely different. Faith is what the people with religion use to control you with. That's it.
100%. When I see that image of what's his name, Jesus, on that cross, I see a threat. You know, whether he be real or not, it's a threat to us. You know, you step out of line, we'll crucify you. Can I just pause for a sec? Because Bear wants to come up. I don't know if Grim's listening. If you're still awake, Grim, can you let Bear in for us, please?
Oh, first fair.
Yeah, I don't see it as a threat, but I think I understand what you're saying. The way I look at it, Stangu, is that it is a threat that you're supposed to be looking at, but it's an image of something that's more important than who it was. But the fact that they do that to those that speak out.
But who turned it around?
He spoke.
When you control what someone believes, right? You don't have to force them to fight your wars, right? You don't have to force them under threat of whip and whatever, you know. They will jump in front of a bullet for you because they believe.
Yeah, the difference with religion is you can have faith in that religion.
Yeah, that's faith.
Faith is just like love, right? And trust. You know, it's a commodity. In all likelihood, you know, in a sense, it's one of those non-fungible tokens, right? You know, it's difficult to find, rare, and very easy to lose. You know, it's one of those rare diamond cuts. You know, in my opinion, when you find a friend, a real true friend, you know, he's worth 1,000 other people that you know, because he's true. He's there with you all the way. Whatever it is you need, he's right next to you, right? A true friend.
Sure, I can feel that.
Yeah.
Devil turned it around.
I heard someone say, it's in a film quote. It doesn't matter what you have faith in, as long as you have faith. Ever hear that one?
Yeah, there has been an attack on the human spirit, and basically to make us faithless.
It's like they say, what's that saying? If you don't stand for something, you fall for anything.
Yeah. I won't be.
I mean,
I'm not faithless.
I mean, what happened to having faith in yourself or belief in yourself? To believe in something else, maybe it was drained away. You know, we would be better people if we had more faith or belief in ourselves. But it was drained away using, religion.
Sorry, can we do another seance? And we summon the cricket.
Which seance?
You can't sleep anyway. He's there. I know he's there. Listening. You're listening. Bear wants to jump on.
Technology was
Come on, Grim.
big business and technology was run by the people in secret societies in the past, and they always did seances and that kind of stuff to like help them along with their decisions, to get answers from the spirits, and even like the creation of television was to look into and send images and information into the spirit world, to view the spirit world. Night vision was part of it as well. It's just the same moment that they created television.
Yeah.
And I think the first image they sent was
It's why they created television, wasn't it?
Like infrared.
Yeah, the fact that all technology is created, then it's usually attempted to be used for something nefarious. Not always, but usually a bit more damaging than what it can be used for, and then it trickles down to the people in some kind of lesser use, but obvious benefit. That's what technology is, isn't it? It can be used and abused.
Absolutely.
I mean, imagine if we all got time machines tomorrow. Or we got a new phone, right, and we got an app, and we could send a message to ourselves yesterday. 24 hours. Who would abuse that? Or would they use it? I'm sure there's a thin line between the good and the bad, isn't there? But
like finding out your lottery numbers tomorrow.
People would definitely activate that and put it into action, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Whether they use or abuse it.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Be it on their own head. That's their own karma that they'll create. So, good or bad, it's up to you.
What message would you send yourself?
What message?
Just the lottery numbers, or?
Well,
what would you do if you received a message off yourself?
Interesting question.
Saying, here is the lottery numbers, and here's a little bit of info, so that you know it's me.
This is open to the chat too, isn't it? I mean, what message would you send yourself back to if you could? Yeah. Any comments, any suggestions?
I mean, obviously things in the world, you could send yourself some information before 24 hours before anyone else would ever know, or did it even happen?
That's a tough one, actually. I mean, it sounds like an easy thing to answer. I'm going to have to think about
that. Premonition of a future event.
It's the kind of thing we need against these elites, because they've already got it,
Oh, it's been in the films, isn't it? Predictive programming style. What was it? That film where like they sink deeper into the dream world, and there's like levels, and then it's basically
Inception.
Inception.
There's a few movies like that. I actually watched one recently I've seen years ago called 13th Floor, and multiple levels of possible simulation, I believe. We're in a simulation of sorts. I really am coming around to it. Unfortunately, it seems to be what a lot of these elites are now latching on to, but they always do that with everything. So it's hard to judge with that, but it really does look like it, and we're probably not in the base reality, and when you're talking about Mandela effects, it's kind of the only answer.
Do you think? I just want to say, like Peter Pope said, the looking glass. I mean, the Matrix was a kind of representation of Alice in Wonderland, wasn't it? But also, when you talk about the Mandela effect, I mean, was it the Hadron Collider? There was lots of theories about that if they fired it up, it could turn reality inside out, right? Or, scatter it. And, how would we know?
The entire universe.
It could have, but how about if they fired it up and this is what caused the Mandela effect? We don't know how old the Mandela effect is.
Well,
because if it happened...
There's so much... there's so much points... pieces that come together to make the picture, the jigsaw. That we could be here all year, going through it all.
We've all got missing pieces, haven't we?
It's all proof. I believe it sometimes does show proof of it actually, having an effect. It is an effect, which means something's doing it, which means it's probably the system.
Or it's the perception of it. I mean, it's one of their hopes that this CERN laboratory, that they want to use this experiment to possibly reverse time. This is another one of these things, not just a conspiracy, one of these possibilities that they told us themselves that they are hoping to achieve with this laboratory. So imagine these people want to create a doorway to another dimension, right? And judging from the stories and the histories of who might even be beyond in the other dimension, it's not a good thing for us. I mean, they don't call him Shiva the Destroyer. Yeah, they don't call him Shiva the Destroyer for nothing, right? So, and these people actually want to open this portal to this dimension, or even better still, they want to reverse time. So they want to go and mess with time. They want to go back in time and change some reality. If this is what they're trying to achieve, right, without money, right, why are we funding this? What's going on, man? I mean, this is insane. This is Twilight Zone again. Where's the Twilight Zone thing?
Yeah.
If you want to go Twilight Zone again, right?
I mourned for my belief system of the good intentions of the world, and then realised, really what was what, and got to peace with it in the end, and I accepted it, and I could go about my day.
Opening a portal is one thing, but what's on the other side, man? I mean, it could be something. I mean, we've all watched the movies, right? I mean, it's not good.
But surely, if we have, we can maybe somehow counteract those forces. So if they're conjuring up Shiva, then we could maybe conjure up.
Well, now you're talking about conjuring what, deities or entities?
Yeah, but just counteracting.
He was a god in a lot of different cultures across the world. I mean, he was god to the Greeks. He was god to the Egyptians. He was god to the Sumerians. He was the same god, man. It's the same god. You look back through history and you can compare them. You can see who they are. They're the same gods. They just named them different names, Same gods of the North, the Odins and the same people, man. Same gods. And they want to open this dimension to this place. I mean, even let's just say they're successful. Then what? We've got enough gods in this planet. We're going to bring these gods over as well.
Well, potentially they're coming on the planet that is on a massive elliptical orbit, and we've been expecting that to bring them back. If you go by Sumerian belief as well as the scientific belief on another planet in the solar system, whatever number planet you want to call it, depending what planets have been degraded or promoted. But anyway, they're coming back, aren't they? They want all the gold again, don't they?
I've read all the stories. I've read all the stories of the myths and legends of the gods of old, and none of them gods were. There was some fantasized Hollywood versions of them, but when you look at the real story, I mean, some of these people were brutal, man. I mean, some of these gods were brutal, They didn't, like I said, Shiva. They didn't call him the Destroyer for no reason, man. You know what I mean? He got that name for a reason.
Yeah, there's gods. Gods are, unfortunately, in the history of the creation myths or like god myths of religions of the world, all the way back, like you say, they do point to some. Well, what's the word? Cruel, I think, is used. Cruel gods.
Unjust.
Cruel.
It's only like you get a bit more positivity when you get to like Christian religion and so forth and stuff, don't you? But and the Indian religions, things like that. But
I like the Indian ones.
yeah, well, my point is like what Mellows had said was right. They're all kind of a variation of each other. Just like all the games in the world, like card games and board games and all those things, they're all variations on the same thing. Chess, everything. They're all variations mathematically.
How about if we drop Native Americans or First Nationers into the mix? I mean, didn't they worship the spirits and the wildlife and themselves? I don't think they had a god they worshipped, did they?
You know what I find fascinating about that culture? Have you guys ever seen the mountains that have been carved out from space or from an aerial? It looks like a Native American Indian, right? But it's when you're on the ground, all you can see is just mountains and shit, and the whole thing is carved out. Have you heard of it? Have you seen it?
I think I saw a picture recently, actually, of that.
Are you talking about the giants of old that have actually like they're a mud fossil, not a rock?
No, it's almost like a giant carving into the mountain of a Native American Indian that you can only see from space.
Why?
I don't think I know that one, but I do know that
see if I can find a link.
The giants goes way beyond what you might actually think I meant. So it can be massive.
This will be interesting.
Is it true you can see the Great Wall of China from space? That's the only man-made thing.
No, it wasn't. I don't think it's the only man-made now, but it was for a time. But it definitely is. You can see it from space.
Can I just skip back to like the Mandela effect, or kind of around them lines again? Did anybody ever hear this, if you want to call it a theory or an idea? It was called the week last Thursday theory or idea, where they claimed that nothing happened before last Thursday. We've only been here a week, and everything that we believe that we know or have experienced is an implant. Yeah, false memories again, isn't it? False memories. It doesn't go back beyond then.
I have looked into a bit of that theory.
Yeah, is it a theory?
There's a couple of movies like that, of course. There's Blade Runner, and then probably like bunches of them. But what was the one? Oh shit, I've lost it. Anyway, but Blade Runner, you can just like make somebody think they're somebody who was actually existed. Wow.
Memory implants.
Yeah. I mean, that could go down the simulation route, couldn't it? And the Mandela effect tied in with that is just a scattering of the information that we've been programmed with.
Well, particularly you watched that Philip K. Dick announcement he made that time in, what is it, France or somewhere. Anyway, and he's talking about the lateral time effect. It's not like backwards or forwards, it's sideways. It's like it's a completely almost different scientific opinion on where we are, on time and space.
Well, we believe time is
time and space.
We believe time is moving forward, don't we? But time's just a man-made thing anyway,
well, everything's
or
happening
human-made.
at the same time, though.
Kind of stretchy.
That's why you see, all you have to do is change some variable in the past,
Flexible.
sideways, and suddenly you've changed dimension, because it's like parallel dimensions.
Zigzagging through zigzag through realities effectively.
You can your current one can be altered, type of thing, and like some people remember sometimes regression, they remember, and other times they've just got the ability to remember different things. There was one case I'd looked into for a while, couldn't find the it was a bit old, and that was the problem. And when they're a bit old, they don't always come up on the web so much. And anyway, this lady, she'd woken up in the morning in her house, but things were different. She was in different clothes. She was with a different husband.
Yeah.
Her children weren't there. Her life had completely changed.
That's an episode of the Twilight Zone again, isn't it? One of the
Well,
one of
that's
the
a
80s
massive
ones.
Mandela effect. Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Picture a man going on a journey beyond sight and sound. He has entered the Twilight Zone.
Oh, yeah, there's a signpost up ahead. Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say.
Who's this man at the crossroads? Don't trust him. He may offer you a deal.
Oh. I mean, when you were talking about the memories, I mean, we're talking about time again. And, I mean, what does time represent? It's what we believe as passing events or a recollection of memories. That's what we call the past.
Everything does come down to an opinion, I suppose, but it's what each person actually really believes time is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you were talking lateral.
To measure reality and try and control us that way. Like we have to through, obviously, like wages and hourly rates of pay. But, we know, most of us, the smartest of us, know we're much more than that. We're much more than, much more valuable than just what we can do in a certain amount of time.
It is a measurement of reality, yeah.
It's quality over quantity for me, anyway. Every time.
Yeah, I think one of the controls over us, is having us not live as long as we should do. Because theoretically, the human body should live to about 150 on average.
Well, that sounds about right.
How long it should take for somebody to get to very old and then die from it,
That's the measurement, isn't it? I mean, forward is knowing that you're going to die. I mean, like Peter says there, there is no time. It's just an illusion of time. Oh, hi, Zara.
It's like they do sometimes, like in Egyptian mythology or religion or whatever you want to call it, culture. They oh shit, I'm going to lost it again. Anyway, I'll be back.
Terminator.
Cool. I've got to reload the page. I'm not getting the chat. It's not moving.
No, mine wasn't moving. Oh, it has done now.
Oh, there it is.
Definitely not. No.
Zara, I just want to say to Zara, we were talking about a theory where it's lateral. Lateral, not linear. Sorry, it's lateral, isn't it?
Lateral flow.
I don't know if you're disagreeing.
Straight into higher dimensions.
Yeah, it's a shame he's dead because I'd love to have talked to him, Philip K. Dick, about it. Yeah, he said he watched Star Wars, and he said that's history. That is.
It's history.
Well, type of thing, And it's funny how they say on that a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
Why did they really start with that?
It does seem oldie worldy for future. It's not even sci-fi, is it? Star Wars. It's otherworldly, isn't it? It's not. It shouldn't be thrown into sci-fi.
Could be happening now, or type of thing,
It's totally metaphorical, man. It's like the forces of darkness and light, battle.
Oh, Of course, that's it's representing. It's quite biblical, isn't it? Which kind of over the years I went off it because of that. To be honest.
No, I happened to watch Star Wars when I was tripping on acid heavily in a room. They just had it on in the flat in this party. There's about 10 people standing, and I just watched the whole of this like Star Wars film in just pretty much complete, like, you know, just like wow, just amazement. Didn't hardly said anything, just took it all in, and I was like, that was the best film ever. It's just awesome.
Right.
You do say that.
Oh, cheers,
that
Ron.
kind of thing, though, don't you?
Saw so many.
See you later, Ron.
See you, Ron.
Sorry,
Yeah,
we
you
couldn't
do
get
say
you
that.
up, Grim's. Go on.
Bye, Master Ronovich. Good man.
I got into a conversation earlier with someone about the flags.
That was fun.
You
Well,
mean
there
the
seems to be a lot of Ukrainian
flags.
flags everywhere, doesn't there? Which I understand some people what they're trying to say. Yeah.
Blue and the yellow.
Did they have any? You know, where's the equality with all this flag then? Why can't you have a flag with loads of flags on instead of just one? I wonder what people's reaction to a flag with nearly all the flags on would be.
Yeah, like this is the world. This is what makes up the countries of the world, and the fake divisions that we've created over time.
And this is them all together.
Patchwork
in
quilt,
unison.
mate. Have a patchwork quilt.
Yeah.
Sleep under that. That'd be cool. That blows my
But
mind.
do you understand what I'm saying? You know, it's
Just
another
like the UK,
division, isn't it?
like the Union Jack. It's made up of like 4
Yeah.
flags, isn't it? Yeah. If we could do that with
That's
the
awesome.
entire world.
That's an awesome vision.
World flag. Oh no, then you'd need a government and an army to protect that world, then, wouldn't you?
Just one world, one government. Wow.
And that's
One
what we're
flag.
getting next, though, isn't it? The fake alien, you know, protection, self-preservation system that could come at any moment. To be honest, it looks like it could come at any moment.
Wow.
They've got that all set up if they want to throw that kind of thing out, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, look how it's been going with the UFO, the things that have been declared now, official footage and so forth. That says they're real. If that isn't baiting the trap for us, I don't know what isn't.
Mm.
Don't you think
The
the
actual
alien
military claiming this is UFO footage, you know?
Yeah.
Because we don't know what the fuck it is.
But
Like
don't
that,
you think? Go on.
Go ahead.
Go on, Stan.
I was just going to say, it was it about a year ago they released that footage of the UFO. I think it was going. I don't know if it was over the land or sea, and they said, "There you go. Yeah, we've been hiding it from you all this time."
Officially. They said that.
Officially. And then how many people looked at it and thought, "No, that's fake." It's like,
Yeah, it's
well,
like
we're offering it to
things
you.
like I don't get it. You believe them over a fucking coof and a fucking cupcake, but you won't believe them over a UFO.
No.
I wonder what a good Google search would be. Real UFO footage,
Well, you get
that would come up.
everything.
not fake.
No, but
Yeah.
that you would have people arguing about whether it was fake or real. One person saying it was fake, one person saying it was real, and you get all the different kinds, wouldn't you? From doing that.
And if they're gonna put up a fake video, the clickbaity title would be to put real, you know, real, not fake, you know. I mean, that'd be even though it's fake as shit.
Real masquerading as the fake, but you can't tell the difference.
But it doesn't matter anymore because it's confusion, isn't it? And that's what the devil meant to do.
If you're not confused, if you're not confused yet, step right up. We'll confuse the shit out of you and send you on your way.
The devil confuses.
Hi, Paul from Newcastle. Can I read what Zora put there? No, I concur. I've tried several methods to higher my consciousness. Hard to transverse all the mental trappings, like you say. We are indoctrinated to be controlled.
Have you heard about the process of burying someone? They just have their head out of the ground, and what happens then is, I mean, you're out like in the woods as well, in the middle of goddamn nowhere. I mean, talking like hundreds of miles or something away from anyone, and you basically go through a whole process of thinking, because you can't move. You basically die inside your body. The body, the system thinks you're dead, and you go through another mental and spiritual kind of process, and you almost free of a lot of the programming of your experience. You basically born again in a certain sense.
Sounds like insanity. Maybe insanity.
It really is, yeah. But I remember seeing a documentary. I think it was a BBC documentary years ago, and that's what these people are doing. And to be honest, that'd break a lot of this shit nowadays, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, even just thinking of it like this, the lead singer of Megadeth. I can't remember his name, but the lead singer of Megadeth. Yeah, that's him. So he went off, because of course he's got a busy life, but he went off and had a couple of weeks in the woods with family and friends, a small group, and he said he just kind of opened his eyes and saw what really the world he wasn't connected to those 2 weeks was, because he'd had time to think. They went and chilled out for 2 weeks. Obviously, he sat there and had conversations with people about things, and he got some literally quiet time. And then he came back and he started listening to the Alex Jones show, I think.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and then he went on the Alex Jones show and told everyone about his experience of waking up, opening his eyes while camping, just to get away from it. Is even, to be honest, the lockdown actually had that effect. It woke a lot of people up because they had time to fucking think about it. Unless they were using some of the money that they were getting paid for doing nothing from the job that they weren't having to go to, and they were laughing, and they were like doing up the house or something. Who knows?
Someone you know.
That is something I know, of someone who,
Oh, Purple's gone. Oh, I can't get him back on, can I? If he comes
can't.
back. I was going to say, Paul from Newcastle said. The UFO footage was shown the same weekend the new Star Wars movie came out. That's no surprise. You know what I mean? It's the way the news and the media, the movie industry work together, foreshadowing. And it's kind of like weird advertising, isn't it? How many times have you seen something come up in the news and then there's a movie and it's like, whoa, coincidence.
Product placement.
Exactly, yeah. It's no coincidence, that.
I've got a simple little solution for people who still watch the news, right? Easy way to tell whether what they're telling you is a lie, right? It's easy. It's really easy, right? Everything they say is a lie, right? Everything. So when you understand that, right? When they say everything they say is a lie, and nothing you can that comes out of their mouth you can trust, but believe it. Just either take in what you want and just listen to the bullshit, but just bear it in mind that whatever they're telling you is a lie. They're either distracting you from the real truth, or they're watering it down. Like this Netflix show they just put up with the Jimmy Savile. They're making billions of pounds out of the story of the Jimmy Savile, and all these people have suffered from them enabling this guy to do what he did, right? because they're the ones that gave him that permission to do it. They're the ones that enabled him, and they're the ones that covered up for him. Right? And now they're still making millions of pounds from his show that was so obviously made by the BBC. In other words, we paid for them to make this show, and we are now have to pay Netflix to watch it. What a joke. I mean, this is insane, man.
It is insane. I can't get it.
I can't get my head around it. And then obviously they had to create the story in order for them to water it down, just to kind of get people kind of accustomed to the idea that there's so many paedophiles in government. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is.
I refuse to watch it. I have Netflix, so I refuse to watch that. I don't want to. I don't want to support the idea of it, even.
Well, yes, I think that's my thing. I'm like, what should I even watch that at all?
We know what.
Maybe I should just invest some time into somebody or a couple of people who have watched it and are giving a review on what they think of it. That way, I don't have to actually support it. Then, do I?
It's just, no, I'm not.
I
don't think we need to know anymore. And back to the television. I've not watched television for over 10 years now, so I've not been.
Supports it, though, doesn't it?
It was, sorry.
Watching it supports it, I think.
Yeah, well, exactly.
It doesn't just support it. It's a constant barrage of subliminal messaging, constant barrage of brainwashing, constant barrage of. I've sat there and spoken to people, right, and woke them up, or thought I woke them up, and then they go away, and then after a little dose of the BBC, they're back, and they're back like nothing happened, you know. It's like it's almost as if. You unplug them for them to just run back and plug themselves back in again.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I got rid of television, and in fact, even when I had TVs still, I didn't have television on them. I remember getting an aerial just to watch a program that was live on TV. Because my mate come round and wanted to see it, and he'd been complaining about the fact that he couldn't watch it with him. He wanted me to watch it with him, and we couldn't. So I connected it just for that, and then I just ripped it out again. Got rid of it.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, Rob. I said, I can't do that again.
I mean, the thing is, although I've not watched TV, and even before that, I was never really a fan of TV, but I watch movies, and movies can be just as bad. But at one point. I was just really into gaming. I thought it was the better option. Rather than being indoctrinated, you're in control. But even that itself, I grew, weary.
They all change your brain waves.
Let me explain something to you about gaming, right? In the gaming world, as a developer, you are geared towards, your target audience is who? Your target audience is basically anyone who's got a beating heart, right? But you're hopefully aiming towards the younger audience, because if you can hook them up, because I mean it's nothing more than a digital form of drugs, right? Because most of these games now, they mess with the endorphins in your brain, right? The more you play them, the more you have to play them, the more you want to play them, the more addicted they become. The more chances they have of fleecing you out of your money, some money for instance. A lot of these games have gone towards packs and all kinds of monetization, on their platforms. Sick most of it is, the way they prey on people's weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Emotion. You get your emotion up high when you're thinking with your emotional side of your brain and not your logic side of your brain. You're easily led, to making certain things. This is why we get deceived, because we meet somebody who's really pretty and she's gorgeous, and then, you marry her and then she goes and fucks everyone in town. Do you know what I mean? We are our own worst enemies in that way.
I mean, another classic
reactional creatures.
I mean,
triggered. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Go on, thank you.
I was going. Sorry, I was just. When you think of like, I mean, we all know this. Kids play war games, and they love these war games. How many of those kids are great? Actually, it's a bit like we were saying earlier about kids seeing war, playing soldiers as kids or cowboys before that. You know, and acting it all out and wanting to join the army until they grow up. And some of them see what it's really about. They start understanding what war is, and they decide not to.
Sorry, yeah, I understand about, making games and you're going to target kids for these games because, the games are for kids and kids got time to play games, not adults, right? But the danger here, right, is allowing a third party, right, to create a game such as, do you guys remember that game that they developed with the Pokemon?
Yeah.
Do you remember how dangerous that was?
I remember. I did play it with my mate.
Imagine that sort of game on that sort of platform, in this metaverse that they want to try and create, where they can, guide these young children, while they're busy, stuck in there with their heads stuck in their phones, and they, go down here. I mean, they're constantly tracked, they're constantly monitored. The information that is gathered on these on everybody that uses these platforms is sold to a third party. You don't know who's buying that information and for what reason they're using that information and what kind of other software that they're creating and that they're going to be using with that soft data that they've just bought, right? Like, i.e. tracking and tracing and monitoring every single person, and not just for, governmental control, but for other more sinister reasons, like, grooming, for instance, right? Like these satanic cults who are obviously of the rich kind, right? Maybe they want to, find a certain type of people where they can use a game that can, they can easily find these people and it's almost like a CV register, where they could just go, oh, this one here, let's mess with this one.
I'm sure they're going to be implementing the new, metaverse to schooling. I'm sure. When it happens, I wouldn't like to predict, but I'm sure they'd love to get straight onto that with these schools. Because of course it would be a benefit in some ways, wouldn't it?
To control everyone's thought. It's a game changer. To be able to control everyone's thought. I mean, we think we have freedom of choice right now, but we just have the illusion of choice, right? It's like, do you want, you want milk in a glass, you want milk in a cup, you want milk in a bucket. You're going to get milk, right? There's no choice. The illusion is you can get it in a cup or in a glass. What difference does it make? Right? There's no option there. You're still going to get that one option, whatever the option is that they want you to take.
Yeah. I'm just checking something actually. I mean, just off subject for a second. Have you heard of Harold Kautzfeller? I've just had a little look at.
I'm not familiar, I don't think, with that name.
It sounds like something worth looking into. I'm only picking up keywords at the moment, but there's the silencer simulation, transhumanism, Morgellons, Archons, quantum dots, AI, black magic, black goo.
Well, they're all definite buzzwords, yeah.
Exactly. I think I'm going to look into that. I just thought I'd say that. We can carry on now. It's in the chat, the name is Harold Kautzfeller. So I'm still looking at that. But yeah, I was going to say the Pokemon, it was accused when the cartoons were released that they contained subliminal messages or, like you said, influencing kids to behave certain ways or do certain things.
It was a game where they would go and actively go around this virtual world, right? And in certain places there would be Pokemons that you could catch. So you'd walk into the park, for instance, while you're looking at your phone, and then on your phone, in this certain GPS position that they've placed, would be a Pokemon, and you would go and collect it, right? So if you had this device where you would have kids, it's like Pied Piper, you know, when you got the Pied Piper and you when he plays his little, and then all the kids follow, and then you send them down this little dark hole, and then you never see them again. That's the sort of software that you're creating now. So no one knows he's missing until he's long gone. You know.
Well, I think that happened, didn't it?
It happens, yeah. It happens a lot. But I mean, by allowing the creation of these platforms without checks and balances is opening up a can of worms that we don't really want to explore. I don't, anyway.
Yeah, that was Pokemon Go, as Purple says there. Pokemon Go, yeah. It was an augmented reality, but yeah. And it was pinpointing certain places. I mean, you could find your local library or tourist attractions. It was guiding you to places like that. But there's all that. What was that other thing? Geo, where people would put boxes in places, and so it'd have something inside it, and you'd track it down, and then you'd take whatever's in there and replace it with something else. Yet people were using that to lure people into dangerous situations. Gee, I can't remember what it was called now. But it's in the same kind of way. It's a similar kind of way. They could use it in that way, couldn't they?
Certainly could.
Yeah, that's exactly the dangers. You know, you see, this is the contradicting shit that they're giving us, right? They're forcing everybody to go into this cashless digital, go onto apps, here, set up your app, They're creating more vulnerabilities. They're making us more vulnerable. Right. At the same time, they're ramping up the scare tactic. They're already lining us up for, beware of cyber attacks. Cyber attacks are coming. They're coming. Oh God, the cyber attacks are coming. Right. So something's always, we're setting up all these. You remember they said to us, in the future we will own nothing, right? So this is part of their plan, to allow these scammers, because they've almost got free reign. These scammers. I don't know if you've ever watched or followed any of the scam baiting channels. They're awesome. Jim Browning, he's a god. The guy is, is really good. Basically, it's almost as if they have free reign. They've got no jurisdiction over there in India, for instance, where they've got a call centre that was ripping off people in Canada or in the UK. We can't send our police over there. I mean, with the help of people like Jim Browning and some good investigation teams that are still, all right, maybe some of them are a little bit corrupt and take the big farmers' money, but at least, with their help, he's able to stop some of these things from happening, or educate people and make people more aware that these scammers are on the rise. The scams are, they are merciless. They are never ending. They will just call you continuously. They will harass and hound people continuously for days on end. And when people are suffering, people who are having mental health issues, and they, and you catch them on a wrong day, these people take advantage of them and they milk them dry, and these things are allowed to happen, right? They're not worried about your security and your safety. They're putting you in harm's way deliberately, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, when we're talking about cyber hacking and stuff, what are we worried about? What we got to lose? I mean, if they're attacking the banks, we're worried about money.
Well, if all your money's in the bank digitally, then you've got everything to lose.
Exactly. I mean, it's down to money, or is it the fear of losing, like, your phone connection or your internet connection? That would cause absolute chaos in this day and age now, wouldn't it? If the internet went down and you couldn't use your mobile phone. I mean, we all know that. I
mean, was it in Pakistan or India? I can't remember. Where they anybody who wasn't taking the vaccine, they would shut their mobile SIM card. They would basically couldn't have a mobile SIM, so they just shut them down, delete the account, gone, blacklisted.
This is it, yeah. Yeah, it's what it's done to us. It is a brainwash, isn't it? I mean, yeah, I've never been hooked on a phone like a lot of people are, and you notice it. I always felt like an outsider, when people are there with their finger on their phone, heads down, walking around, sitting on trains.
I had a mobile phone for a few years before they became smartphones. But I had a couple of years where I literally was that person that didn't get phone called. It was great.
It was free.
I didn't mind the thumb sticking out, you know.
I was going to comment on the smartphones. I mean, you know, the correct term for smartphones was originally smartphones for dumb people, but they decided to cut the last bit out because it wasn't really wouldn't really help them sell phones. You know?
Yeah. I've got a Nokia 8210 in my hand right now, and they've been referred to recently as dumb phones. Those kind of phones, you know, ones that's not a smartphone basically.
Again, they use the words to kind of discredit or, you know, kind of put people off from dumbing your phone. You know, you've got to be a dumb person to get a phone that you can take your battery out of, you know. Well, mate, I need to take that battery out because, you know, these bastards want to trace, listen to me when I'm, you know, when they're not invited. You know what I mean? So, no, thank you. You know, I don't need any of your stuff. I'm telling you, dumb phones is the way to go. Go and get yourself a phone that you can take the battery out of, take the chip out of.
I said that straight away, you know, when they actually made it so that you couldn't take the battery out. I used to make phones on a like a production line, and yeah, you know, you look at the design of the phone. I think it was Air 3310s, is it? You know, that classic Nokia. Yeah, I used to make them. That went to Czech Republic though. That did. That way.
This is why they make them all one unit now. You see, if you put your phone down, even when your screen's all blank, you think this is not doing anything. It's doing everything, man. It's listening to you. It's talking to a dozen cell towers. It's telling them exactly who you are, who you're sitting next to. You know.
The term for that is squawking. They're constantly squawking to different things, every single thing that you could possibly imagine, and more that you can't imagine unless you look into it. Yeah, and you can de-Google them, type of thing. You know, you can turn them into a dumb phone.
There's also that dumb phones. I like that.
It also gives them the ability to track you down, right? So if they could triangulate you in a heartbeat in London, anyway, there's that many cameras. They can also use it in a way where even if your phone was switched off, and they could see who was near you at the time and use that phone to listen in on you or to try and, you know, it's crazy what they can do now with the software they have available.
Well, the thing is, now you mentioned that, I know it's been going on for a while, and especially now with the new phones. When your battery goes flat, when it's totally dead, there used to be a code you can put in there, and there's actually a reserve energy in there. You could tap into that reserve power bank, like a capacitor or something, right? Now, if that's there, like you say, there's power in there when it's off.
Yeah, there is power. There's a battery. There's like one of those little watch type of batteries inside it to keep the date and the time and the calendar and anything you want to save on the phone when your phone battery dies, right? But when they use that battery source to listen in on you, it'll drain the battery in a heartbeat, right? Or they can use it as a ping to ping your location, right? But again, the more they use that battery, the more they drain it, and the more they risk losing you, right? So, you know, the best way to do it is, you know, to see who you're sitting next to, see if there's anything near you that's on, that they can tap into and switch it on and listen to you, or track you, or whatever.
Yeah, I have a pouch that I put my phone in, if I choose to. Obviously, I'm not doing that a lot of the time, but like if I decide that maybe that is something I wanted to do, then I've got something that I can put it in. But
mine goes in my backpack.
Basically, why would you want something squawking all the time telling something?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, please track me, trace me, listen to me, spy on me, and sell all my personal data to anybody who ever wants to buy it off you. Thank you very much. And how much do you want? 40 quid a month? Okay, yeah, deal. Can I get 20 gigs of data with that? Thanks. Cheers. Track me and listen to me and spy on me all you want. I mean, that's exactly what we're doing, right? I don't take my mobile phone out with me. I don't for other reasons other than I am a bit of a conspiracy in that, but it's also more of a case of, I'm out, I'm struggling when I'm out, you know what I mean? So I don't really have that, I don't really want to be answering phones and shit when I'm out, because, I'm concentrating on fucking a lot of things, you know what I mean? Like, not falling over for a start. I don't really want to be fumbling around in my pocket trying to answer some fucking, scam call probably, you know what I mean? Like, trying to, fuck, I'm busy. When I get home, I'll see who's called me, and if I recognise the number, I'll call him back if I want to. If not, sorry, mate. You know what I mean?
I get in so much trouble because I don't get back to people on messages and stuff, because I do have this blockage with tech. Sometimes I just don't want it, so it'd be nice to just fucking actually do without it. So it's like my mode I switch on, and I just go like, block mode,
I know exactly what you mean. People have been programmed in this day and age. But, I mean, especially the younger generation, they expect a response straight away, and they hound you and hound you. People they've been programmed to instantly respond. I mean, phones, what are they? You've given up your privacy, your personal security for convenience, really, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I remember going to the toilet and having a shit without having to worry about answering the phone. The phone just ring and ring, and I'll answer it when I get back. Your mum picks up the phone. Yeah, just tell him I'm on the call him when I get out. Now you got to answer the toilet, answer the call while you're on the fucking shit. Mate, I'm busy, man. Why didn't you call me back? Where are you? You should call me back straight away. Why didn't you answer the phone? Shit, man. If I wanted to get married, I'll get married again,
Yeah, mute it. Just mute it. That's what I do.
No, but have you heard of a gold back?
What? Gong back?
Gold back.
Oh, gold back. What's that?
A note.
No, I've not heard of a gold back.
Like gold leaf?
Yeah.
Imagine that a little, well, obviously, probably made up of a few leaves. But yeah, you get them worth like a £5 and stuff like that. And more.
Is this just collectible stuff, or are you talking about currency?
Well, gold is collectible.
Well,
and it's worth something.
Yeah, of course.
Now,
where'd you get them?
In any economic crash, your notes in your wallet will be gold.
Yeah.
And they exist.
Funny enough, I was watching some videos on reclaiming gold from PCB boards and things like that, gold and silver and other metals and stuff.
Yeah, interested in that, and of course I do, that promissory note thing and all that. Promise to actually give gold. So the fiat.
Yeah, where is that gold?
You've got to turn the fiat currency into gold. To actually benefit.
Are you talking about Putin's his move to back the ruble on gold? Is that what he's talking about? He's just made the move. Gaddafi before him tried to do it, and we know what happened to him. And even Saddam wanted to do it, but of course we know what happened to him as well. So yeah, apparently the Russian ruble is now backed by gold and silver. I think.
That's a way to protect your economy, though, isn't it?
They gave him no choice, isn't it?
Yeah. It's the way we need to go. So why not have the gold backs?
Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts on NFTs and crypto and blockchain and so on?
Yeah, I don't get into it because when you say like, what have you got to lose? Like, yeah, all you need to do with your Bitcoin thing is lose your access or your memory of the password, and say even your email that gets you into the account where your Bitcoin was.
And I have actually done that. I have lost.
I know, and that's why I'm mentioning it. But yeah, that's where I would say that like you could have loads more. Yeah, there, and that would definitely be something that you could lose if you were in the metaverse and somebody decided to use all information against you. That's that'd be everything and that to lose, because we're going to be completely, the electro is basically going to reach out through cyberspace to every part of our life, and they'll be able to affect it. And then if they want, like you say, they'll just kick you out of it. And how the hell are you going to function if everyone else is doing that?
Yeah.
The systems of the world have changed to that.
The idea of Bitcoin, though, I mean, the idea of not shutting down the banks, but going against the banks and their their interest rates and
there are possible benefits as well, But it's like I said about any technology; it can be used two ways.
Yeah. I mean, it's a gamble in the first place, isn't it?
Yeah, I think by this, their version of the cryptocurrency they want to shove down our throat is going to be a centralized blockchain, right? So what they can't control, what they don't like, is the ability for us to be able to have a decentralized currency where they don't have control over. And with Bitcoin, Bitcoin is finite, right? So there's not unlimited. They can't just print more Bitcoin. They can, however, create more credits if they've got a centralized blockchain, right? They could just make as many credits as they want. And as we know, with inflation and printing, inflation is just a hidden tax, right? So, you worked all your life and you saved 1,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 or whatever. You know that the money is worth nothing. 100,000 today is nowhere near what it was worth back in the, when you first started saving. Mm-hmm. So it's an invisible tax, right? Because, the cost of living has increased, right? Whereas the wages has become stagnant. So, although some of these people who, the hardest ones that are hurt are the ones who are in the middle of the road. They used to be they were doing all right. Now they're not. They're struggling like everyone else is now.
Yeah. Was it you, Mellows, that mentioned Coley coins earlier? I mean, I've heard him talk about it, but I've not looked into it.
Really good, really interesting project. His idea was to create a non-fungible token to raise money towards criminal action, right? Because it costs money to sue these people, right? When you get a case, it could cost anywhere up to 30 grand. Do you know what I mean? So, if people are going to donate to the cause to sue these people, and they not only get to choose which one he should pursue in a civil lawsuit, they also get to help raise the money for that, right? By buying and exchanging with the non-fungible token. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So whatever the case is, the money is going to be used for this precise reason, to make civil cases against them. Do you know what I mean? So the more and it's actually doing quite well right now. From the last time I saw it, it's actually doing really well, better than what I expected. Good on him. I like the idea. I think it's innovative. It's new. And it's trying something new, man. Could work.
Yeah, there has been talk in the past with auditors. Like it's all been talk, though it never happened, about getting a pot together, and donations from the YouTube would be put in that pot for that purpose. But it was all talk, wasn't it? It just never actually happened because auditors started falling out and stuff. But
the drama, you mean?
The drama, yeah. It was just before things started cracking.
That is a problem, of course. Another division that was caused by things and people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the metaverse.
Again, there's a lot of these people are either agents or agents of, or just simply bootlickers, or just brainwashed morons who are doing the devil's dirty work. Most of these people are on here are not what they seem, right? It might nobody's, everyone's like hiding behind a lie, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? I don't. It's difficult to build up a relationship. Yeah, it's difficult to build up a relationship with certain people, especially in this sort of business. I mean, if we were unboxing kittens or something, then, it's in a different realm altogether. But we have people who in this community that want to see the whole community burn, right? But they'll still hang around. They'll still, the trolls. Do you know what I mean? They'll still want to, mix in their little spice, their little dramas, and and stir up the pot and so on. These are the people you need to watch out for. Because they're not what they seem.
I said this from the start, and somebody said, "Who are they then?" And I said, "I don't exactly know." And that's the problem.
It could be anyone. I mean, the art of war, the art of war. If you know anything about Sun Tzu, is based on deception. You could befriend someone who you wholeheartedly trust the most, and he could turn out to be your biggest, betrayer. Enemy, whatever you want to call it.
Does that go down the lines of like keep your friends close, keep your enemies even closer?
Yeah, probably
something like that. Yeah, going back to well, it might have been 2 or 3 years now. I mean, with the YouTube and the whole kind of Love Police, you got PAP and various others, and then the auditing came along. Didn't you sense, like at least a couple of years ago, you sensed like the unity? And the smell of maybe not revolution, but a stance.
Yes, I actually remember the day that happened. It was good, but of course, anytime you push against the system's going to push back, right? And they were very afraid, like all of them before them. When you challenge their authority, they don't like it, man. And they're afraid of losing it. So in order for them to prevent you from taking their toys away from them, they're going to make sure that you don't do that, right? They're going to stop you any way they know how. Any dirty trick they can pull, they will pull, right? Because at the end of the day, if they break the law, they're just going to lose their job at the end of the day. It's no big deal. They might just, maybe lose a rank or something, worst case scenario. But when you break the law, maybe you can prove that you did. You're going to do some time, man. I mean, do you expect a dirty copper, a criminal copper with a badge to do anything else but violate your rights? I mean, you're out there, exposing tyranny, right? So if you come across a good officer, you're going to get a good interaction. He ain't going to violate your rights. Everything's all cushy, right? And then you come across this tyrant. This tyrant, he don't like you video him, so, I don't know, maybe you caught him doing something, or he's afraid that you caught him doing something, or maybe that you might caught him do something. His guilt won't let him get off his high horse. So he's going to come down on you like a ton of bricks, because he can, right? Because, even if he does violate you, what's he going to do? Get a telling off from his sergeant? No big deal. Still going to do it again tomorrow to the next person that pisses him off. No lesson learned. Because even if the worst case scenario came, right, and you took him to court and you went through that expense to sue them and you won, it's not coming out of his pocket. It's no skin off his nose. He don't care.
Yeah. The system's backing him up.
It's also out of the police's pocket as opposed to that actual person, that constable. Oh shit!
Fuck! Where's he gone? Who's going to let him back in? Do we do another seance? Grim Reaper, if you can hear us, we need your powers of reincarnation. Stangu was not ready to go. Don't take him.
Yeah, shit.
Sorry, man. I do kind of get carried away sometimes. I should try and hold myself down. Get a bit emotional, you know.
Yeah, I think you're stuck in the back, aren't you? Oh dear. And we think everyone's asleep. Well, grim.
Grim Reaper, can you hear us? Stangu is in need of your assistance. He needs you to resurrect him. He's sleeping. He's in Noddyland right now. He won't be up now until about maybe 5 o'clock in the morning.
The Grim Reaper sleeps for the dead. All of them.
Yeah, probably World War III won't wake him.
Just my twisted comedy. That's what I thought might wake him. Not volume or anything.
So what do you want to do? Should we end this? Should we call it a day?
Oh. So it won't end.
I don't know. Whatever.
Well, yeah, I suppose we can't really carry on if we don't have a host, can we? Well, the end of the day, as people like to say, I don't like to say it, but I did. So, well, I'll go with it. But at the end of the day, I suppose the main point is that's some of the shit that is going on, and we can't let it happen anymore. We've got to at least disagree with it. Not just disagree.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's time. It's time to do or die now, right? You know, it's either your voice is going to be heard or you're going to be the silent one. So when these deep dark predictions do come true, what then? You know, are you just going to say, "Well, I didn't know. Oh, what could I do?" You know, when you want to be, you know, have a time machine at that moment to come back and say, "Nah, I don't want that. I don't want that, man. I'm not having that. That's not the way I want to leave this world." You know, me, I'm on the downhill. You know, I'm over 50 now. I've got a whole host of health issues. You know, I'm ready to go on to the next one, man. But really, I'm going to leave this world on my watch like this. I'm going to leave it. I mean, this is one of the things that we hope that we leave this world slightly better, you know, than when we came into it. Well, you know, it's a nice thought, you know, but it's not reality, is it? Because every day it's getting worse.
I think I was led to believe it.
Ah, we're going back. Resurrected.
Oh, hang on. I've just figured out how to do it. If I'd have done this earlier, I could have got people up on the panel.
Oh shit!
What? All I had to do was exit and sign back in. Oh man! I bet Bear and well, Nasteron's gone. I bet Bear's gone now. Oh.
Right, so if anyone wants to jump on the panel, we've got the ability to jump on the panel. Come and say what you got to say.
It's the Grim Reaper radio show, where you can come on the panel, it seems.
www.grimreaperradioshow.com / is it?
Yeah, it didn't sound right anyway.
Yeah, and that's another point that I'd like to make. When you're for some of these content creators, don't put all your chickens in one basket, man. You want to, you know, YouTube. Okay, you want to focus on your YouTube because it pays well. So you know that's all well and good. But don't rely on them. Don't invest all your time and energy just on that platform. Use that platform. Create your own platform. Use their platform to bring over your subscribers, your core audience, to your platform that you control. So even if they did delete you, you know, they're not going to, you know, all is not lost. You know, synchronize your YouTube channel with, you know, other websites like Odyssey and DLive, where you can sync all your videos over there, you know. So even if they did take a video down, or it was a video that you don't want to have on YouTube, You know, just put in a link in the description, edit the version, so cut the bits out that you don't want to show on YouTube, and tell them, send the people over to your other platform where you are allowed to put it on. You know,
At the moment,
play the game.
it's a very good idea.
If you're gonna make a message and get the message out there, then you've got to play the game, man.
You've got to think that those people are going to bother going over there, though. At the moment, it seems to be the thought process of a lot of people. You know,
It's like refining gold, man. You can't get it all, you know, but you're gonna get the best bits.
Yeah. That's many. I mean, let's face it. Like with what's that? Is it only Grimkin? No, yeah. If you want to come up, Zara, I've just figured out how to get people up on there. I've just got myself back in and figured that I can get people up. We're actually buying into it, like even on YouTube, isn't it? Whether it be the internet in total, because like it's a money making system, and do you know what I mean? They're stepping up their power with all the censorship and stuff like that, aren't they? I mean, we're actually in there.
Yeah, but you're not free in there. This is the world that they create, so they control you. They control everything you do and say. So if there's something that you do and say they're not happy with, then you're off. Gone. Goodbye.
Exactly, and this is what the station's all about, isn't it? Although it's still on the internet, it's a lot freer, isn't it? Hang on. Yeah.
Can you imagine if they start watching live streams and say, "Oh, they can't talk about that." Bump off.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't really have that at the moment, do we?
No, I mean, do you think it will ever come to a point where the internet itself,
like literally at the start of your conversation, it would have been like, "Beep, not allowed." Well, oh, we're not on anymore. Shit.
Yeah. I mean, the most worrying thing to me is like the whole. I'm not going to say cupcakes. In fact, I won't say anything at all. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but we are aware of it all, aren't we?
But how can they block us from talking about one of the biggest, most important, whether you believe it's real or not, you know, since World War II or something? How can they censor us on that?
We've always been allowed to talk.
Yeah, I mean, how can they? But they did it anyway. I mean, how can they lie to us about landing the moon? You know, all these years they've been lying to us about landing on the moon. How could they do that? I mean, how could they lie to us about the 9/11 or weapons of mass destruction, you know? They do this all the time, man. This is like, you know, a Tuesday for them.
It's the movie that they put on for us to watch, and we take it in like we believe it's the reality.
It's baffling.
At this point, you know, the only thing that you can guarantee is that they're going to lie to you, right? You know, that's the only thing. That's the only true constant. Anything they say, they're going to lie to you. That's a guarantee.
What if they tell us they're lying?
The point is that we can't trust anything they say, you know, cry wolf and all that.
I just wondered what you were going to say to that. So
we wouldn't believe them, right?
You know, went on TV, aliens invading, and we wouldn't believe it until there was a spaceship over our house and it blew it up. You know what I mean? It was come to that point. We wouldn't believe anything they say.
Yeah,
maybe that's by design. Maybe they secretly know that there's a giant asteroid heading towards us, and they're all busy sucking all these billions of pounds so they could build their little arcs that they can save themselves in. And then while everybody else is, you know, like the movie. You know, I mean, it's you know, a lot of movies came true in the past couple of years. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of them.
Exactly. I mean,
well, like they self-fulfilling prophecies. You know that they are somewhat prophecies sometimes, the stories of man, aren't they?
Yeah, that's another thing about karma. I don't know if you guys have ever looked into karma. You see, with karma, it suggests that if you tell somebody that you're going to do something, you avoid karma coming back to you, right?
But that sounds like a threat.
Well, they've been threatening us. I mean, if you've been watching the WF debates, you know, where they're going to hack humans and they're going to do this and they literally put it in our face what they're going to do to us.
I had a workman moment once, and an obnoxious workman who really banged the door like as if he was kicking it in. You know, I was like, what the fuck? Like, just from nowhere. And I answered nicely. And anyway, I got to the point with the next little bit of a conversation with him. He was a total dick. He was being a total dick at the very least to me, and I didn't want any of that. So I said, "Look, you may as well go before I do or say something that I will regret, more likely." That was accepted in my absence as a grievance. I was guilty of something. Didn't get told what I was guilty of, but I got a strike against me with my housing association because I said that. So, like, you know, that was taken as a threat, and I didn't really mean it as a threat.
Yeah, words are really words are really powerful.
What you fucking feel, because you don't want something to happen, you know.
Yeah, words are very powerful, and one of the main reasons why they dumb down our society with their poor education system is because they don't want too many brains with expanded vocabulary. You know, the more you dumb people down, right, the more you limit their imagination. If you limit their imagination, their vocabulary, right, if someone doesn't know what a tree is, how is he going to imagine a tree? How is he going to imagine climbing a tree, right? So if you dumb down the society and they don't know these words and they don't know these meanings behind these words, you can literally rename them, resuggest, you know, this is what they mean, really. You know, especially after generation with indoctrination. You can, words, we've been using words all our lives to twist things around. I mean, part of the reasons why they call it spelling when you write something down is because it's like casting a spell, right? So when I'm telling you something, if I write something down, it's casting an image in your brain, right? An energy in your brain. Imagine that.
It's babble. We speak babble. It's none of it.
So yeah, when you're limited vocabulary, limited imagination, you're also limited in problem solving, right? You've got no critical thinking skills because you're limited. You don't know that you can do something when you can. Hence, more easily controllable.
Talking about control, somebody said, like, you know, what does it matter if the Earth's flat or not, or round or whatever? And
I agree. I mean, let's solve one problem first. More important, let's prioritize.
That was his point, but my point was, well, it could change the whole world. That could. If tomorrow,
I agree. But
we'd want to find life.
Yeah, but what, you know, whether we know for sure. Yeah, I mean, even if right, I gave you a giant dildo rocket ship that you could fly up into space and come up and look down and say, look, undeniable proof, and you took some pictures of it, and look, the fucking world is flat, look, right? And you came back down, it wouldn't do any difference. You would believe it, you'd know, but the rest of the world wouldn't know, wouldn't believe you. You'd have a million people discrediting you, right? Making you look like you're an idiot. Things that you did 10 years ago, they'll bring it up and, you know, use it against you. You know, all this sort of things.
If they admitted tomorrow, if all the governments admitted tomorrow, all the scientists said, actually, we think the Earth is flat, then I think there would be a movement. It would be like, hold on, then why haven't you been anything?
Nothing's going to happen because the same people who control the world will still be in control. You can't change something using the same minds that got us in this mess in the first place. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be able to fix this problem because they got us into this problem in the first place. I mean, asking them to fix the problem that they made a mess of is kind of stupid, right?
That seems a bit defeatist if we don't have the intellect to be able to get us out of the mess that we've been put in.
Which is why they've spent so many billions of pounds over the years indoctrinating us and destroying our educational system. You know, kids don't learn anything in school.
I don't agree with that.
They don't learn nothing in school. They're not prepared for the outside world, not in the slightest. They're ill prepared. They've been stripped away. You're better off homeschooling your child these days. At least there, you know, he's going to be safe. You know, because even the educators are properly vetted.
Who was it that said regarding that? Raised to be stupid, taught to be nothing at all. Have you heard that before? That
sounds familiar, but you know, there's a few quotes with the same sort of, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's what the not necessarily the internet, like, well, yeah, mobile phones, because not only is it relied upon, but the information is being fed, and it could be it can't be the same information. It's fed directly to you, to your phone that's in your hands. Well, not when I say you, I mean, you know, and they could feed anything into people's heads, couldn't they? Like flat Earth, for instance. You know, when did that come about? So I mean, it came after the internet, didn't it? I mean,
it's an ancient thing.
Well, in the beginning, yeah.
In fact, it was the other way around. Not too long ago, it was people who thought the world was a globe were conspiracy nuts.
Yeah.
According to mainstream history.
Yeah. Wasn't it the Greeks that you had Greek?
They've been talking about globes for thousands of years. So yeah, I don't know about that. Look, at the end of the day, whether the world is flat or whether the world is round, right? Bill Gates is still a homicidal maniac, right? Klaus Schwab is still over there infiltrating every government on the planet and getting all these henchmen in there to control everyone. All this shit is still happening. So they prioritize, right? Rather than creating those divisions, like, oh, the world is flat, the world is round, it gives a fuck, right? Let's sort out these nutters, these homicidal maniacs, right? Get them out of them positions of power and authority and fucking sort this shit out before it's too late, before the end of the world brings us into this Mad Max era that they want to create and shove down our throat.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it don't really matter. At the end of the day, flat, round, still this, you know.
You don't have to.
That's how I see it. I mean, what difference? Sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, you're off. Oh, all right. Cheers, SG. I mean, the only difference it would make is like, oh, they've been lying to us. It's like, well, we already know that. Yeah, and it's the same with the moon landings. It's like, well, what difference does that make? I totally agree. It's like, you know, we need to sort each other out. We need to stop wars, feed everyone.
The moon landing was a pure bank heist, man. It was the biggest scam on the planet. They robbed so many billions of pounds. They still do rob billions of pounds, right, from the public. And they lied to them about creating it going to space when they didn't. They just created these movie sets, you know. It's crazy. And they're still there, and they're still in power, and just so happens they're the people that are, you know, behind all this crap in the first place. Come on, man. What happened to SG anyway?
He just dropped out. He said, I didn't quite hear what he said, but he said, oh, I've got to go. I don't know if he was planning on coming back or he just went off. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was to do with the flat Earth or something came up.
What I'm saying is, it don't really matter, you know, it won't make much of a difference whether the Earth is round or flat. It will make a difference in the science world, and it will just prove that they've been lying to us all these years. But we know they've been lying to us all these years anyway, so what we need to focus on is removing these people who have this hold over us, this illusionary control over us. We need to weed them out and stop them from doing any more damage to the rest of to humanity, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean?
But that takes like the entire most of the planet to get together, unite, and actually, you know, fight every single government on the planet, doesn't it?
And just to be clear, I'm not advocating, you know, heads on pikes and things like that. But you know, we do have prisons we could be using, right? Instead of putting people in there with some bullshit, yeah, bullshit fucking crimes, you know what I mean? No fucking victim, you know, victimless crimes, you know what I mean? We could actually put some real criminals in there who should be tried and hanged for genocide, some of them, do you know what I mean? I mean, seriously, they're real crimes, high crimes, treason, you know, crimes against humanity, man. These are the biggest crimes there is in my book, you know? What's going on?
Oh, the demons.
We don't need no Operation Paperclip anymore. What's going on?
Yeah, totally. I know what you're saying. The demons are running amok. I mean, I don't believe in devils and demons.
This is it. After the Second World War, the Operation Paperclip, the Americans and the Allied, they went on this mad rush to recruit all the German scientists, right? And they gave all these German scientists, these Nazi scientists, all these positions of authority. You know, they literally created NASA. These Nazi German scientists created NASA, right? And they've been in government positions, you know, all this time. You know, deep in the background, like Hydra in the movie, you know, infiltrating every fucking organisation on the planet, every leadership, everywhere, getting their little henchmen in there, their little satanic little fucking brainwashed morons to do their bidding for them, right? And now they have this total dominion and control over everything and everyone, right? And we're supposed to sit here and take it? No. Put me at the front of the line, man. They better take me out first. I ain't having it.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, it's like I said to Liv Free once. I said like, you know, this is what did I say? It's a protest, right? What the auditing is a protest. He said it's not a protest. He said it's a personal thing. He said it's you know, and it's kind of like I thought in the beginning when I first started. It's like this is a protest. You know, these individuals going out and they're actually standing up for our rights. But he disagreed. He said it's not a protest, it's a personal stance. And I thought, okay, fair enough, that's fair enough. You know, but all together, if you looked at each one together, it's a lot of different people doing different things, but they're going at the same target.
Well, it's you're talking about audits, right? Whether they're protests or not. They're not actually protests. They're not. I wouldn't class them as protests. In order, it can become a protest because they cross overlap, right? Because you know, you're not going to a police station with the intention of being abused and violated. It's only until after you're violated that you're going to protest your government, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's not a protest until they until they make it one. You know what I mean? Until they give you a reason to protest them.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. It's just like when you see the protests that are being broadcast from London. When you see it from like an aerial angle, because everybody's, well, not everybody, excuse me, lots of people are filming it, you notice how small these protests really are. They might be covering Trafalgar Square or something like that.
Which protests are we talking about? The Extinction Rebellion crap and the BLMs and all of that. These are all staged protests, man. They're all hijacked. A lot of these ones are all manipulated and controlled by these people themselves. You know, even if you came up with a cause and you built up a gathering, I guarantee you these people come in and infiltrate you at the highest level and want to take over and take it out of your hands into a different direction that you really want it to. They'll take all your hard work and they'll shove it down the toilet, right? All under the guise that they're doing you a favour. They're helping you. Right? This is who these people are. These are the people that you're dealing with.
Yeah, I was talking more about like the whether it be anti-vaxxers, anti-lockdown, you know, going back last year, or that kind of protest where we had people standing up on stage and they were breaking it all up. It was people that were refusing to be told what to do, staying.
Yeah, so see, partly was in my opinion, was genuine, and then you've got the element of the agitators or the infiltrators or the people who want to take it and make it weird it out. So I remember when they did the Piers Corbyn rally, right? He did this rally where there was these people dressed up weirdly, right, for the photo shoot, right? So while Piers Corbyn was standing on stage, they were taking a picture of this guy, and he looks weird anyway. He looks like Wurzel Gummidge, right? And then he got just so happened to have these weird dressed, weird looking people in the background making a fool of themselves, right? Just so they could get that image that these people are protesting. They're all fucking nuts, right?
Yeah. Like clowns, like a circus going on in the background.
Yeah, so all these actors were put in there for that image, that stage was set just for the media. Anything they give you is bullshit, so if they're going to go to a real rally, they're going to spin it for their narrative, to control the narrative.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's like the idea, well, it's not even an idea, it happens, like dropping people in there to actually kick off and cause trouble. right on the front. You know, as soon as it kicks off, it gives the police a reason to come in with their batons. You know,
Yeah, so they'll get someone, to kick off, and he'll, be one of the crowd, and agitate it. But really, he's an undercover, or he's a bootlicker, or he's an agent of some sort, private agent. Because there's a lot of private agents that are working behind the scenes. There's thousands of them in this country, and that's not including, 77th and even GCHQ. Just in this country alone, there's private organisation agents all over the place. They're all working hand in hand with the corporates and private and civil. We're all part of the same fucking circle of revolving door. You go from one, from corporation into public office, and they leave public office and they go into the corporation. They get billions of pounds and millions of pounds and investments and shares and da 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 da. You just look into Matt Hancock and see how many shares he's got in all these vaccine companies. Conflict of interest, not much, just a lot. Hypocrisy, only of the finest order.
I mean, also, it's about information as well. I mean, at one point, kettling was, that's against human rights. But if they, if they throw agitators in there, I mean, look at kettling now. It's shifted now. It's like they just do it now. There's no kind of, that's against human rights. It's like, no, we're going into kettle, get them caught.
No, it's escalating. It's escalating. That's what it does. Because when they escalate, they can arrest people for public order. That's what it is, just a tactic, little trick.
It is. I mean, they want the information. They want everybody processed. They want them fingerprinted, DNA. They want all that kind of stuff on top of the information they get from things like, I don't know, Facebook and Instagram and all that stuff that people put into their mobile phones, all that shared information, their privacy. It's crazy.
Yeah, they want to know everything about us, but we're not allowed to know anything about them.
Yeah, totally.
Even though they're the ones in public office and agreed to transparency and we didn't.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've heard about this body modding too. Never mind your mobile phones. I mean, people are being encouraged. I mean, this is another law, isn't it? Okay, there's people that are getting, magnetic fingertips or fingertips that can pick up on electricity. It could be like a seventh sense, apparently. Or you got people, they're having these implants put in under their tattoos that they got lights under their skin. You got people that are...
Industrial espionage is the big one. Stealing secrets and hiding them in things like tattoos and even in bloody DNA, yeah? You know how much secrets you can hide in a DNA strand? You just inject someone with it and then he crosses a border and then you just take the DNA out of him and decipher it. I don't know how they do it, but apparently they could do that kind of shit, man. I remember watching a film like that with Keanu Reeves. I don't know if anyone remembers the name of it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, he had his brain. He had a hard drive in his brain. And he could double the capacity, and he could store it. And he was one of these secret agents where he'd store data in his brain, and he'd travel and he'd go from place to place, and people were trying to kill him and shit like that. Can't remember the name of the film.
I don't think I saw that one, but I know there was a series based on that idea where a guy it was a whole series, I don't know how many seasons. He accidentally got exposed to this. It was some kind of. His friend was an agent, and he sent over some documents on a computer because he knew he was about to die. I think he was going to die. And this other chap, he kind of opens up the document and it blasts him with like subliminal, messages, like flash messages. So he had all these secrets and government secrets stored in his head. And every episode, I think somebody was coming after him and he'd get all these flashbacks about that person. A bit like, not like deja vu, but all this information running through his head. And these government agents were protecting him because there's no way they could get the information back out of him. So they were just monitoring his responses and trying to get information from the flashbacks. He only had, it was one of those formulated ones. He'd get the same not the same. Every week he'd get 4 or 5 flashbacks. And yeah, it was a very formulated show, but it's a similar kind of idea. But the body modding, I mean, if people are being encouraged to have like implants so they can check their sugar levels, their heart rate, all that kind of stuff into their arms or whatever, then as you say, if everybody's getting them or lots more people are getting them, what's stopping them from implanting, as you say, secrets that can be just easily taken across borders?
Johnny Mnemonic, that's what it was called.
Oh, do you know, I've not seen that, but I know the name of it. It's just one that I've never seen. Johnny Mnemonic. I do recall the name. But yeah, body modding. How far is it going to go? I mean, I don't know if I can talk about this.
It's never ending. I mean, these guys, they want to. I mean, you got Elon. You got the likes of Elon Musk, right? Everyone loves him at the moment because he's going to say freedom of speech. Yeah, freedom of speech. I mean, do you realise what giving someone like Elon Musk's Twitter or Facebook would do to humanity? I mean, this guy literally wants to put a chip in everyone's head, right? He wants to create automated. He wants to sell automated cars and trucks and things, you know, that don't require truck drivers. You know, these people think that this guy is actually for the truckers. He don't care about those truckers. You know, he wants to sell trucks without truck drivers. You know what I mean? You know, a whole fleet of trucks he was boasting about, of his trucks that he could build today, right? You know, you could have like one person, you know, it would be like a freight train where one driver is at the front and all these lorries are following this one lorry all the way. You know, you don't need any drivers, just one person to control the, you know, just probably for legal insurance reasons. That's it. So imagine, you know, in the lockdown, the only people that were actually employed and working, right, were, you know, all these key workers, right? They were the store staff, the taxi drivers, you know, all these, you know, all these jobs, right, that can easily be replaced with automation. Those are the only people that were working. They didn't attack those people because they needed somebody to work their little machine. Who they attacked were the small businesses, the independents, people that don't, you know, fit into their little perfect little system, you know, the ones that they want to show. Remember, they said that they promised us in the future we will own nothing, right? So how are they going to take everything away? Slowly, death by 1,000 cuts, you know. In the future, in September, they're going to announce the Sunday no driving. So what's that mean? You're going to get a fine now if you can't prove you were out doing something, you know, that was exempt. You know what I mean? You're going to just get a fine and pay now and shoot first and answer questions later sort of attitude from the Gestapo police state that they want to introduce. I mean, where are we going with this? How far are they going to push this insanity? It's insane that anyone should comply with any of this. It's insane for me to imagine that these police officers would continue blindly to help them create this new dystopian future that they want to, you know, if they could see it, I'm sure most of them would say, no, I ain't having that. I wouldn't do that. I don't want that. But they can't see it. They're brainwashed somehow. Maybe it's the yellow and blue in their uniform. I don't know. They just don't get it. Or maybe they're just hooked on the fact that they love that power so much that they need it somehow. You know, it's their security, you know. It's better to be, you know, one of the in, you know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what goes on through their heads, but I bet you one thing, not one of them ever imagined that they would be taking orders from criminals when they took that job. I bet you that. And now look at them. They're taking their orders directly from the biggest, most insane, criminal, detestable people on the planet, and they're just blindly, willingly obeying their unlawful demands. You know, what the hell is going on here? Wake the hell up, man. We need you. We need these police officers. We're not paying them for, you know, stand around wanking in parks like that knobhead. Do you remember that story?
Yeah. I saw it. I posted it.
Come on, man. I mean, who the hell is recruiting these people?
Wasn't it the second time for him too?
I don't know, man, but it just, that alone, if I was a police officer, I wouldn't know where to put my face. Come on, man. Why do we, the public, have to find these people and take them out? Why can't they just, how many police officers have actually arrested another police officer for doing something wrong? Very, very few. Very, very few. Very few. Very few. I guarantee you, in that police station that day, that inspector beat up a little kid, I guarantee you there was at least one officer, right, that weren't going along with that. And that person was the second custody sergeant they came after. Because she weren't having that on her record, right? She weren't going to own up to that. She weren't going to cover for the inspector and hold this kid in for some bullshit crime, right? So she said, nah, send this kid home. She's the only person that did the right thing, right? The rest of them, shame on them. Shame on them that they allowed this idiot to assault a kid in front of them and they didn't even challenge him. What, because he was a higher rank? He's the first person that you need to challenge when he's doing the wrong thing. That's your job, man. We're relying on you to do that job for us.
Oh, I was going to say, actually, just backtracking a bit, I worked through the entirety of lockdown, and I saw the way the world was going. And in fact, my employer, he printed out a sheet of paper. He said, you can carry this around with you. You know where I'm going with this. You can carry this around. It means you're a key worker. And I said, I'm not carrying that around. He said, well, if you get stopped by the police. I said, I don't care. I'm not carrying it around. Again, it was like, where are your papers kind of thing. I just wanted to say that anyway. But, and it was only a small shop. I mean, I heard lots of people saying, oh, the small bit, and they were. All the small businesses are being shut down and the big supermarkets are being left open, exceeding the limits of people coming in. But I guess I was fortunate because we live in a small village and there's no shops around. We got to stay open because it was essential for, the elderly and stuff. But the other thing I was going to say was about what we were talking about the chips and stuff. I mean, I guess we've got to be careful what we say here, but the graphene oxide. Yeah, right. My first thought was like, why would they do this? And I thought, well, maybe it's because like 5G's coming along, and if we don't have this stuff in our system, it could damage us and shut down, the whole money making thing. But I met a guy. It was only last week, a customer, and I'll tell you what, he was either.
You can't even say the word nanobots these days.
I think we could say nanobots. Yeah, we just got to.
That's what they are.
I'll say it as it is, but when we start talking about, I don't want to get Grim's channel shut down or our channel. But yeah, this guy I was talking to, he reckons he's got lots of. I've got his email address actually. Lots of inside information. He claims he's either a very deep conspiracy theorist, although some of the stuff he was saying it was interesting. He was saying that the nanobots or nanorouters in our system, they're just being topped up. And he was saying that the 5G is there to interact and whether it control us or manipulate our system, they're going to control the nanobots with the 5G, or they're going to step it up once people have got more and more in their system.
You really want to change this subject because the things that I can tell you about it, we would probably get shut down, which is one of the reasons why we set up the radio stations. And what we should do is, if anyone wants to talk about stuff like this, what we should do is we should do a little Skype call and broadcast it live on the radio, which is probably the best bet. Because the more you go down this route on YouTube, they get funny. They get really funny. Certain things really upset them.
Exactly.
So good little opportunity to talk about the radios and why we started the radios in the first place. This is exactly why we started the radios. I mean, there's too many people. One of the things that I do is I try to help people. Most of the people that I help have had their fair share of censorship, and they've been deleted. Their channels have been deleted, and I've been helping, in whatever way I can in the background to try and either rebuild them or back their channels up or save some of the stuff. I mean, a lot of this stuff is evidence, right? Evidence of crimes, right? And they're deleting and destroying these books like when they burnt down the Library of Alexandria, They're burning our history, their knowledge, all the past. I mean, once these videos are gone, they're gone, right? And all their crimes along with it. And we can't allow that. We need to archive it. We need to shout it on the rooftop because it's the only weapons that we have that we can use, right? So, we began on a quest together with a few people. We've managed to be able to set up some radio shows. If someone wants to set up a radio show or a podcast, I need some help. They want to set up a website. They want to help. To back up their channel or whatever. This is what what we're trying to do.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Zora's back. What I was going to say, it's like. Hang on, let me just do this. It is her, but I just want to practice this. All right. Is that you, Zora? Oh, I'm guessing it is you. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hi.
Right.
Hi, Zara.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
I mean, Zora's been saying all this interesting stuff about what was his name again? I forgot his name already. Harold
Courtsville.
Right. Are you very knowledgeable on this guy? It seems like you're bringing up a fair bit of information on him there. Or
he originally opened my eyes. It's been a long journey into all of this stuff for basically 8 years, nearly 9 years. And yeah, it was his talk at I think it was Bases. It was like a 3-hour talk. It was on chemtrails, and he's not a conspiracy theorist of any kind. He's a scientific researcher, but he's really zen and very conscious. So he goes into detail, and it ends up with goes into black goo and the whole reason for the Falklands War and what they were after. And it's just so honestly, it would just spark off so many things.
Can you just give me a clue on the black goo?
So the reason for the Falklands War apparently is because deep within these caves they discovered this black goo. It's also found at what's the German Prime Minister Angela Merkel around her property, which is why she really fought for that land. And it was a big secret basically. But a scientist took a secret video, and you can hold it. You can't hold it with your hands because it will either turn you to the dark side or bring out the light. It brings out the worst in you. But they can use it. It's a great source of power. So everybody that was going into the caves and things for years and years, they were just dropping down dead and killing themselves and going and killing other people and behaving crazy. But he managed to video this sample, and it's in a jar, and it reacts as soon as it goes. I think it's within 1.5 meters of human interaction. You could just stand away from it, and it's in a glass box or locked away, and it will automatically try and jump at you. But
this actually reminds me of an episode of the X-Files where they were talking. It was based around some black goo, but it had similar effects. But this stuff was from outer space or something. But apparently, that one episode was based on, I wouldn't say facts, but on true stories, and I think it was something to do with Russia too. But yeah, it was something in their eyes. Their eyes would turn black as well, but it behaved like that too.
I think it basically turns your soul black, and that's why he is not the type. He does that. He's not the type to fearmonger or anything, because he just reminds you that the only way to stay good is to, feel good and be kind, and You just got to watch him, because how he comes across, he shows you all the paperwork, all the scientific paperwork from the official bases and things. So it's like a 2.5 hour talk, I think it is. But he was originally employed, I'm sure it was Sweden or Switzerland, to see what was happening with the farmers' crops. So test the raindrops and what's in the soil and what's different, what's happening. And he was just testing raindrops, and he spent about 1.5 years there. And they were, people saying chemtrails, they are true, they're not true. Pilots say one thing. So he got the paperwork, which is the original induction booklet, where it actually admits, and then that went further on too, where I mentioned Morgellons later on. So you can actually physically see it, in colder climates and snowy climates at night.
Yeah.
My voice is really shaky. I apologise.
It's all right. It's all right.
No, you have to watch it, but that basically is a form of nanotechnology that they were trying out. So it falls just as air particles, which you can capture, but it gets beneath your skin. And some people were having reactions where you can see little teeny tiny white, sort of maggot-esque, people feeling irritated beneath the skin. And you could see these little hairs moving, and very similar to the black goo. They would interact if you run your hand a couple of inches above your arm. You could see them moving and trying to touch. This is part of nanotechnology, and this was years ago as well, a long time ago now.
So you're saying he's saying this was designed by us? It's not something otherworldly or something natural in the earth, is it? Was it developed by humans?
Developed by us, presumably. But I don't think. But you've got to watch it yourself and make up your own mind. But Morgellons, if you put it in, so many people have filmed it. We can never say what it is, but we are aware of all the private and public companies that are planting billions into this nanotechnology. Why? It's quite insidious.
I mean, there is a theory behind that. When we're talking about like the nanorouters and stuff, it's like if well, we have got to be careful, but if it is going to be manipulated one way or another, is it? I mean, I don't want to say it's a good thing or a bad thing, really, but is it part of that whole kind of, if we could, hang on. I'm not prejudiced against anybody, but the whole push of let's just say the rainbow flag, it's giving youngsters the option rather than growing up that way. And it's like, we'll cut down on reproduction. Yeah. Now, if there was a way to manipulate those nanorouters into changing your DNA so that you cannot, reproduce, or, your DNA changes so that I'm going to change my gender, or it's going to cut down on population, isn't it? Is it about population control, or is it about total control, like turn us into cyborgs or something?
It's both. You can't have population control without total control.
Well, I think the corner, is it the Georgia Guidestones with that bobbed up out of nowhere with the 500,000 world population number carved into it?
Yeah.
And aged it quite newly, haven't they? But nobody will say where it's come from. It's always been about keeping it in plain sight. So I do think certain parts of the X-Files and Star Trek, as you were saying earlier on, and things like that, it's about keeping it in plain sight, because then they're not hiding it from us. They're telling us, and we're just that dumb. We're just going to tottle along and continue on with whatever they want to do.
Well, it also gives them that convenience. You've been watching too many movies again. Here we go, another conspiracy. They put a label on you and class you, and there you are. You've watched a movie, and now you're losing your mind. Discredit.
Yeah. Now, well, off of this, I don't just sit and watch silly YouTube videos. Somebody's saying they've got an itchy arm and they've been implanted, and that is not me. I do go away and do a lot of research, but the further I'm really into history, but quite extreme ancient history and texts and things, I'm the basis of language. And when did we start to write things down? Like you said, spelling, it is interpretable, but it is casting a spell, and you can show that, and that's provable within everyday life. And the typical test where they have two plants, and every day you say hateful words to one plant, and on the other side of the window ledge you say kind, love, and peace, and that plant will die, and you will watch it die before the loved plant. So we do believe there's power in words, and they do that in schools. So
the power of thought that's expressed through voice and vibrations.
We'll be all frequent beings, aren't we?
Colour, sound. You go and watch a comedy show. You're laughing. You watch a horror movie. You're terrified. You're scared. You come out of the cinema and I remember the first time I watched a horror movie when I was a kid. You get you're walking down a dark alley. You just watch a scary movie, mate. You're scared, right? Or if you just watched comedy, you're laughing. You probably leave the theatre and you laugh all the way home. Next day you'll be talking about it and still laughing still. Right? That energy that was conjured up and is still like resonating in your brain. The energy is still kept alive. Now imagine that. I mean, if you've ever read a decent novel, a story, you can understand how that how magic is real, because he is with these words he's conjuring those images in your brain, and if you don't see that as magic, then you're missing the whole picture.
I mean, was it Stephen King? His tagline on most of his books was "His words are his power." That goes down as my words, or his words are his power, something like that. But I know what you're saying about the. I mean, it's it could be connected to the mental universe or the Matrix or whatever. Where
the Hollywood is the wizard's wand, right? But they're casting images and magic, creating magic. The Hollywood. That's what Hollywood is, right? They're casting magic. Casting, it is magic. Watch a movie and it's all the special effects in that. It's like magic, man. They're making Iron Man do all these things. That is, I remember watching the first time that I watched a superhero movie. It was really crap. I mean, I think it was Superman, maybe the first Superman. And that was magic back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, I'll read a lot of Terry Pratchett. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Discworld, but he actually wrote a book on the Holywood. He called it Holywood, and it was exactly what you're saying. It's about they call it the magic of the silver screen or something like that, but it was about like mass hypnosis, how people are drawn into it and controlled by it.
Government-backed CIA, MK Ultra to the max, of course.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen it's the movie where the fella puts on those sunglasses and I think
They Live.
It's absolutely so apt. It's been put in our faces since then by me.
Since before then, yeah, you're right in your face. They do it even more than that. You go and watch some of these TED Talks. I mean, if you ever watched Bill Gates, Jesus Christ, this guy, I mean, that was one of those keywords I shouldn't say. But if you watch some of his videos, they've taken a lot of his videos down because he's so contradictory. He contradicts everything he says. He says some really dumb things, and it's like everybody's supposed to say, "Hang on a minute," and he's like doing this Jedi mind trick. These are not the droids you're looking for. There's nothing to see here.
Down that rabbit hole, because one thing leads to another, and everything starts to make sense. I don't know if you've looked at your microbiome and your gut, and science is going towards that. It's not your brain, is that your actual center that controls everything. It's your brain is like secondary to your gut. If your gut isn't right, then you're never going to be okay.
Gut feeling.
Yeah, but there's actually you can study it now. Just so if I think that's part of all the big horrid food push. With there's some kids that have never grown up with completely non-processed meals, and now they're the ones walking around like zombies. Can't get the face out of a phone. Don't want to interact personally. I wonder how many children would actually be able to get from point A to point B, teenagers, without a phone.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually scary. I see babies in prams with a tablet.
Oh, that is crazy. And a lot of the time, I think we had this conversation with somebody, and it's like, it's to shut them up. It's like, oh, here, have this, have the phone or have the tablet to shut them up. And it's like, whoa, hang on. So they're giving them something that's going to affect them, like brainwash them, just to keep them quiet because they're crying instead of going like, oh, they're there. Or, pick them up or talk to them or read a book to them.
It's the best way of making money, isn't it? I mean, you give them something, like you give somebody a headache tablet to ease his headache, and it gives him like it destroys his liver or his kidney, and then you have to, and he dies of something else instead, So this is classic manoeuvres that they're doing, like cannabis is illegal, right? But all this crap it isn't. They've got immunity for that as well. Weird stuff that is. So I mean, why would you need immunity if it's so safe?
In schools and outside the windows of like children's hospitals, all during lockdown, they were part of the people working. That was the biggest force that I saw going around and upgrading. The lights, changing the lights to LED, because I live quite rurally. It was quite odd to see they were the only ones when it was a strict lockdown, telling us to stay in. And then it's crazy, but my son's first day of secondary school, they said you can give them dinner money, but you're not allowed money now, Mum. You've got to have the app. So they've got a tracker on your phone. It's not that. You've got to have the app and you've got to put cash on. So they've got your cash card and then they've got your phone. So I'd put money on my son's card. He said, no, it's all right. You just put your thumbprint in. I don't need my card. What?
Oh, yeah.
So when I contacted the school, I said, I specifically opted out of that. But tell me who's holding that data, because I have every right to have it and to make sure it's deleted. You should only be fingerprinted if you've committed a crime.
Now, this was you there when I told you the story about junior? It was my son at junior school, right? And the police came in, and it was one of those days. There was talk about this beforehand, about them coming in and fingerprinting the kids, and lots of people says no. Lots of parents was like, no, you can't do that. They actually came in one day and they fingerprinted all the kids. They probably said like, oh, come on, kids, we'll show you what we do. They fingerprinted them and, took all their information and stuff. There was an uproar. Of course, we all went in there. What the hell's going on here? And what did they say? Oh, we'll get in touch with them. They're going to delete it. They said they're going to yeah, right. They're going to delete it.
They shoot you before they delete that data.
Of course. It's like, we'll take your word for it. You've deleted it. They went against, how well.
We've never asked them to do anything for us. They just create. It's that classic Hegelian dialect, right? They want us to leave Brexit, so they pave the way and make everybody scream and shout and argue about leaving Brexit. I mean, we're going to leave anyway because they said so, right? That's what people really don't realise, you vote for Boris, you vote for the red vote for blue, they're all the same, man. The same people controlling both parties, it's just a different wing of a different bird, of the same bird, left and right wing of the same bird.
So, like you say, Black Lives Matter.
It doesn't matter who you put into power when the same people who are controlling them all, right? And these people, you wouldn't be able to, if you wanted to get into government office tomorrow, you ain't going to get to the steps if they don't approve you, if they don't allow you to get anywhere near it. One way or another, you're not getting anywhere near that job. Even if you wanted it that much, you're not going to get near it. I mean, for a start, you didn't go to the right school, but
Didn't learn the right handshakes.
I think you've got to learn to do something ridiculous, and so they've always got something on you, and it's also selling your soul for money, isn't it? It's like, oh, I can see what's going to happen to these people, so I'll protect myself and my own. And what for? For money or for power? You know, it's they can't allow decent. I think there are the odd decent person in politics who goes in genuinely thinking that they can help, but then they just get completely stonewalled. And like you say, I think everybody, the power of the mind, if everybody started just sending out the same mental message at the same time and practice that, I do think it can change a lot.
I think Uri Geller tried that. He tried to push that idea, didn't he? And he did experiments and stuff. And that was it. I mean, the idea's there anyway, whether you believe Uri Geller was real or not. The power of positive thinking. If you've got the will to dream it, you've got the power to do it. And isn't that what? Isn't that what Freemasonry, used too, amongst other things? You know, the whole idea. I mean, the dreamers dream and they create, don't they? I mean,
this world is shaped by stubborn people, right?
One thing that you said that you touched upon before, Mellows, when you were saying about the education system, there's a quote, and it's been taken down from YouTube. And it was one of the original Rothwells who created the public education system. And he said, we don't need it. It's something very similar because it's been taken down. I don't know why. We don't need free thinkers. Basically, their families had all the top jobs. We need non-free doers, or something like that. Basically, we don't need to teach children to think for themselves anymore. They need to learn how to be told what to do and just conform to it. The classrooms were set up specifically in the style of prisons, with the bell, stand in line, speak when you're spoken to. It's all been going on for so long that we're so used to it and being distracted by televisions and silly bright colours in your phone and pictures of ducks hugging a bunny. And I just, that kids are walking into the road with their face in the phone. It's gone mad. It's sad. It's sad because when you do take a step back and you look at the whole picture, it really bothered me, and it made me so depressed for so long. I had to step away, take all the books away. Obviously, I didn't watch the TV or anything. The odd like YouTube, but also the radiation. If you look at the back of your phone, any phone, it's been tested, and it will say on the safety instructions, safe. It's been tested for 6 minutes. After that point, the radiation level that goes through to your brain is over the top. And they tested the phones, the newer, faster iPhones and smartphones, and they were like 4 times the safety level. And these kids are now wearing AirPods and AirBuds, which link going direct into your head. So even if you hold your phone away and it's on speakerphone, they're getting radiated in schools with the Wi-Fi, with smartphones, with tablets, with everywhere you go. We are social guinea pigs at this point. Never ever has there been a time where people have been so radiated. I do think
the quote that you were talking about is the Rockefeller, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers.
It's been a while. Like I said, I stepped away from it now for a while, and I've become poorly, like really quite poorly. And I've always been super fit and healthy, and I do believe the lockdown it's lowered everybody's immune system, especially the children. It's lowered
It's increased the stress level, which always brings on new illnesses and diseases, makes you more susceptible.
And now on the TV, all we're seeing fear-mongering.
Fear porn non-stop on TV, just to keep you terrified if you weren't terrified enough.
Look at the diminishment of the race. Black Lives Matter, whatever colour prize matter, you LBGQ kids don't know what
Yeah.
they are, let them be who they are. Nobody's in anything. Nobody. So unless we conform to this, now we're so tracked. There's no escaping it. Even your TV, even your television. My son just had the normal TV on downstairs, and I walked into the room and I said something about the Hoover. I think he'd moved. Oh no, he'd taken my hairdryer, and he went, "Oh well, look at that." And ads were popping up on the normal TV, and I don't know how. He was watching a movie. Ads were popping up along the bottom of the screen about hairdryers. And so obviously there's voice activity. On there. I just don't think there's any way to get away from it completely anymore. And if they've got now with all the silly send off this test and take that swab, they've got your details. They've just changed the law that if you can show a viable reason, you can buy anybody's full medical history, same as if you apply for like the DVLA. So you have to physically opt out of that. And they change.
There's one of those sayings then, if you find yourself going through hell, just keep going.
I left it too long to go to the doctors because I did everything naturally and holistically, and I'm being a bit punished for it now. But I just believe that my immune system's so weak, and I didn't keep up with, my normal colloidal silver and my meditation and grounding every day and keeping myself mentally up there. I got so bogged down with so many horrible outside things.
I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. I was the same, and you're right. During the lockdowns, I because of the way things were going, I couldn't meditate anymore. And I'm a holistic too. I still am. I don't take I have to take one medicine. But I have to take that. But I don't take painkillers. I never have. I'll go to natural remedies always. And like you said, the meditation and also the power of positive thinking. All that kind of stuff. It just got us down during lockdown. I mean, I didn't wear the face mask or anything because I wanted. I wanted to get it. I wanted to get it, to be honest. I got it 2019, or a form of it. One of the before it was announced as what it is. I got something that I've never had before because I'm really ill because of the meditation, I think, and the holistics. And we carried on working through it. I had it for about 3 weeks, and it was like, what the hell is this? Felt like my chest had been stumped in. And I think that built up my immune system because, no word of a lie, right? It must have been, I don't know, a couple of months ago now, maybe a month, 6 weeks. My son tested positive because he'd been around, because two of his friends come down with it. And he come home, he said, I need to get tested. And I said, okay, he's 19. I said, go on then, get yourself tested. I said, I'll do one too if it makes you happy. Lateral flow test. He tested positive. He sleeps in the opposite room to me. I tested negative. All week he tested positive. I tested negative. He had no symptoms. I felt drained. I didn't have any symptoms, but for some reason I felt drained and I couldn't move for 3 days. And I thought it's just coincidence.
Very about when I think they announced it in the January. And we were all down over Christmas. We had the worst Christmas, all three of us. But I don't even allow him to be tested.
Yeah, I was going to say, what kind of test did you take?
Who are you talking to?
You were saying you got tested, but you was negative. What test was you taking?
I just got a box of lateral flow tests from the chemist.
Yeah.
So the one that you stick down your nose and up your throat?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the ones.
That one, right, is the one that concerns me, right? Because, oh God, my brain's gone fried at the moment, right? But there was a chemical they use to sterilize the tip of it, that you actually use to clear, to collect the swab off you, the DNA swab, yeah? And the fear is that it actually can cause side effects when you use it too much.
I've only ever done
I want to be careful what I say, right? That's why I'm trying to work out what I can say and what I can't say. It's just, I hate it. I really hate it.
Get what you're saying.
Hang on, sorry, let me mute up.
There you go. I've only ever done one in my life, and that's it. And I only did that so he felt better. My son's felt better. Oh no, actually, I did two because I did one at the end of the week. Just tally it up with him. That's it. I've done two, but I know what you're saying. I've never done anything else. If you know what I mean. I've never had any other tests or stings.
Did anybody hear about the Prime Minister of he was the president of a small country. I think it was somewhere near Uganda, and he tested live on TV at a press conference. Leader of the whole country. He tested a goat and a papaya with the test, and they both came up positive. Yeah, he did it live. And later that week, he went missing for 2 weeks. And this is the president. Imagine losing the president of your country. And he was.
I can dream of that, actually. Sorry, the Prime Minister. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. This was. I thought it was my dream there.
Come true. Keep it coming. Prime Minister and the President, both of them. Yeah, I wish.
Power of positive thinking.
He was found. Apparently, he'd fallen off the side of a bridge, presumed to be suicide.
Oh.
Just good. He went missing. It was a big news story. If nobody knew where he'd gone.
So hang on, are you saying like the papaya fruit and the goats, they didn't actually contain it, but they responded to the test? Is that what you mean, or?
He tested positive live. He did it live on TV just to show. He said, "We do not."
Yeah, you can. There's a list actually out there that's kind of got kind of removed, but there's a whole load of things that give positive and give negative results. So just depending on what you want to do for the day. If you want to stay off, so you can give a positive result, or you can, get a negative if you want. It's really easy.
Smarties or something, and you put them in a little bit. You let them soak into the water, and so when they were just testing that because they just give the kids the box. They're old enough to go and do it. So they were all like, "I tell you what, lads, me, you, and you will all test positive this week. We'll have this week off, and then." Next week, you can all go positive.
I was just about to say that, and do you know what? Because it happened locally, and do you know what they were using? Fruit shoots. It tested positive. Yeah, fruit shoots. Kids were having time off school because they were putting fruit shoots on the test, yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's madness. But they're so clever these days, the kids, they make me laugh. Because they just used what was supposed to be fear-mongering as... a trick to get back at them.
Yeah.
And then they were all out on the bikes anyway in the park.
Well, at least they weren't on their PlayStation or something then. If they were on the bikes, bit of fresh air.
I don't know. If you said your son's 19.
Yeah.
Does he game?
Yes. Too much. He goes to college. I mean, he goes out a lot now. He's got a girlfriend and all that. But when he's here, he's on his PlayStation. But I'm glad he's out. He goes to pubs and stuff now. So it's like I'd rather him be there than stuck, on his PlayStation all day and all night, which he was doing at some point.
Yeah, they got too used to it. I know he would when he was doing online, like e-learning on the laptop, he would just switch his camera off and it'd just be on the Xbox, and they're all talking to each other.
Yeah, exactly. It's their social interaction, isn't it? I mean, it's not the real thing, but let's hang out. Let's just hook up, get your headset on, play some games.
Sad. It is sad, and to hear the way that they rage, the difference in him once he started gaming, the rage that I'd hear coming out of his room. Cool destroying. I can't wait for him to get a bit older. He does go to MMA. Used to be 6 days a week, but I've cut that down a bit now because it was too blooming expensive.
Oh, is it?
Oh, Yeah, it's his uncle's gym as well. Yeah, if you're paying for like 2 classes a night, £8 a time,
Oh,
and
it
that's
soon
for,
adds up.
and then travel. But then he'd have like fight class and a PT, like a one-on-one session, which you do need, especially if you're
Yeah.
gonna have a fight. Then they could be usually for. I'd get them for 45 because it was his uncle, but they're usually 80, so up to 80, depending on who you train with. And obviously, you want your son to look the best.
It's a shame, really, isn't it? Because it's beneficial, not just for self-defense, but for fitness. It's a shame that the prices are so high for these things. It's just money
I
all the time, isn't it?
understood with overheads as well because you don't. The kids' classes take the biscuit. You'd have 30 kids in every 45 minutes, and there was 2 or 3 days going on at the same time. It was for the kids, but my younger one, because she was there every night, watching my son, they just used to throw her on, just say, just jump on the mat, pops, since she was 3. So now they said the other week a little boy hit a girl in a class, and he's a little bully boy, the little rough type who used to roughhouse him with the brothers and that. And it was her friend. She decided to choke him out.
Mm.
She's tiny. If you saw the size of her, you would laugh your head off. But the teacher had to come and tell me at the end of the day, and she was saying, "Mum, it didn't tap." And I was like,
I didn't.
I was
Didn't you
like,
say that? Didn't you say that about your son once, though? The way you kind of like you stand up to him and back in days. What is he, about 6 foot tall or something? Does an MMA? Well, he's bigger than you anyway, isn't he? And you bring him right down, do you?
"Oh no, he can pick me up." We're both looking. We're both sort of in stance, getting ready to take each other down. I'm like, "Go and get that wheelie bin out now." And he's like, you can see he's gonna come at me. We're both like skipping around his room like I'm in the octagon. But yeah, sorry, I'm completely distracted, but I thought lighten the mood a little bit because it does bring me back down because I want to go and refresh my brain about these things now. But when you feel like you're the only person and you don't have that supportive group, to share it with and feel sort of vindicated, like, no, I'm not going crazy. There are other people that think the same way.
They're going crazy too. Yeah, we are. Going, but not insane. You've got to be crazy to live this life anyway, haven't you? To a certain extent. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about this community, or part of the community. It's like Grin keeps saying, if you want serious talk. I mean, we do, of course, like we do have serious talk on here. We have been, but it's for the station, isn't it? If you really want to go for it, you go to the station, and this is what's been built now. Somewhere to go to really, express yourself. And like, as you know, I don't know. Yeah, you've been on here on a Friday night. We have a bit of topical discussion. Well, sometimes or most of the time. A few guests on, and then we just have fun. We play some games and stuff because it's good for morale, isn't it? Or morale, if I pronounce that right. We do need to relax and chill out because if you spend so much time on these streams, you get. I mean, our eyes are open, but the more open they are, the more. I'm not going to say fear, but it's more like you're seeing the truth, and that's the scary thing. We got to wind down, and I appreciate like some of the other lives that are they'll have a chill out. They support each other. We're all here to support each other in different ways, aren't we? And I think this is another aspect of it, to chill out, just calm down, and
I think this
but
is
we could.
some places I've never seen. Well, I had never seen cesspit. Oh my gosh, that was earlier on, and I literally had to just. I usually have my Wi-Fi off anyway, and my phone's always on airplane mode if I'm not working. So, and I keep it away from me. I'm quite funny like that. But I immediately felt, like toxicity and just turned the phone off, threw it away from me. I can't believe people do this for fun. You cannot sit and do this every night in that sort of environment.
I mean, well, every night's so much. Do you think it's a way of like getting that out of your system, or do you think it's winding people up more? Okay, yeah, it's causing beef and drama, whether it be staged or not staged, but you know what I mean. They're playing the game. I'll tell you something. On one of my Discord channels about a year ago, I never actually invited anyone on there, but I opened up a channel called The Purge, and it was like it wouldn't work now because of the censorship. It was just totally no moderation, no nothing. You could come in there, you could throw hate speech, you could just go for it. There was a warning there. You know, you go in there, it's just hate. And when the cesspit come along, I thought, wow, you know, that's going down the same lines. But my purpose of The Purge is to purge all your anger out your system. It wouldn't have been just anybody, you know. It's just people who know. It's like you go in there and you just, you know, rip into each other like a roasting, I guess. But there was no limits, no censorship or anything like that, no moderation, and I called it the Purge Channel.
Brilliant, because I do think people need to get their anger out, but places like that where they're actually, it's real. I do believe it's real drama with certain people, and there's a lot of people who've got addiction problems who. I understand a roasting and a troll, and people don't have a sense of humour anymore. Come on, you should be able to rip on each other and not be so offended, you know, like
yeah.
And a little bit of trolling doesn't hurt anybody, but when it gets to that point where there's clearly people with issues, just it makes me feel bad for them that this is their place to go.
And it's for entertainment, though. That's the thing. It's for entertainment. It's not a therapeutic way. Like I'll tell you where my idea come from. Right? You talk about meditation. Yeah. I do something, or I used to quite regularly, at least once a week, and I called it outward meditation rather than, you know, inner journey. And what I would do, I would play some of the heaviest, punkiest, rockiest metal, just stuff that you could turn up really loud as I could, and just scream at it, you know, scream the lyrics. It was kind of like singing along until I couldn't anymore, until I lost my voice. And it was me getting all that negative and anger out of me, out my system. And I felt better afterwards. And then I could go back to the calm meditation. I felt, you know, I'd got stuff out of my system so I could relax. Not directly afterwards, but, you know, the next day maybe. And that's why I set up that channel. But although, like I said, I didn't really open it in the end. But it was for the similar kind of sense. It wasn't for entertainment. It was where people could go and just bang, let it out, give and take, like a mosh pit. You go in there, you're going to get hit, and you hit back. Nothing personal. You come out and, you know, bleeding and ripped to shreds, and you have a hug afterwards.
I get that.
Yeah.
No, I think that is a good idea. It's the online version of going and stamping your feet and screaming at the top of your voice in the woods, isn't it?
Yep.
You know, but if you don't know, that's not socially acceptable now, is it? I'd probably be bloody nicked if they had me screaming in the woods.
They'd probably think you were dogging or something. Oh, screaming in the woods, yeah.
I don't think I'd go with anybody, you know. You're a strange dogette.
Do you know, it's funny you said that. I bought a book once. I've read it a few times now. Have you heard of well, I won't swear because I don't swear, but F-U-C-K, The Ultimate Spiritual Way. Have you heard of that book at all?
No, but
it's good. In fact, like a few female friends have borrowed it from me, and they weren't impressed. They say, "Oh, because it was written by a guy." Oh, I don't like it. But the idea is, I mean, this guy wrote it after he had a breakdown, and he explains that at the beginning. He just stopped his car. He got out of the car. He said it was pouring rain. He just curled up into a ball in the gutter, and just cried. And he said that now he looks back. It made him feel free. He felt like a baby, but it was like he felt like he'd lost his mind, and he felt free because all the emotions was just flooded out of him. But he wrote this book, and basically the idea of it is just to go out there and just say, you know, the title at the top of your voice. You know, just get it out of your system, mean it, and just it doesn't matter where you are, just say it. And he says the word so much in the book, it's like riddled with it. But yeah, it was a release. It was a release for him. He said the biggest release was when he had that breakdown and he just curled up into a ball in the road, in the rain. And I mean, yeah, you'd have to read it, whether you like it or not. It's a different story, but it helped me.
You know, you were mentioning before as well about being buried in the mud and losing the sense of your body. And
yeah, Stu was talking about that. Yeah. Is that? Are you going to talk about the sensory tank again or something?
deprivation tank.
Yes.
That was where I didn't realise I still had so much pent up anger, and it was the scariest feeling because it's an out of body experience, and it was just horrible because I felt the hate that was still within me. But after that, my way was to run and get in the gym and swim as well, or free swimming when the weather allows. But no, I ran and ran on the beach, up and down that beach. Oh my lord, I've never felt so renewed. But I would advise anybody try it, and especially if you're going through emotional turmoil, because the things it brings up take years of therapy.
Wow. How many times did you do it? Was this just one, or did you go for
the first time sort of scared me, so I wasn't used to, I'm claustrophobic, and you're in a Jetson space egg, and you're just floating on like salted water, so you lose the sensation of your body at a body temperature, and you lose all sensation of your body. You're just stuck in your mind. And I think I was a bit, if you're scared, if you don't go in the right mind frame, you're going to be like banging, like, get out. I just want to get out. That was my first experience. I was a bit scared, so I tried some natural remedies second time, and it was just before, and I made sure I was in the right frame of mind and meditating for hours before, and it was a bit like psychedelic and freeing, but more with your thoughts than colours, and not tripping or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it was more going through all your old past traumas and actually seeing it, dealing with it, things that you'd forgotten have happened.
Well, this is it. I mean, these sensory deprivation tanks were used as a form of punishment, weren't they, or torture even? But that's a different scenario. If you're going in there and you're being forced in there and they're going to lock you in there, you're in a different state of mind, aren't you? I mean, okay, you might have felt fear when you went in there, but you really believed you were going in there for a good reason, for a beneficial reason, rather than punishments.
Yeah.
So I guess it works in a different way.
When they tried it for punishment, they actually tested it on kids, and they would fill them with fear in various ways before, so they'd see which traumas would work the most, and they'd gauge the children's fear and how upset they got, and they were trying to obtain the maximum fear, which is completely cruel and traumatizing for life. But they all technology good and evil, can't it?
Definitely, that's the kind of thing that they used to use in the MK Ultra program, wasn't it? That kind of thing, putting fear into the youngsters and doing stuff like that, amongst other things.
Oh yeah. I think obviously they wouldn't be experimenting, and if the Nazis did so much. I know you've seen all the experiments that they've done, but not all of them are published. Some are only in Old Germanic writing. So a lot of people, there's not very many people that can translate. But, I can't remember the name of them. I'll post it next time on here. So interesting. Somebody's actually gone and translated. It's really, some cruel, but some really kind and loving as well, which is shocking. But they were saying that, is it the love or the fear that they were looking for extra, looking to make soldier children things, but from babies.
Oh, that is crazy. That really is down the MK. I mean, when you say that, I'm pretty sure the Minions. What's that movie? The kids' movie. That that was based on some of the German experiments, wasn't it? You can even find pictures, and you got these kids in these suits with these goggles on. And when you look at that picture, once you look at the Minions, and then you think of the guy. I don't know who he is. The guy that controls them. They had to change the whole kind of idea, because they couldn't say that this is like Nazi experiments. But
it's again, isn't it? Plain sight once again.
Yeah.
And it's normalized by making them cute and dance for the kids. It's all
Exactly.
indoctrinate. I don't, to be honest.
It actually, it's an ancient way of life. Actually, the ancient Greeks would indoctrinate their children. They would enroll them into a school they used to call the agoge, where only the fittest would survive, and they would basically be trained from really young, to become warriors, soldiers. It was like a national service conscription.
I think it was about 6. I think it could even be younger, but I know that they also used to, if for whatever reason, I'm sure if it was a girl or a troublesome child, they used to automatically send them off to live on their own into the woods for a year and survive. If they didn't, they'd come back, but they weren't allowed to come back for over a year.
Right.
And that was at a really young age. So we've been cruel to children since the beginning of time. Horrid things, even going back to sacrifices and even before then. But it's fascinating that human nature seems to have two sides, and you can either be drawn to the evil, I'd say the dark side. Some cultures call it jinn, the devil. You can call it what you like, but that black goo intrigues me, because if those are the main points, it's crazy that they're the places that all the leaders, not the top leaders, but they're fighting for that land. And most wars have been placed around those areas and they found it. I do think there's something going on. Even the Anunnaki referred to it as well. So it's...
Who, sorry?
The Anunnaki.
Anunnaki,
the really old history.
Those who from heaven to earth they came.
Can you say that again, Mellors? I missed that.
It's from the Bible.
Oh, okay.
The Anunnaki lived a long time before that, but there was drawings found on a wall before language was actually used, and before writing was used, and so they believed that you had to pass down, the earliest carvings, and there's aliens, and you have the big long elongated heads. They had depictions of black goo, and they were the first to start making sort of symbols. It became a little bit symbolic, but as far as I'm aware anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, but
there's no way of proof. Well, there is, but sorry, Karen.
Not without dedicating your life, really.
I mean, it's like anything, though, isn't it? I mean, I love like paganism, the history of like our own Celts, way before religion. Well, before the Bible and all that. I'm really interested in that. But then I have to think this is just the written word, and it's like, should I believe this? It's like, it does make sense. I mean, a lot of it makes sense when you think, okay, rather than following a book that's telling you, what's right and wrong, they were looking at the seasons, moon phases, sunrises, the planet itself, the growth and the dying, and then you think, well, was Christianity really based on that, as in the whole Jesus and the resurrection, spring, the planet dies and then it comes back to life, all that plus many more. It makes sense, but is it actually real, Was it written before or after? I like to think, but then where's the proof? Like the runes. The runes make sense. When you look at wood, you see the cracks in the knots, and it's like, they're runes. That's where they got the runes from. I mean, when you think of the story of Odin and the, hanging from the tree of Yggdrasil when he discovered the runes, he was obviously looking at the wood. Or was it written afterwards? I mean, who knows? But it still makes sense to me. More sense than the Bible. Anyway. No offense to anyone, because like if you got faith, and that's a precious thing. But I don't have that kind of faith. Here we go. We've got Gypsy coming up. Hang on.
This isn't the first time they reset everything. A few hundred years ago, I think it was 1700 something, they reset time itself, the calendar. They switched from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which actually created a number of things, including the 1st of April, April Fool's Day. Those who would still celebrate Easter on April Fool's Day, and those who knew better, you know.
Right. Yeah.
The origins of it. How you doing, Gypsy? How you doing?
Hi, Gypsy.
Hi, Gypsy.
Respect people.
All right.
How are we doing?
Fake.
All right.
Jesus.
Didn't realise how long we've been on actually until now. But yeah.
You guys been on for 5 hours, yeah.
I didn't realise Grim bogged off about 2 hours ago, didn't he? Or 3 hours? I don't know. We've lost.
What, Grim's gone? Grim's gone, yeah?
Yeah, he went to sleep. He had to go and get some rest. Yeah.
Well, you guys been talking about religion?
All sorts. We started off with we were talking about anything from common law to not conspiracy, but yeah, we just ended up talking about Zara's come in with some stuff from a guy called I can't remember his name again now.
Harold Courtsfellow.
Right.
I remember Zara. She used to be on Dino's lives a lot, I think.
Yes.
I remember you. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Do you not go on these no more?
No, I've not been well, so it's just whenever.
Oh, you're right.
I'll get there, yeah.
Hopefully, I don't know what's wrong with you, but I wish you well. I mean, you don't sound well. Your voice.
No, I'm not feeling great. Just having a bad few days, but it'll pass.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
We're trying to move on to some chill stuff, aren't we? Okay, we keep dipping into this, that, and the other. We're actually talking about language, weren't we? And writing, like the origins of writing rather than the English language. But
can I ask you a question?
Who's that?
So who is this? Stango or Stango?
Yeah.
Your picture's quite, disturbing, that mate. But
disturbing.
Yeah, it's a weird face.
It's from a computer game. It's just the only game I play. It was just something I'd pick. Have you heard of Dead by Daylight?
No.
I haven't played it for months now. But it's
my boy likes, my little boy, he likes them weird games and dark games, yeah? So I'm sure he knows that face. But that face is disturbing, mate. Like 3 a.m. and that. You wouldn't want that out your window, would you?
Not really, no. It's just a mask, I think.
Can I ask you a question? So I don't think I've ever spoken to you before.
No, I don't think so. I don't think you have.
Do you watch Auditing?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
So have you ever watched my stuff, personally?
I think because I don't think you didn't do anything for a while, did you? I saw.
I was on a ban.
Oh, is that why? When you first started, I saw about 2 or 3. I think you were out there with. I've seen you out there with somebody.
Yeah, I've been out with you.
It's quite a while back now, I think. There's too much to watch anyway. There's way too much. I can't keep up with it all.
I can't even myself.
Yeah, exactly. If you're out there doing it, a lot of auditors are out there doing it, and they don't have time to keep up with their auditors, do they? But again, I work as well, so I don't have time.
Yeah.
For everything.
We got to be with the people, though. Like my channel, I've nearly hit 6,000, right?
Have you?
Yeah, and with the people, without the people, my channel will be dead. So, my praises for my loyal listeners. But it's not about me. I'm auditing to the scene. I mean, it's changed massively, especially in the UK.
Of course.
And obviously, I feel we're at the back end where so many laws are coming in and policies that it's going to be very hard soon to even do an audit.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the USA have led the way, and we're picking up the pieces. But yeah, it's a very difficult game to be in because I go around the country, right, and I work and stuff as well. But like I said, I was on a shadow ban for 4 months. So my stuff wasn't getting promoted at all by YouTube.
Why were you banned, if you don't mind me asking? I don't
Yeah,
know
no.
the.
So do you remember JB Wales
Oh,
and all that shenanigans with Live Free, right?
yeah.
So I'm obviously Live Free. I've been out with Live Free on audits, and I'm team Live Free in a sense. But I don't really put myself in a bracket, right? But I do
Yeah, yeah.
support Live Free. Not everything, not with the certain things that happened. Like as an auditor, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As a human being, I've met him in real life, so I've got nothing but praise for him. But yeah, so I've done a video on JB calling him a grass,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he striked me, got me a week ban, so I couldn't upload, I couldn't go live, and with that week ban, it lasts on your channel for 3 months. Now, that 3 months is shadow banning, but then you got to add another month onto that as well to get back into the algorithm onto YouTube, where they're going to start promoting you again. So last year, November till March this year, no one's received any notifications of any videos I've released.
Oh.
But this month I've grown by 1,000 because everyone is. This is the problem. I could have give up, but I never. And I did have a gap, like you said. But I've done over 135 videos now. So I'm hoping people. It's not about me though, fully, but I'm just saying this JB. I think we all know about him now, and I'm glad that people have turned against him. But I was one that took him in and let him on my live streams and helped promote him because he was an auditor back then, before all of the crap.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some fantastic people in this community, and I hope we unite more. I'm only a small channel, really. I know I've had a bit of success, but there's so many great people, and without the people, these channels are dead. So, you know, like yourself and many people having good debates, this is what it's about.
It's about support as well. You know, it's
Yeah.
like we all respect like people going out there. I respect anybody that's, you know, putting their freedom at risk at times, like to stand up for the rights of everyone, for all of us. Well, when I say everyone, you know, some of us appreciate it, some of us don't. Some of them don't care.
That's
you
right.
know, it's like full respect to all, and all I can do is like be here to, you know, like I said, we need morale. We need good morale. We need to chill out at
Yes.
times. We need to discuss things, and on this channel, we try to do it. You know, well, we don't let it get out of hand, if you know what I mean.
Grim Reaper's a good. I like Grim Reaper. You know, I've got a lot of time for him because how he sees things, and he's very calming and wise, and he takes his time. So these are the people we need more of. I mean, Zara. I know about Zara because she's got and Mellows, and Zara used to go on Deanology's lives a lot, and you know, me and Dino have had a little bit of falling out, but I always respect Dino in the end. So
yeah.
Yeah, sure. I never fallen out. I refuse to with anybody because I just don't see the point. But I think amongst the community it can get a bit toxic. And
yes,
if
it
you
can.
people presume you must have a problem with me, and then they don't want to speak to you again, and it's just crazy to me.
It's insanity. But you know what it is? We're all people, yeah? And when we actually speak to each other, it's alright. It's just getting to that point.
Yeah.
But let's be wise and not be like children arguing all the time because I'm getting sick of it, right? And this is stopping people watching auditing. And this is not nice to see that.
Yeah.
We need to the US go on.
Don't
I was
come
just
there
going
for
to say,
drama.
like, sorry, Zara.
Don't come there for drama. Watching people row can get exhausting.
Yep, mentally.
Yeah.
Mentally. And emotionally and
It's just like the whole idea. I mean, going right back, isn't it? It's like how many people tune in. I mean, it's that same old thing again. Tune in just for the drama, and how many people tune in, you know, for the actual the point of
audits.
it, basically for the audits.
Well,
I mean, I know I've been watching it from the beginning, and I was taking notes from the beginning. You know, thinking like, oh, is there a tactic to this? You know, learning from it, learning the you know, the acts and you know, all
the
that,
laws
monitoring it. The laws, yeah, you know, your sections and all that. And in fact, I wanted to go out there and do it originally, but then by the time I, you know, got my head together to actually go out, that's when things started,
Oh, this is a
crapping.
shame. And this is steering people off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I hope people can come to a lot of channels and see that we are grafting out there and we're staying away from live stream, the toxic, like Zara said, and she's correct. But things haven't got to be like that. We can change it. Anything, if it's a negative, we can spin it to a positive, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Things can change. It's down to the people, and people are powerful in numbers. You know, like you guys are in here now, 3 o'clock in the morning, and probably still got people listening to you. So there's a market out there still for people. Like I know my audits, and personally, people want to see them, but the live streams I used to do, and I used to interview people and stuff as well.
I saw a few
Like,
of your lives actually. Yeah.
but I've deleted them all now because like you on YouTube when you're monetized like I am, live streams they kind of block up your channel.
Right.
So YouTube, it's all a business. It's all about YouTube promoting you because you got to play the game. So if YouTube are promoting you and they're your mate, you get more ad revenue and then you earn more from adverts. But it's not solely for one thing. I don't do this for money. Like I said, I work. This is more of a hobby, but I still love it. This is my ultimate passion, what I'm doing, because this year I've got a lot, especially with the amount of prison I've done. I like to go to prisons and audit them, do inspector reports. I like to have people on that have suffered in prison, and I've even got a story on my channel about one of the longest serving prisoners in the UK on the IPP sentence. I don't know if many of you have heard of this. Have you heard of this, the IPP sentence?
No idea. Sorry.
So basically, it's an indefinite sentence. So if you get 2 years IPP in prison, but you can't anymore because it's been abolished. It got abolished in 2012. You would do 2 years, then go for parole. But the majority of people with IPP would do 10 times or even 8 times their tariff. So if the tariff is 2 years, people end up doing 15 years. It's an absolute disgrace. It's a breach of human rights. David Blunkett, who brought it in, abolished it, but there's still 2,000 IPP prisoners in the system now as we speak. And this is a big fight I've got this year, and I've got a story on my channel. It's called Aaron's Story. He's 15 years over tariff. He's suffering every day of mental health problems, and it's so sad because I don't want to see that he's going to take his life. And I know it sounds dramatic, but this is the stage we're at. There's a lot of suicides from IPP prisoners, and they're human beings. And the majority of these guys are in for burglaries, armed robbery, 2 strikes. But these crimes, they've done their time for it, and they're well over the tariff. And the Gypsy auditor, when I was in prison, I missed IPP by 1 month. I was going to get it myself, and I'd still be in now. But I thank God I didn't get it. So this is a big battle for me, and I hope we can all get behind the auditors and watch these prison audits as well and police stations, because we have got a big purpose. We're not just doing it for money and clicks and for arguments. There's a story behind everything.
Yeah.
But I can't speak for everybody, but that's just me.
What does IPP stand for? Oh, sorry.
No, I did see that Aaron story, and very moving. So thank you for doing that.
No, I've got more coming. That was his sister talking about it.
I remember. Well, didn't you see his mum? You went round to the mum's house.
Yeah, that's his sister, Sherry. And she reached out to me, right? And it upset me when I watched it. So I'm here to fight for the people, because I'm going to go to the prison he's in, and I'm going to go audit the prison, and he might get out this year, I hope. And that'd be a result for me to see him out, because he's struggling every day. I've been in prison. I've done 7 years behind the door in prison. I've done 2 long prison sentences. I know how it feels, but I had a release date. This guy doesn't. So, no matter how strong you are.
How long ago was? I'm just looking at your channel. How long ago did you release Aaron's story, the video?
Yeah, this story. I have been the last probably 2 months done a lot of police station audits, but I think it was about 3 months. I'm just looking now. Yeah, 3 months ago.
I've just noticed I kind of missed you actually because I've noticed you 3 months there.
You're not subscribed to me?
I don't think I was. Sorry,
Oh
I
my
wasn't.
God, I'm gonna have to sack you.
Sorry, I'm being honest. I wasn't. I thought I was
Don't worry
subscribed to
about me.
everybody.
Listen, don't worry about individual channels. I'm just saying this story. Me and do you know taking our rights back?
Of course, yeah.
Me and him are gonna link up hopefully and do this prison that he's in, that Aaron's in. And really, and maybe bring Aaron's sister, and because she's a very inspiring lady, very strong, and yeah, it's very upsetting. There's 2 parts to it. Listen, I'm not the best editor. I've learnt now, but I'm gonna do more on this story maybe in the summer, because I'm from South, and I think the prison he's in, I can't think of her name. I think it's H&P Garth, and it's up north, yeah. So when I go up north, I'm gonna go do it. You understand, guys? Like, I may be on nearly 6,000 subscribers, but yeah, we work all the time. I've got 5 children, and I'm trying my best. Yeah. I'm out tomorrow, but these prison stories are very hard hitting for me. You know, like I said, I've done 2 long prison sentences and my own mistakes, and I know it feels. But I had a release date, and these guys don't. And there's girls. There's still girls in the UK with this sentence as well.
Okay. Do you mind me asking, like, how long ago it was since you were last behind the door?
2019.
Okay, so it's not that long ago then.
But you know, it's amazing because I've had 2 children since then, and I'm very blessed. I've got 2 boys added on to me already. Few, so we're doing well.
So do you think? I mean, where's your head at now? Apart from the auditing, since doing time and getting out, do you think that you're on? Do you believe that you're on the straight and narrow now, or
yeah? When I left the door, which was March 19th, 2019, I knew I would never go back. Shall I tell you why? I had a steroid problem a few years ago,
right?
And I was a big, like a lump of bodybuilder, and I probably wasn't on the planet really.
Yeah.
So when I come off them, I was only on them for 6 months, but I got really, really big. I got to about 18 stone of muscle, right?
Whoa.
So naturally, I'm quite a big lad anyway. But you know, these steroids, they put you on a different level, and I was in for 2 very violent crimes, and I live in regret with them. But I've always pled guilty to my crimes, always. So I was in for GBH of intent and GBH back to back. So I've got 7 years and 5 years, yeah, back to back.
Right.
And obviously with that, you have to all the days, and I think I've done 6 years, 3 months and 17 days physically in jail. I'm 29 years old, so I've done pretty much all of my 20s. So it is what it is. I've got my story on my channel as well, but I want to do more for these IPP prison, like people that are suffering, and because I was an EPP prisoner, right?
Can I just stop it? Can you? I did ask for it. What's IPP and what's EPP?
So IPP is basically if you got 2 years,
yeah,
you do 1 year in prison generally, and you get 1 year on license when you come out. These people will get 2 years, then go for parole. So basically, it's an indefinite sentence. When they get out, they've got a 99-year license.
Right.
Which means
I did mean what does IPP stand for, and EPP as in you know the.
It's extended public protection is EPP.
Okay.
So basically, EPP, what I got 3 years EPP, yeah.
Yeah.
So which means, you go for basically normally in prison you do half for whatever you get. When you got EPP or IPP, you're doing everything every day of that. So the 3 years I got, I still did 3 years 6 months in jail because I did 6 months on remand waiting to be sentenced.
Of course, yeah.
So the judge, it's up to the judge if he wants to give you any days back. He didn't give me any days, so basically I had to do so much longer than the original time, which is nothing compared to what IPP prisoners go for. And when you get out of prison, the hardest journey is the license conditions. So I come out and I had a 3-year license, yeah?
Yeah.
I've completed my license, thank God. But it was a very, very hard journey. Probation, you know, when you come out of prison, if you're high risk in their eyes, you have to live in a hostel. I've got my own house, yeah, but I had to live in a hostel with sex offenders. Now, I'm not a sex offender. I'm just a normal offender, a violent young man. I was. And I had to live with these disgusting people. I didn't have to live in prison because they were separated.
Yeah.
But this is that they test you. So mentally, I'm very strong, luckily. But not a lot of people are. You know, if you're seeing a paedophile, some people can't help themselves. And I had to hold back every day. You know, but they promote you. This is a big story I've got coming up anyway, so I won't go too much. But yeah, so an IPP prisoner is generally that they do 5 times over their original tariff. So if their tariff is 2 years, they're doing 10 years or 12 years, which is an absolute disgrace. They're going for parole and getting out. But when they're out, they have a 99-year license, which means if they spit on the floor within the next 100 years, they can go back to prison. They are on edge 24/7. It got abolished in 2012, the sentence for on the Human Rights Act, right? It's inhumane. But it's 10 years since they abolished it, and there's still 2,000 people inside. So I'm going to fight this year for this, because it's getting ignored. It's not getting promoted, right?
Is anybody else out there exposing this at all, as far as you know? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, is there anybody else that you know of? I mean, I don't mean like orders. Is anybody out there that's actually digging this up and exposing it?
Not really. No. Like I said, me and Taking Our Rights Back will hopefully do this audit.
Yeah.
But we need more. But, you know, this is the auditing community. This is, you know, when Live Free comes out of jail, maybe he'll help.
Yeah.
Because he does help a lot of people. But yeah, it's a big story, and listen, we can only try our best. And I thank you all for watching it, because that's the key.
I've just subbed, actually. I've subbed. So I'm going to check it out. Sorry, I didn't sub before, and
Hey,
like I said,
you haven't got to do anything, brother. You do what you for yourself.
It's support, man. Oh, that's what I'm here for. Support. I'm not a follower. I'm a supporter. You know.
Yeah, you people are the best. You know, with supporters. I've got members as well, and I appreciate all of you. So yeah, someone's got some bad feedback.
I think that's Zara. Well, it might be a little bit of. Hang on, let's just check. It's stopped now, isn't it? Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna go to sleep, right? But I didn't want to interrupt your live. But thank you for listening, guys, and take care, yeah. And let's keep fighting the good fight of whatever we're doing, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Take care, guys.
Respect to you, bud. Yeah, take care.
Take care, Mellows. And everything.
Starting to get tired as well. What is the time?
It's half three.
Oh, Jesus. My Skype's going to go in a minute.
All right.
My Skype's going to go in a minute. The radio's going to start broadcasting in a minute. RBN be broadcasting live.
You broadcast
about half an hour.
What? Oh, man.
Not me. Not me. I don't broadcast. I just tinker around in the back, remember? I occasionally come on a few people's lives and just chat a load of shit, but
well, I don't know about shit, but yeah.
But yeah, no. RBN, Republic of Broadcasting Network, is it's a UK-based radio. It's hosted by a guy called V. I'm going to introduce you to him. Actually, he's pretty cool. Yeah. They broadcast between 11 and 1 o'clock. They do the midnight show, but they're 5 hours ahead of us, behind us, right? So for us, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. For them, it's midnight. You know?
I get that.
Yeah, so I'm always exhausted when they come on, especially if I've been on someone's live as well. You know, it just drains you, this stuff, doesn't it?
It does a bit. It can do, although I've got that echo's driving me nuts. Sorry, there you go. I forgot what I was going to say now. I hate the sound of my. Well, you hear that, and when you hear it back straight away, it's like yeah. It can be a bit draining, but I've got to be up this afternoon for work. I've got the early mornings at the weekends. It's I'll get
with that.
But I know about the time zones because, like, my family are all abroad over in Canada, and they're 5 hours behind. So, yeah, I'll get a bit of that going on at times if I'm up early.
I do the same thing. Clients in Michigan are 5 hours behind, and I'm like, ugh, like a zombie.
Michigan. Oh well,
Yeah.
That's North America, isn't it? Isn't it?
Midwest.
What's it called? Midwest. I know a lady that's from Michigan. Yeah, she's lived over here for a long time, but yeah, she's nice, and she's always telling me things about Michigan, and I can't remember where it is. Is it? It's not by Detroit, is it? I don't know America that well.
Yeah, Detroit, Michigan, Detroit, but yeah, it's the home of Ford, where the Fords were originally.
I know Detroit's Motor City, isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge.
Motor City. I just know the song by Kid Rock, you know, All Summer Long. Where he goes, summertime in northern Michigan. Yeah. I do like that song. And there was that 70s show. That was in Michigan, wasn't it? At the beginning. Hello, Michigan!
That's actually a throwback. I used to love that show.
It was all right, wasn't it? I've got them on DVD. I bought them from a charity shop and just binge watched them. And I thought, why didn't I ever see this? You know. The last series apparently was a bit because they replaced somebody. Who did they replace? With some cheesy 70s guy. But
I hope it wasn't Ashton Kutcher. It's all I used to watch it for.
Really? Ashton. He was the funny one, actually. He's just a dopey git, wasn't he, really?
Yeah. Imagine
blonde bimbo. Yeah, it's a good show.
If you've all got to go to sleep, I'm going to work in a minute, but all enjoy and thank you.
I thought you were going to offer to take over the show for a second. It's like, well, if you've got to go, I'll carry on. No?
Oh my gosh, no.
Grim won't have any hours left at this rate anyway, if we carry on. It's got to be the longest stream I've been on, actually. And I've been here pretty much since the start of it. This is insane. Yeah. All right. Well, it's been good, actually. We've covered a lot of topics, haven't we? And up and down, had a bit of fun as well as education. I mean, I don't know much about the prison service. I've just been educated by Gypsy, actually. So I had no idea about any of that.
I heard about that. I'm sure it's from his video, and I was nearly in tears, to be honest. Just shocking.
I'm gonna check it out, actually. Yeah, I will. I'm gonna have to catch up if I can get the time. It's like, whoa. Again, got to trying to stay away from some of the lives, but I like some of them. I mean, like Anne Marie's chilled. You know, it's nice to. I listen to it like the radio. Sorry.
What is Anne Marie's? I asked somebody the other day, but they said they weren't a mod, so they couldn't put it in the box. When I type in Anne Marie, obviously the artist comes in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you want the? I could put the link in the chat if you want it.
Oh yes, please.
Yeah, she does a chill chat. I mean, she normally does. I think it's not normally because it's school holidays. She has an 11 o'clock slot normally, but lately because of the school holidays, she's been sometimes on all night.
Yeah, you have to click on the filter and click channel.
Filter, right? I've never used that one. Sorry, new laptop. Filter, features, live. No, where does it say? Oh yeah, type channel.
Do you want me to put it in the chat, or have you got it? Anne Marie, it's a heart. It's a purple heart with an A on it or I can put it in the chat
Oh
for
yeah.
you.
Right. It says only 2 videos. Oh no, live concerts. Oh no. Yeah, put it in the chat. I'm honestly not functioning. I've got all my information open, which I can't click off.
Not surprised this time of the morning. Oh, we're
Oh,
just running on fumes at the
brain
moment,
fog.
aren't we?
Brain fog.
So that's a channel. That's a channel. And sometimes I just switch it on and just listen at night until I pass out. Unless Gamer's on, of course. But it's normally chilled out. Although Gamer, I heard he's had a bit of a hard day today, hasn't he? He was losing it a bit earlier because he lost his cousin today.
Oh
And
no.
so he's been all over the place. He's been having a go at people, talking about quitting, and yeah, he's going through something at the moment. I mean, it took me a while to get used to that chap, but he's all right, really, isn't he?
I'm not aware of people's names, or I just see if I like the chat, and I forget who I've spoken to and who I haven't. But I'm still sorry for his loss.
Yeah, yeah. He'll be all right. It's got. I mean, there was plenty of support. Again, he's going through this. There was support in the chat. He's got people on the, and he was really having a go to everybody, but they were there for him. They're there for him, and that's what it's about, isn't it? Supporting each other in many different ways. We've got to keep each other up, else we're just going to get weak.
Divided we fall.
Yeah, united we stand. Or in this case, it's divided we stand with Autism and united we fall because each on their own mission. Although I'm liking seeing collaborations. People like PJ and DJ and Bear and DJ, and they're kind of working now. They're working together, and they kind of they've got respect for each other, enough to respect that they can actually function together as a unit rather than. I mean, I'm not knocking, Marty B and Live Free and Chunky Monkey and all them, but it got a bit chaotic. I think that was it, though. It was a verbal attack, wasn't it? I think that's the idea. But it got a bit confusing for us, like when everybody's like "Rah!" at the same time. But it wasn't assault. It's like fair play to them for doing that, going in numbers, showing their strength. But with what's going on now, it's like okay, this is it's a it's not professional. What's the word? A more civil approach. Do they deserve that? Well, we've got other auditors that. I mean, even Bear, he'll go in the other direction at times, won't he? He changes his mood. A lot of people mirror what they're getting, don't they? If they get a good interaction, they'll react back that way. If they get a bad interaction, they'll just throw it back at them.
I do think power to the proletariat has got it in the right form.
Yeah.
I think he's got it nearly down to a T, where it distracts them with other questions. Oh, what's this sign mean? And then ask the questions, and he really handles himself really well. Bit like Abraham. But it's hard.
Sorry, you must have seen that one where he got attacked by that. Was it a council guy that chased him out afterwards and
killed the centre manager and did him in?
Yeah. I mean, that was
did you see that
to the max.
They refused to press any charges because they couldn't physically see it.
What?
Yeah, there's a follow-up video on it of him going into the police station saying now, even though they've seen the video and the evidence, well, we can't prove that you didn't hit him first. He said he was just going to pick him up.
That's insane. That is absolutely crazy.
He's gonna take it further, which hats off to him. Sure, we'd all fund it as well. But I'm sure many auditors will be following up with that job centre now.
Yeah, sure. I hope so. I mean, he's not going to behave like that again, surely. Not after that incident.
The policeman actually said he's been put on a sort of a back desk job. Oh, how terrible. He's got to sit in the back further and not deal with the public.
Yeah, he needs to be prosecuted for assault, doesn't he? Not put on a back job. That's what happens in the police force, isn't it? It's like, oh, we're going to have to take you off the beat now because you've just attacked somebody or whatever.
2 months on a desk job, that's all.
It's crazy. It is a crazy world. Oh, Jose's here. Hi, Jose. We're just finishing up, man. You'd come at the wrong time. Never mind you bringing your popcorn. You missed it all. It's good. Drew Hill. Drew Hill. That name's familiar.
That is a band. Let me see that song.
Oh, Drew Hill.
Enter the Dragon. One of my favourite albums. Well done, Jose.
Drew Hill.
Do you know, I was actually a backing dancer for Drew Hill, and nobody. I did not think they came to Liverpool, and it was my brother's favourite, like I'd say band, but a group of band I don't know, sing live and dance. And I thought, no way, it's not. It was at like a university, and the stage wasn't that big, and I was unimpressed. So I thought it's not going to be the real Drew Hill. It's going to be like a cover band. It's going to be a cover it was when it was really him. Afterwards, they were going to it's called the Fat Club, PHAT in Liverpool, like as an after thing. And I was nearly 18. And he was like, "You want to come to the club?" And my brother literally grabbed me by the arm and dragged me away. That could have been the best night of my life.
Wow. He was saving you.
I know, but people don't believe me because my friends were like, "No, you didn't. Just because you've heard Thong Song doesn't mean, oh, yeah, of course you did." I was like, "No, look."
Cisco. Thong, 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 thong. Yes.
No, I had to dance to that. I didn't wear a thong. I was still underage. But no, I couldn't believe it was really them. That's my only little claim to fame.
Oh, were you starstruck or?
Yeah.
I bet you wasn't at that age. You would have been, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, and he's a midget as well, so he was my height, and I was like just in shock, looked like a little Ninja Turtle. But when I heard him singing, like, oh my lord, can they sing? Like goosebumps. There wasn't that many people there. Not unexpected.
Do you think you'd get starstruck now if you met somebody like that, a celebrity that or whatever that you would like? Do you think it'd hit you now or?
Well, do you know, I made a bit of a prat of myself because Johnny Vegas doesn't live far, and I always see him at the shop, and I don't know why. Yeah, I have to stay. Yeah.
I loved Ideal. I loved Ideal.
Do you know what? Yeah, I have. It's brilliant.
It is.
Well, I was sort of following him around the spa.
Stalking him.
Yeah, and I was like, is that the first time? And then I've got my little daughter who's supposed to pull her by the arm, like, hang on, let me see. And you could see he must be so peed off with it. Like, he just turned around and gave me the most evil look. And I was like, okay, I'm going to stop following you now. I even picked up the same bread. I was like, oh, look at this. I wanted the exact same thing as you. After the daggers, I just put it down on the shelf and walked out. It was like, oh. And then the more you see him, the less bothered I am. But I still stare. I don't know why.
It's Johnny Vegas. He sounds so glamorous, doesn't he? And then you look at him, it's like Johnny Vegas. He sounds like an Elvis character, doesn't he? Johnny Vegas. He's great. He's just he keeps it real, doesn't he? On TV, he does anyway. I don't know about in real life.
Yeah, but I think he's just fed up. But he goes to the local pub. So, but I don't go in that one. It's a bit grubby now.
Grubby? Why he goes to a grubby pub, does he?
Yeah, he's notorious for it. The bearded hand.
He always sounds surprised. He looks like that kind of person, though, doesn't he? When you think there's nothing glamorous about him at all. Or does he dress smart when he's in public? Or
I did notice that. I was trying to clock the shoes. No, trainers, trousers, and a long t-shirt. But he had a granddad peak cap on, which I thought, ooh, fancy.
Okay. Did he have it on backwards? So he is who he is then, really. In real life, he's the same person. Well, not his attitude, but just the way he looks, because he's normally quite scruffy, isn't he?
No, he's he seemed very clean, and well, he was buying a nice loaf of bread. His nails were clean. I can't believe. I don't think I'd respond well to stalking either. To be fair, I'm just an idiot. But yeah, I probably would get starstruck, wouldn't I? Thinking about it.
So it's not something you grow out of. I don't think I'd get starstruck. I don't think I really was struck at all. But I've met people, and I don't get that kind of feeling of starstruck. I'm just pleased to see people.
I think I wanted to go on Russell Brand's doing a tour really soon. I think I wouldn't get starstruck with it. I'd just giggle. But no, I always wanted to be famous. So I think if you've got that sort of mentality, when I was younger, because I grew up singing, dancing, and things like that, and on theatre. So I think, because you always think, are they different or what's the rider? But I can't think of anything to say. I'm a bit nervy anyway. I'm not as can either be really confident, but I think that's a defense mechanism to cover up how she can be.
I know what you mean.
But yeah.
Go
on, who have you met then famous?
I don't want to say.
Why?
Because they're not really. Okay. One was Lenny Henry. I mean, who's Lenny Henry? I met Lenny Henry.
Dawn French was but happy.
I mean, I like Dawn French. She was. I don't think they were even together at the time.
No,
no. I met him in Birmingham. I met a guy called. Well, I didn't meet him. I met Lenny Henry. I spoke to Lenny Henry. He's massive. He's so tall. In fact, is he what? Sorry.
Was he nice?
Yeah, he was all right actually. Just had a chat. He was in a comic book store in Birmingham. I went in there last week actually for the first time in ages. And he was upstairs on the phone phoning for a taxi because his car had broke down or something. So while I was in there, we just had a bit of a chat actually. Oh, all right, it's Lenny Henry. How you doing now, kid? That kind of thing. he was all right. He probably thought, oh, probably hell, waiting for the taxi to turn up. Hurry up. Who else I met? I did a music course, and who did I meet on there? I met what's his name? He was on the X Factor. The Irish guy. He was a manager of boy bands. Louis Walsh.
Louis Walsh.
I met him and a couple of members of the Specials who we were doing a bit of playing, and we played with them. Music, that is. To play with the Specials.
That went quickly.
There was a guy, I never watched it, but he used to be on Breakfast TV apparently. He lived around the corner. Nick something. He was a co-host of somebody called Anne Diamond, I think. Nick, I don't know his name. But I was in the post office and he was in front of me, and the woman behind the post office was, I don't know, she was flapping about, pointing when he wasn't looking. I'm like, what? And he's very, very short. He was about 4 foot tall, I swear he was. And when I got to the counter, she's like, did you see who that was? And I was like, who? She goes, the guy in front of you. I said, who was he? And when she said his name, Nick, is it the dwarf? What, the dwarf? Nick somebody. I was like, I said, I haven't got a clue who he is. Oh, he's on breakfast television. It's like, what? I don't know. Why are you getting excited about somebody that's on breakfast television? It's like, no. just because he's on the telly.
It is crazy how you react. Do you know? Oh, I was gonna. I know somebody. I can't say because it's a family name. Do you know what I mean? But they've got the same name as somebody famous, and they do a similar job. Travelled all the way down, so excited to have this amazing opportunity to work in media, and they presumed they were a very famous presenter. They'd only just qualified from uni. Truly believe they were getting offered a job of salary of like $500,000 from the BBC. But that made me laugh. But, that family member would let me go on certain sets to movies and stuff. Become a producer now, so I've seen people from afar, but I couldn't even say. I was sort of ushered into the back and carry that and walk away. Go down and down in costume, get up away.
Oh no, we've
Well, I
got
didn't leave a
Hosey.
note for him.
We've got Hosey here, right? He can come up and say hello, but we're just about to shut down, aren't we? So I think he probably just wants to come and say hello. All right, come up. Just so you know, we're shutting down very, very soon. Right?
What the
Yo,
hell?
yo, how's it going? You've got 5 minutes, dudes. We've been up all night. What you got to say?
My devices are going off. Boy,
Oi.
what's up, dude? My devices are all going off like out of nowhere. Like my phone just turned on.
Oh, is that what happened?
Okay, so I'm in with you guys. Let me turn this off. Oi, oi.
Did you hear?
Hey,
You
Zara.
heard?
How are you?
We're good.
Hey, Zoe. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah. We never got to talk about the whole Drew Hill saga. You started off with it last time, but we never got to,
The
we never got
song.
to talk about it.
Oh, that was mostly it. I did sort of. I shouldn't even say, because if by any chance my brother ever finds me on here,
Oh.
and I know my son also knows that I do this, so I don't really. Perhaps another. He is awake as well.
But the whole Drew Hill thing is, my cousin was the one that had the album or the CD or the cassette, whatever it was back in the day, and it being around there because we would go watch like I'm sure you're familiar with like boxing fights, like De La Hoya, Oscar De La Hoya, and like like we'd watch like we'd go over there on the weekends to watch pay-per-view fights, and then we would listen to music afterwards and get drunk. And he had the Enter the Dragon, I think it was called the album. It was Drew Hill, Enter the Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Let's
we loved it.
had an argument.
Yeah, I loved it. And then he went like how you said that first time when I heard you say it, you said that everybody is hears the thong song, but is not really familiar with Drew or with Cisco's
Yeah.
the whole Drew Hill thing, which was a great. It's like Boyz II Men in a way. It had that they were a group that was they had good songs, but they just what happened to them? Who knows? You know, they just fell apart. But Cisco had his he got to shine above them the way like Justin Timberlake got to shine above his group when he first started.
What's
Yeah,
that?
they did
New
two.
Kids on the Block or something? I'm going to just say hi to Agent X if you're still there.
Oh yeah, Agent. I'm sorry. Yeah, Agent. Agent X. Where's your car? Are you in your car? Yeah, it's inside joke.
She got me laughing. You said you've got part of the collection of a comic, and she said, "What part, Jose? The cover."
I used to steal. I would steal them all. Like I would go into the liquor store, the Johnny Quick, the corner store, and I'd walk out with the comic book in my trousers or whatever you guys call it. Yeah, and I had this was when I was 14, like 13, 14. I had them up until I was almost 31 when I lost them in a tragic event. I think it was like 9/11. They were in the World Trade Center, whatever, and I lost them in there. That was
Do
a
you know
lie.
what? I was going to say, every time I went to Canada, right, you know, in Walmart, they have these signs saying, like, steal from us, I dare you, or something like that.
Really?
And, yeah, just these little signs that say, go on, steal from... It didn't mean steal from us. It's basically saying, go on then, steal from us and you'll see what you get. So every time I went into Walmart, I'd pick, you know, the little Archie Digest comics. The quite small books, aren't they? The Archie Archie Andrews. Archie and Jughead, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd walk in there. I'd take one off the rack, hold it in my hand. I was with my mum at the time, always with my mum, and I'd just hold her in my hand in plain sight when she got all the shopping, and I'd just walk out with it, you know, in the air, in plain sight, and just walk out with it. Get back in the car. I'd slap it down. She's going, "Did you pay for that?" I was like, "No, the sign said steal from us." So, but yeah, plain sight.
So you're
every
old
single
enough to
time.
read the sign. You're old enough to comprehend what the sign said, and you still did it. You
That's it.
cheeky sod.
No, I'm English, eh? I thought it was an offer.
My God.
No, but still, my kids would do that too. My kids stole the best stuff when we'd be on the way to the car, or we'd be sitting in the car already. They would just bust out like, "Hey, Dad, look, I got a DVD. I got Gravity, with Sandra Bullock DVD on Blu-ray." It's like, how'd you get that? She's like, I walked out with it. And these are kids, not teenagers yet, like young. And my poor daughter, she's like, because she completely forgot. She must have grabbed it and was looking at it, and just walked out with this little cheeky sawtooth, her too.
It's like, I don't know if Zara might have done it. You know, when you go into a supermarket with a pushchair and you got your shopping and you start piling things up on top of the hood of the pushchair or hanging that. How many times have you walked out and gone like, oh, I forgot that was on there. I didn't pay for it. You look behind you and it's
I
like,
just walked out with a coffee maker. Yeah. Okay. Put it in the bag. Put it in. Yeah. Mine was always, the kids were always throwing a DVD or a Blu, because we love movies, so I would spend the majority of the time at Walmart in the movie section, and I'm sure they would just slip on me, because I'm sure their mother, because we spent like half the time was with me, half the time was with their mom. I'm sure they learned all that deviant riffraff kind of with her, and then when they came with me, and then when we're doing normal stuff, they're doing all that shady stuff that their mom taught them.
right.
I was just kidding. No. We never stole, but just I think that one time she did have. But she's like, "Oh my god!" Like she's standing there in front of the Walmart, like she was already outside. She's like, "Oh my god, look!" And I turn around, and look at her. She's like, "I have a movie." It's still in my hand, and I was like, "Come on, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Come on, come on."
I can get it. Oh, see what Agent X says. Agent X says, all thieves get a free ride in a police car. It's my favourite. I love free stuff.
I would have paid for it. I would have paid twice as much for the whatever my daughter stole or whatever. If it wasn't that big of a deal. We weren't thieves. Like we didn't go in there and smash through the door with a truck and then tie a chain around a ATM machine and then drag it out. We didn't hurt anybody. She just stole a DVD inadvertently.
No. One time, like you've just said, Stango, about putting stuff on top of the hood of your pram.
Yeah.
This is the stupidest thing. I was in my local Tesco's with a newborn in a proper push pram, and I put a few things on top, and I knew that the security fella hated me from school, absolutely hated me, because I just was a bit ruthless. And do you know what I forgot to pay for? Honest to God, an 80p plug replacement. Try saying that one.
And 80p plug replacement.
And he stopped me on the way out and made me stand there in front of everybody walking in and out for ages.
Oh,
no.
That's fucked up.
Honestly, and I was offering to pay for it. I was like, I just forgot I've got a newborn baby. I've got to get home. And he just loved it. An 80p plug replacement.
Did you say supermarket?
Tesco.
I didn't realise.
The Tesco.
I didn't realise they sold butt plugs in Tesco. To be honest, never mind the
butt plugs.
Well, welcome to that one, isn't it?
Wow, that's just
crazy. You should just walk away, Zara. I would just walk away.
How did he know? Did he spot you put it there, or did he just want to check the pushchair on your way out?
He was giving me evils all the way in, so he's probably been watching me, hoping. Because I'd run out of nappies and milk, and so the nappies, it was only light on top of the pram, so I knew it wouldn't squash him. And I thought, oh my God, the plug had come off the sink, and it was doing my head in that I couldn't do the dishes properly. So I thought, see if it's that one. And I just put the nappies on top and a few other bits, and then I didn't even spot it because it was so small, and it was the same blue as the pram as well.
Oh, what?
I know. But he enjoyed his authority tour.
Give me one good reason. I can stay.
Your love
is out of season. Be on your way.
That still makes me cry.
That's a good song.
You want to
They,
get the Follows albums? There's still classics. There's
they
three.
sung with so much. They sung with a little bit of
Oh,
passion. Yeah.
it was bringing tears to my eyes too. I felt like I've been rubbed with onions, raw onions. Honestly, it's like, no,
Hey, Team Stangu in the building.
no.
Yes, Team Stangu. I am Team Stangu. Even if I'm the only one,
You are.
I'm aware that I am the only one.
You are.
But proudly.
Well, thanks, man. I don't know what to say.
So
I've got a fan. I've got a fan abroad.
yes, Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah, man, he's the coolest fan. I only need one. There you go. Oh,
Hey,
Geordie, does anybody know who Danny or Donahue are from the script on The Voice? I don't know. No, I was talking about Louis Walsh. If that was it, Louis Walsh? No, Louis something. Danny or Donahue from the script.
What?
No.
What are you on
No.
about, Stangu?
What am I on about? You're really working on your English, aren't you? You really are. You keep going.
I've been hanging with the British for about 2 years, maybe 2.5, when I met
Right.
my first Brit, and we used to talk on the phone. She was from East London, Earl's Court, and we had it was kind of like a long distance thing. Like I adored her, she adored me. It wasn't like any of this, like what I had with you guys, like with Stangu and with Zara. Mello's over there too in the house. Is that Mello's one with you used to have the dog? Like, it was like a puppy, or like a
A Rottweiler, wasn't it?
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys are completely different. Like when I met that girl before from Earl's Court, and she taught me. It was just awesome because I learned get your tits out for the lads, and so like that, or like her face could stop a clock. I got piss holes in the snow, stuff like that, or a couple of quid, or it was neat to talk to somebody from she was an Ipswich or Suffolk girl, and then but she was in her when she was older she moved to East London, Earl's Court, and that's where I met her, and we had a long distance romance, which it's really not a romance because romance involves a kind of interaction, like human
No, it
interaction.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not necessarily.
Well, I was completely in love with her too. Yes, I had. Don't tell Lily. If anybody's here that knows Lily, don't tell her. But I mean, I was infatuated. It's just like it was awesome, and she had this. She spoke posh. Like I'm not sure if you guys Ipswich, Suffolk people are the same as the Earl's Court people, but it had like like the way BBA sounds, or maybe Vincent Vega
BBA?
sounds. Yeah, like a
Posh.
posh
Oh,
voice.
Vincent Vega. Yeah, I don't know about
Yeah,
BBA.
like it had
Oh,
that
the big.
accent. She wasn't a
Yeah,
scouser. She wasn't she had this posh. You know,
What's
she like
that?
you, Stangu. Sound like
That
you.
monkey diss there. I'm
No,
not
no,
posh.
no.
I'm
It's
not
a
posh
different dialect.
either.
Like there's a dialect, like the Scousers, like Emma Marie, she has a Scouser. Like okay, I'm sorry, Zara. I think you are also you're from Kirby, aren't you? Or you played Kirby?
Kirby.
I'm not from Kent. No, I've lived all around, but no.
No, it wasn't a dig at all. I was just saying that there's different dialects. Everybody does. Like the Midlands guys talk different. The ones from Manchester, the Scousers. I just know that you guys are called Scouser because of the whole Anne Marie tie-in. But no, it wasn't a dig at all. He said that the dialect is different, and the girl who I talked to from Earl's Court had a posh accent. She spoke like not like Anne Marie. She spoke like Ant. You guys know Ant from the chat? He has the guy with the hat with the hand on it.
What? Who's that again?
Ant. A-N-T. He's always
Oh, Ant. Yeah, with a hand on it, with a skeleton hand on it. Yeah.
If you've ever heard him, he sounds like royalty. He sounds like he's Prince Charles's step cousin. He has that like that. It sounds royal. I remember when I spoke to him, I was like, "Man, do you have royalty?" But because of the way he enunciates, it's not there's no dictate, but just how you guys all have different dialect or different accents. The girl who I talked to, who taught me Get your tits out for the. She was posh. She was so posh. She taught me about touching cloth. She's like,
Oh.
she was super posh.
That sounds very posh. She probably meant touching cloth. She's talking about the silk dining table cloth or something.
No. She meant she had to go use the restroom. She needed a number 2. She was touching cloth.
I would tell you who's posh. It sounds like royalty. Horace. Remember Horace?
Oh, I love
Yeah. He's got like that royalty air about him, hasn't he? He's so proper, Horace.
Like, yeah, there's posh and there's royalty. Like, it's a difference because Ant has this. Like, I think he perhaps maybe has a little bit of royalty in his bloodline. That's why he sounds so it's distinct compared to BBA, who also has the same, but it's just a little bit different. It's sort of the same, but Anthony or Ant.
Are you sure it's not just because he's got a similar tone to Vincent Vega? He hasn't got the same dialect.
No. Vincent Vega sounds condescending, like when he talks, like it's like
yeah.
BB-8 sounds like he's just like a rugged dude, like he's like whoa, what's up? He's like kind of like me if he was in California, but
yeah, exactly.
Speaks like he's from the state capital. You know, he's from Sacramento, and he talks like he's like he's it's like. It's just a different way of being a certain. Ant has a royal kind of. If you ever hear it, maybe you probably laugh, but I think there's rarely people who have it. I'm not sure even where he's from, but I think he summers in Brighton, and he winters in Dunkirk.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay. I know. Wow.
No, if you would have heard that, he would have got that. That was a joke that we would always say.
No, I've never heard him speak. I mean, obviously he's been around for quite some time, but
he sounds like Prince Charles. He sounds like the Prince of Wales or whatever. Stuff like that.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I've got to be online in the next 50 minutes for work. So.
All right. Yeah, we were meant to be shutting this down a long time ago.
No. I will keep listening to you. I've just got to load up a load of documents and make sure that they're all in order. So please stay on and let me listen. But thank you for having a chat with me.
Yeah, no worries. It was nice to have you up here.
Zara. Good night, Zara.
You take care. Oh, what's that? Agent X says. Agent X says, "I don't think Jose understands posh." That's something else you're gonna have to work on.
Agent X, I think Agent X is more of a what do you call it? North west, like a western, like a west coast. She's west coast.
West coast.
Of the UK.
Are you getting that from the accent, or do you know this, or
her accent? She has a poshy accent too. She has a poshy. Poshy. It comes across as being it's a term of endearment. It's not. It doesn't have the negative connotation that I think that most probably would. Like a bougie. Like if I would say if she was in the States,
she's bougie.
She'd be bougie. Yeah.
Bougie. Oh, but I don't think you do get posh, because didn't you say a minute ago that I sound posh? It's like you really don't understand posh.
You do, kind of, but you don't sound royal like Ant does. Ant sounds like he's from royalty. And there's a difference between Prince Charles talking shit and how do you know it? Daniel Craig talking. Yeah, Daniel Craig is like, you're Daniel Craig, and Ant Posh is Prince Charles. Yeah.
I was going to say that guy from Notting Hill. What's his name again?
Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant, isn't he the posh one? He's posh. Oh, he sounds posh.
No, he's posh. Yeah, but he isn't royalty sounding. He doesn't have that. Like I'm telling you, if you were to ever hear Ant speak, it's just a different. It's just like, I'm from Broy. No, he says Shrewsbury.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shrewsbury.
But just between us, me, you, and Mellows, he is the Duke of Shrewsbury's nephew.
There you go. There's one. Zara's just put it in the chat. Stephen Fry. Have you heard of Stephen Fry?
No. but I know
No.
Ant, and he is the Duke of Shrewsbury's nephew, which is cool, which is very, very super cool. But don't say nothing though. It's just between us because he entrusted this into me like months ago. I haven't said anything.
He's in the chat actually.
Is he really?
I'm not going to say anything. No, not really. But he
No,
watches
he was in
these
the chat
lives back
earlier.
anyway.
We kick it all the time, me and him. Well, not all the time, but more recently we've been kicking it again. But Ant's cool. I like Ant.
I like his hat.
No, sorry. Hang on. Oh, good thing. They usually do donuts right here in this intersection. They usually like you know what donuts are?
Yeah,
Not
is that
the
cars or bikes
pastry.
though?
No,
Cars
it's a
or
car.
bike? A car does donuts. Oh well, like a muscle car or something, or just a little
Or any
sporty.
car that can do it, they'll do it at this intersection. If I go outside right now, you will see the marks of the tires, the circular marks.
So you know what skid marks? You know what skid marks are, then, do you?
Yeah, when you're
What a
touching cloth, you leave a little bit of a skid mark.
Okay. That's what we call those things in the road, isn't it? Skid marks.
Oh,
Yeah.
the skid marks in the road. Oh, okay.
Yeah, skid
We
marks
call
from the
them.
tires.
All right. So you were leaving, or what's going on? Are we kicking it, or?
Yeah. I've got to. We've been on for 6 hours now. Grim's going to kill us. We're using up all his time.
Okay, well, may I say, Zara, if Stangu, remember next time she was in the Little Shops of Horror, kind of what do you call it, musical. So if you ever bring that up to her next time you see her, bring that up because she sung "Suddenly See More." Remember that one?
Oh, the Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last time I was able to talk to her was a while ago, and that was brought up, but it was like kind of like we didn't get into it. But her whole thing that was interesting, and I didn't get into it. But next time, Zara, hopefully we'll get into that too. I'll leave because I know I'll just keep babbling on and keep Stangu.
Yeah, we know.
So,
oh,
cheers,
Zara B
guys.
said she was Audrey, right? She was Audrey.
She was somebody. I didn't get into it, but she. All right, Apenex, Avita Zen, you are a and Stangu, Melos. I'll see you guys later. Cheers.
Will do. Have a nice day.
Nice day. Good night, mate.
Oh, yeah, we got to shut this down now, haven't we, man? We will catch up
Catch up later
with
with you, bud. No worries, mate. I'll be around. You know where you can find me.
I do now.
You okay with the site now? You all square?
I'll let you know tomorrow.
Right.
I'll have a look. See if I can get.
All right.
Get back in. All right.
No worries. Take care. Good night.
Good talking. See you later.
Good night, mate. Bye. Good night, everyone in the chat.
Yeah, if there's anybody left in the chat, right, say 6 people here, but all 6 of you, one of my favourite numbers. I was going to say good night. Love you all. Have a good day. We'll see you soon. Laters. How do I switch this off now? Oh, there we go. Bye. Oh, no. Bye.